They've been exposed. Michael DeLuca and Pam Nappi, evil.
How are they evil?
You ever heard of something called a humiliation ritual in Hollywood? Yeah, they did that to Cavill. And they secretly hired James Gunn. He probably put him up to it.
What in the Alex Jones are you talking about?
They rehired Cavill, knowing very well they were going to fire him. And there you go. He posted that he was back, and then, bam! Humiliation.
Gunn said he would love to work with Cavill in the future, publicly.
Gunn lays on a bed of lies.
Didn't Zach praise DeLuca and Abdi for the full circle thing like it wouldn't have happened without them?
It doesn't matter. It's not about Zach.
I thought everything was about Zach.
This is about Cavill. Focus.
Cavill's too old to play Superman anyways.
Oh, playing the too old card, huh? Ageist.
Just accept it.
Yeah, well, you better accept that I'm about to create 14 new boycott hashtags for Superman.
More hashtags? How many hashtags do you need?
Well, I just created one more. Hashtag not a real DC fan.
You son of a bitch.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week, and what a week it was. Holy crap. Jeez, this is a crazy freaking week of all kinds of things, right? I mean, and it's so funny, too, because out of all the madness that has happened when it comes to, well, we have an awesome movie that's out in theaters right now. We have all the superhero stuff, of course, that we're going to be talking about, but there's also Star Wars celebrations happening and information about Star Wars that has also come about. So I'm like, where do we even start? I tell you. But cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Welcome to Friday. It is Friday, so cheers, guys. I don't have a lemon in my little drink. I don't have a lemon. I forgot to get lemons, but hey, I'll do without. Delish. Okay. How we doing out there? All right, let's see who's out there. Game City Savior, what's happening? Don't start any ruckus this time, you silly man, you. Superman was popular in 1978, and everything after that didn't copy 1978. It looked down. It is a look. Wait, and didn't copy 7. Look down. I want Superman to have flexible like Batman. Well, it seems like that's the case. I mean, yeah, that's a good thing. Besides the fact I hate Gunn's style, I truly unlike 1978 being constantly treated as gospel. Well, I mean, that's what happens, though. When that's the first one, that's the same thing happens when it comes to Spider-Man. Everybody looks at Tobey and Sam Raimi. Everybody looks to Mike Keaton and Burton when it comes to Batman. I mean, that same shit's going to be happening, too, when it comes to X-Men, when it comes to Iron Man, when that gets, when the next actor takes over on that. Everything's going to be compared to the first. That's the thing. It's the first. You might not like it, but that's just the way it's going to end up being. So, I mean, yeah, that's just what it is. Don't get too upset about it. It's just, you got to realize when the foundation is set. Clone Avenger, what's happening? BTS footage was awesome. I just can't believe the director's always in the marketing. I know, that's silly. Why? Freaking, it's James Gunn presents James Gunn's Superman starring James Gunn. It's almost like he's a recognizable face in mainstream Superman hype. Metamorpho looks dope, yeah. We got a good shot of Metamorpho, and it's all practical. We're going to go over that footage. We're going to look at that, look at the game footage on that. So, Johnny Rampage, stoked for tonight's stream. Me too. We got Phil right here. Good to see you. Of course, Phil will be joining in a bit. For sure. We got Monique. What's happening? Happy Friday. Hey, Jason McKenzie, always helping out that pirate ship. Much appreciated, sir. Happy Superman Day and happy Easter. That's right. And be excited for Sinners. Like I said, no spoilers for Sinners. Don't worry. But we'll be discussing it a little bit because I know some people who are joining tonight have seen it. So we'll get their opinions on it, and I'll give my full review of it, but I won't give away any spoilers, even though it doesn't feel like, I guess there could be some spoilers in there, so. Cheers to you, good sir. Always helping out the pirate ship. What's going on, Jalen Harris? Happy to see you. Sinners and The Accountant 2 looks awesome. I know. Got The Accountant 2 coming out next week. We also got the Star Wars Revenge of the Sith 20th anniversary. I'm supposed to go see that too with the family. So I'm like trying to figure out exactly when I'm going to see The Accountant too. So we got Versus Seed. What's happening, my friend? We got Rational Skeptic, Date Ballerina, How to Train Your Dragon, F1, 28 years later, Jurassic World, Naked Gun. I know what you did last summer, Superman, F4 release week after week. I know it is going to be a crazy summer. It's a crazy summer, but I love it. I love it. I mean, it seems like 2025 is just that year. I'm trying to remember if I know I've skipped a week, maybe 2 weeks seeing a movie. But it's sad because last week I wanted to see 3 movies. I only saw 1. Sometimes I only just have time for 1. And I know I can probably take it upon myself to see more than 1, obviously. But sometimes I just, sometimes the weekends you just get a little lazy or you get fixated on working on something. It sucks. D-Man 7, Sinners was an okay film. Nothing too spectacular like people are making it out to be. Okay, well, I think it's just because, anyways. It's okay. It's okay. It wasn't for you. Samir, what's happening? Sinners, Star Wars Celebration, Superman Day, NBA playoffs. You got that too. NHL playoffs are happening this weekend. It's pretty crazy. Monique, I don't have big plans. I'm just going to I'm going to Mama Film Junkie's house. She'll be making some Easter dinner, which will be good. Thank you. Yes, I figured I'd play the sketch again. The Snyder fan v gun fan sketch. Like I said, it's probably going to be it's going to be a common sketch that I'm going to be doing here on out. Travis L, what's happening? We were reminded why Superman is the pinnacle and GOAT. No matter what, got to admit, it was refreshing to see Supes get his spotlight. Hasn't happened in this way in a very long time. Yeah, it seems like that featurette today really got people excited and everything. And then, of course, all the merchandise, man. Merchandise. So many things. And thank you for the praise of the sketch. Much appreciated. Oscar level winning. Yeah. Hey, I try. It's just me arguing with myself. It's a lot easier when it's just the voices in my head. So, dude, not a Snyder fan, not a gun fan, and the new suit is still 6 out of 10, but the BTS footage has me pumped. Loved a 4-minute clip too. Great to see Metamorpho, Hammer, Lex. Yeah. Popping colors. Excited. Yeah. For sure. What's going on? Carlos, what's going on? Good to see you. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? What's going on? We got I Believe So. The only way this Superman movie will blow my mind is if Batman is responsible for Supes laying down in the sun. What's going on, Indiana Jake? Great to see you. And cheers to you, Rational Skeptic, for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated. The WB YouTube channel has been live streaming the Christopher Reeve Superman films all day. No shit. That's pretty awesome. Let's just not do a stream tonight and let's just watch it. How about that? Want to just live watch those movies for Superman Day? Just kidding. Fuck. Totally just spilled on myself. Good thing it's vodka and sparkling water. But cheers to you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But that's funny. I didn't know they were doing that. That's pretty sweet. Chris Balga, what's happening? Seeing Sinners on Good Friday seemed appropriate, right? For me, being a lapsed Catholic. Who knew you could have significant character development in a horror movie, right? Of course, Chris will be joining later too. We got Antoine Films, Lies, best film of the year. Ooh, there you go. Best film of the year. Sinners were great. Just go back. We got Super Omicron. Sinners basically from Dusk Till Dawn with blues in 1930, but as usual, horror bails out Hollywood. I know, right? And that's one of the things I specifically said about Sinners was the comparison to From Dusk Till Dawn. And, I'll talk about that again when I give my full review. So, yeah, for sure. Let's see. Okay, that's pretty much it when it comes to people in here. And by all means, keep on talking amongst yourselves and keep on, ask some questions as well, for sure. So, and of course, it's been a lot of fun because, again, oh man, it's been fun today because, seeing just people that just, man, they just really hate James Gunn, don't they? They really do. I can understand that, but man, at the same time, it's like there's some people that really hate that guy. But hey, what can you do? You know. Anyways, all right, let's get things started here. So first off, of course, let's talk about Sinners. Sinners. So Ryan Coogler, this is his first original movie, because obviously he's done, his first movie, Fruitvale Station, was based on a true story, and then of course, diving into Creed and the Rocky IP, and then of course Black Panther. So this is like something that's just like, hey, he wanted to make something like this, and apparently he based it like his uncle. He said something about his uncle being an inspiration when it came to this movie, which is good. And again, see, so one of the things that I said in my first reaction, and I still holds true, is the fact that From Dusk Till Dawn is, I think, is one of the best vampire movies ever made, and I will stand behind that. Because it's written, it's written by Quentin Tarantino. It's directed by Robert Rodriguez, and it's iconic in all ways. It's great, because one of the things that's really awesome about From Dusk Till Dawn, like I said, is just the fact that the first, almost like the first half, or the first third of that movie is just a movie that, it has Harvey Keitel in it, for God's sakes, Juliette Lewis. It's got star power. It's got Tarantino. It's got Clooney. And they are these brothers that, of course, are trying to get to the border. And then, of course, they end up getting into this motorhome with this family and holding them hostage, essentially. And then they just show up at this crazy bar, and then there's vampires in there. So it's almost like there is a tonal shift in that movie, but it's like they could easily, the first third or whatever of From Dusk Till Dawn could have just been that movie and no vampires, because there was a lot of development of that story and the characters enough to just be like, oh yeah, even if there wasn't vampires, I'm kind of fascinated of what's going on right here. But of course, the vampire thing adds to it. Now, what Ryan Coogler did was kind of take that concept, and then he expanded on it and brought history into it, essentially. And that's what's really cool about it. And I would say probably, structurally, it is a better film, because of what goes all into Sinners. It's a longer film, much more character development, much more history that is involved in this movie. And I think he handles it very well. And the scope of the movie is definitely looks absolutely gorgeous. It's shot so well. And the music, again, the music is just so great. And there is a sequence. First off, Coogler, kudos to him for doing a lot of one-shots. He does a lot of shots where, there'll be some tracking shots in this movie that I'm just going, wow, look at him go. There's not like a crazy one-shot tracking shot or anything like that, but there are a couple times where he's doing some tracking shots where I'm going, man, that is really good. Not easy, too, when you have one actor playing two roles, and then, of course, that looks absolutely seamless. Michael B. Jordan playing dual roles, it's just seamless now. You can't even see that. My dad, he got kind of confused. He's like, wait, is that the same actor? My dad was actually got a little confused. I was like, no, yeah, that's Michael B. Jordan. He's like, yeah, okay. I was like, because it threw him off, because you cannot see the seams at all. And, when it comes to everything. And everybody does a great job. It's funny. It's sexy. It's bloody. It's just, if you're a vampire fan, and like I said, he just injected some new blood into the vampire genre, and I highly recommend it if you are a fan of the vampire genre or horror in general. Haley Steinfeld, come on, she's just woo-wee, yeah, and she has a filthy mouth in this movie, man, I tell you. But yeah, there's a sequence in this movie where you go, holy shit. Yeah, this is like a fever dream. It's a fever dream that Ryan Coogler just shows. And it was just kind of like, wow, that's pretty cool the way he did it. And it has to do, of course, with the music. And like I said, he doesn't just use like blues or jazz. It's not just that. There's folk music. There's like a country vibe that kind of even has something. And then there's even times where the score has like a metal vibe. There's some electric guitar that's like within, and then there's just normal score. The music is just, utilizes all different kind of music within it. And I think that's the shining star of the movie, to be honest. So yeah. And it's got some good gore. It's got some craziness. I mean, it's just I don't know, man. Ryan Coogler, and he's now becoming one of my favorite directors now too. After this movie, I mean, when it came to Wakanda Forever, it wasn't as good as the first Black Panther, and I was kind of like, but at the same time, the MCU has been on a downturn, so I don't exactly blame him for that. I think he did what he could with that, and I've always been on the side of they should have just recast T'Challa. They should have, but it is what it is. So it still wasn't a terrible movie. It's still better than some of the MCU movies out there, but to see Ryan Coogler in his element doing something original being the key word there, original, that's what I love. And I love the fact that he's actually going to be tackling the X-Files IP next. Not sure exactly if it's going to be the series or it's going to be a movie. I don't know. But I forgot that he's going to be tackling X-Files next. So cheers to Ryan Coogler. Cheers to Michael B. Jordan. Cheers to Sinners, man. Go see it. Like I said, I mean, it's one of my favorite movies of the year, at least. One of them. I'm not sure if it's my favorite. It's definitely one of the best so far as we are right now. So cheers. Good times. All right. So obviously we had a lot of things happen today. I mean, my God, so many things. And like I said, we got The Accountant 2 next week. And then they're actually, it's funny too. And I would highly recommend people watch it as well. I haven't watched the entire thing, sadly. I have not. But they posted a Ben Affleck GQ, I guess, yesterday. Yeah. They posted a full Ben Affleck going through his movies, like a full interview. Like, remember like a couple of weeks ago, we did get the Ben Affleck GQ thing. And naturally, when it comes to our little community, superhero stuff and movies and everything like that, what was emphasized the most was, of course, that Ben Affleck said he was done playing Batman, and talked about some of the things when it came to Batman. I guess part of that was from this video right here. And then naturally, you got the crazies out there that, of course, put on their tinfoil hat and start coming up with conspiracies that it was a hit piece and everything. Well, that shit, of course, has happened again, because then, again, Batman, a lot of engagement. So some of the other trades and publications were, of course, talking about some of the things when he talked about Batman. This time, they were emphasizing the fact that, of course, the bat suit is very uncomfortable. Even though his bat suits were the best ones, in my opinion, the best ones, especially the BVS one, is that's going to be tough to beat that one. But you never know. It could happen. But that definitely is my favorite, and I think is the best bat suit. But of course, it's very uncomfortable. It's very hot, very heavy, and but it looks really cool. But so yeah, naturally, we got people that are thinking that it's that another hit piece, and I'm like, it's not a hit piece when Ben Affleck's literally saying it himself. But again, some of these people just don't use this right here. It's not hit pieces. I saw that. And I was like, oh, another hit piece. I'm like, it's not a hit piece. You can literally hear Ben Affleck talk about his movies and talk about Batman and talk about it. He talks about his experience doing BVS and talks about how great it was. Focus on that, and let's not come up with stupid conspiracy theories. Okay? Just use your brain. I get it. Everything's against you, and you're the victim because you're not getting your superhero movies that you want. I get it. But at the same time, let's be smart about things. Look at the positive. Look at the positive stuff that he said about his experience playing Batman, okay? But there was negatives too. Sorry that's actually the case. So, but at the same time, yes, I've even said that many times. One of the reasons why the Flash Batsuit is not all that great is because Ben Affleck didn't want to get back into the Batsuit, because he was like, no, I don't want to do that. I'll just be Bruce Wayne. They're like, no, we have to get you in the Batsuit. So then they just kind of gave him something that was not as bad. And that's why it doesn't look all that good. That's why they kind of came up with the concept of, hey, we'll just get you in like a a light suit that just wraps around you, and then we're gonna put the armor stuff on you, and then that's it. That's what I was told, essentially. It was like, oh yeah, the reason why it looks like that is because Ben did not want to get back in that batsuit because he hated wearing that batsuit. Just like all the actors talk about how uncomfortable it is. So it's perfectly fine. But yeah, no hit pieces. All right, let's get that out of the way. You know, when he's actually talking about it, it's not a hit piece. All right, so let's go over some of this game footage right here. Let's go over some of before we start bringing people on here. Let's talk about this thing. I mean, there were so many things. There were so many things that was released today. All the McFarlanes and merchandise. Even Zach posted, he posted a quote, a Jor-El quote, of course, like you will give the people of Earth an ideal to strive towards. They will race behind you. They will stumble. They will fall. But in time, they will join you in the sun, Cal. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders. And of course, he posted that very first image of Henry Cavill that we saw back in, I mean, this was like 2012. It's crazy to think that it's been that long since we saw that very first image of Cavill as Superman in front of the safe. It was like 2012 that we saw that because it came out in 2013. So I'm pretty sure we saw that in 2012. So just crazy to think that was 13 years ago. 13 years ago. And here we are now, man. The new Superman on the horizon. But yeah, we got all the McFarlane stuff. And there's just a lot of things were happening. I mean, there's some merchandise. Like, for instance, I love me a good lamp. And I tell you what, one of the things that really caught my eye, it's like, yeah, the McFarlanes and everything and stuff are cool. But this little lamp right here, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got a Fortress of Solitude lamp with a silver emblem on it. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to get me one of those because I'm all about it. I don't know where I'd put it, but that was the thing that stuck out the most when it came to merchandise. And then, of course, I'm a sucker for a good coffee mug as well. So I also saw this. I'm a sucker for a good coffee mug. And, that's also a pretty good one, too. So I was looking mainly more at that. I think, like I said, I've kind of put a hold on Funko Pops and McFarlane's because I'm trying to figure out exactly where to put all that stuff. But, a lamp, is cool. It's practical. It gives a little bit more mood lighting. And then, of course, a mug, very practical. So I'm going to have to probably get some of those. But, yeah. McFarlane's of Superman, of Crypto, of Mr. Terrific, of Metamorpho, Lex Luthor. There's so many things. So it was pretty cool. But then, of course, yes, the biggest, let's see, where is it at here? Let's kind of like break down the game footage here. Here we go. So the featurette. Let's go through this a little bit. Let's break it down a little bit here. And then, of course, when the panel gets on, I'll discuss it with them too. So, all right. So let's go ahead and go through this. First off,
all
right. That's the way to start off right there. Pure cape porn right there. I'm telling you, that's my favorite part of the costume is that freaking cape. And that cape just looks so good right there. So good. Love that. And then this shot right here with the silhouette of Corn Sweat looks pretty damn sweet. Love that.
The purity of Superman.
Purity of Superman. Oh, and then that Jimmy Guns. How dare he? This is not about you, Jimmy. Jesus Christ. It's not about you. It's about Superman. How dare you?
When I was starting to understand what movies were.
Cool shot.
James
And of course, there's that the set.
Didn't know that Superman was in his future. He wasn't sure that was the one he should be doing.
That's a cool shot, showing off the boots right there. Obviously, just ripping off Zach.
Was the one he should be doing. And then he called me one day and he said, "I have a way in. I know."
That's a cool little drone shot right there.
What I want to talk about.
I had been trying to crack it for years. This character is noble and he's beautiful.
We just finished day one.
Look at how happy she is. Day one. There's Miss Rachel Brosnahan and that smiling face of hers.
On Superman.
It's been a hell of a week at the office.
Telling you, like, yeah, like the suit looks better in these behind the scenes shots. Am I right? The suit does look better. The suit definitely looks a little better in these shots right here.
It's
And
been a
I mean, right? I mean, it does, especially when it's all messed up right now, right there. I mean, specifically because you can't even really notice the chonies, right?
hell of a week at the office.
So we got I don't know who that is right there. Who that might be, I don't know. I'm trying to think of who that might be. I almost thought it was Guy Gardner, but I don't know. I don't think that's his name. Maybe no, or is that Superman? I don't know.
His scripts are so unique, his story
And then of course we got Nicholas Hoult right here, looking very Lex Luthor-like. That's a nice suit.
is they're heartfelt.
And we got the shot right there. Obviously, we saw this in the sneak peek.
We love the opportunity.
And then we got one of the robots. And one of the things that they really emphasize in this featurette is the fact that a lot of the things are practical. We like practical, right? Apparently, a lot of the things are practical.
To play with the
Some people were freaking out about this because they were like, wait, that's a reversed emblem. Is that Bizarro? I'm like going, no, I think it's just a reflection. Just a reflection.
incredible DC
That's
library
cool.
of characters and
That's
stories,
cool.
and we really want to do justice for.
And of course, we got our Miss Isabella Merced, our Hawk girl right there. I'm guessing this is just a camera test. The helmet looks good. Even the suit looks pretty decent right here. I mean, of course, we know it's the Max Lord sponsored suit, but not bad. Not bad. I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, I think it's just a suit test. And there he is, Mr. Metamorpho right there. Anthony, what's his name? I can't remember his last name. Totally drawn a blank. But look at it. Everything's practical. It's all practical. And he's wearing like some Max Lord shorts, apparently. So some people were going like, what the hell is he wearing? Like, why is he not wearing like what he should be? And I'm like, no, he's just wearing the Max Lord shorts. But it's all practical right there. It's crazy. I mean, if you know what Anthony looks like, I mean, it's like you wouldn't even know that was him underneath there. But
Welcome to the Daily.
and then we got Lois Lane. I'm trying not to swoon, guys. I'm trying not to swoon, but it's kind of hard because, you know, this outfit is pretty good. You got the skirt and you got the sweater vest. Yeah, really working for me, and that's for damn sure. But of course, you're like going, what is happening on these TV screens behind her? What is going on right here? Of course, we got a couple of Daily Planet things, and then it's like going, well, what little Easter eggs can we find right there? It's like enhance. But she looks just
Planet.
there's the planet. There's of course the globe in the lobby right there.
It's been
That's
so much fun to hop again.
we got some Jimmy right there. We got Jimmy action happening. So a little behind the scenes. Of course, we got Rachel again there as well. So that's
Together finally.
a good little shot of the besties right there. And then we got a shot. Hey, we got the whole crew right here. And of course, we got Miss Cat Grant. We got Perry. Yep. Looking at storyboards. And then we got Ultraman. And then right there, did you guys notice that? This is Hawk Girl, like basically going through some painted glass window. I don't know who that is. She's charging through that. Some people are going, is that Max Lord? Maybe, but no. Is that Sean Gunn right there? I don't know. Charging through there, and then of course we have some Middle Eastern soldier action, war stuff.
I wear my trunks on the outside of my pants. Like, it's liberating.
Yeah, they're already making a joke out of it. It's liberating. But again, I will say the suit looks decent right here. Again, I'm still not a fan of the chonies. Sure, but at the same time, it doesn't look bad right here. They both look really good right here. I mean, this is giving me animated series vibes. It's giving me some animated series vibes right here with these two. It really is. I mean, granted, it's behind the scenes, and I'm kind of wondering. I'm thinking this is more of a screen test, more of a screen test with them. I mean, it's not like their audition, obviously, but I think it's like a screen test. This might be like one of the, I don't know, but then it looks like he might have like a fake blood on his lips.
Liberate.
Yeah, so I don't know. It looks good. Yeah, the lining, but you know. And then what's going on right here? So we got Lex, we got some of his henchmen guys, and then we got this little dude right here. We got this white alien-looking dude right here. Now it could be Metamorpho at a some kind of point or something. I don't know. But yeah, we got some white alien-looking dude right here. I don't know. Kind of interesting. Very interesting. And then of course, look at all that. And we got the engineer, we got Ultraman, and then we got all the Lex Luthor soldiers that are rocking the colors of that exosuit. It becomes purple and green.
James, in this story,
inside some...
he does it with heart.
Then we got some more footage from the actual movie right there. And then that's a really good shot. That is a really good shot of Corn Sweat as Superman. It's a good shot. Even though it's behind the scenes, it's a good shot.
Superman is a character who's good.
Who is
Him? I mean, I'm guessing this is Lex's office right here, right?
filled with hope. He saves people because it's the right thing to do.
Hey, we got some Superman lifting things. Looks pretty cool.
We could use
And then right here, it's probably... Hey, we got his stuntman right here, right behind the cameraman. But I'm guessing this is when he's just getting that fire breathed on him.
a little bit more of that.
Superman was
Hey,
my
Born.
original superhero.
Hey,
And
Born.
it started out.
What? You got Rick Flag Sr. Where's his silver hair? How dare they not be... They're already messing with the continuity. He doesn't have a silver hair. But we already know why that is, but...
in comics, and I think it's good.
Okay, that's got to be Lex Luthor right there in the hammer costume, right? I think we're all assuming that. And then somebody also said that, hey, this right here, where he's in, is that the thing that's behind Superman? Is that the thing that's like up in the air above a Metropolis that we saw in the first costume reveal? Is that fucking eyeball thing that's just like up there? Is that what that is? Is it Lex inside that thing? Is that who it is? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but that's a pretty interesting theory because it kind of looks like it could be that thing. I don't know, but still looks
It could be
cool.
a game changer.
This is the beginning of the future. They are launching a new era.
And of course, yeah, some Lex things right here.
A new era right now.
It's the beginning of a whole new.
Even right there. I mean, like I said, sometimes some of the suit's actually looking pretty decent. I think I like it better when it's dirty.
Adventure in a whole new universe.
It's good right there. Almost to walk.
We're just getting started, and we're already deep in the DC universe. In James Gunn, we trust, and I think we can do it.
Dude, that cape, man. Cape porn. I love that little right there. That's pretty sweet. I like it. Break it down. Oh. Yeah. You know, you don't have to like everything, but I think there's going to be something where people are going to be like, yeah, I didn't like this, but I like that. I think that's what we can kind of hope for. If we can all just like quit the crazy discourse that's out there, but I know that's never going to happen. But yeah, I just think there's going to be things that people might go, all right, that was pretty cool. But there will be people that will not admit that. And they won't admit that they think that certain things are going to be like, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. They're never going to admit that, of course. But yeah, overall, the featurette, in my opinion, I think that was smart to release that instead of a trailer today. Why not have that? Because, yeah, sometimes the featurettes, the behind-the-scenes stuff, you want to shoot that. You want to make that as cinematic as possible. That's happened before. You've seen featurettes before that have looked really good. Sometimes some shots can look better than shots that we've seen in the movie. And yeah, a lot of there's some really good shots in there. And again, I know there's people that just hate that James Gunn is a part of this, and it's his movie, and he's talking about it a lot, and he's in a lot of these behind the scenes stuff. But again, just stop. Just stop. It's okay. I get it. You see the man, and immediately you want to punch something. I get it. You got a little bit of that derangement syndrome. It's fine. Maybe just ignore all this then. I don't know. I really don't understand. I don't know. Being a grown adult, when I see somebody that I've never met in real life that is just making movies, I never have seen a director and been like, ugh, I hate that guy so much, where I get so upset. I don't get it. Again, especially with something like this, I love it when the director is the main focus because he's making the fucking movie. Of course, they wouldn't be saying this with Zach if this was Zach, obviously, or Christopher Nolan, or Quentin Tarantino, or anybody like that. I get that. It's just so weird. So weird. But whatever. Everybody's a big man-child. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. But good featurette. Good featurette. And like I said, a lot of things. Superman. I'm glad Zach posted. I thought this was pretty cool right here. Somebody I follow, his name is Howie Noel. Howie Noel. He posted this right here for Superman Day, and I love it. I love it because just having fun with this right here, showing all the different Supermen. You got Christopher Reeve right there, and then, of course, every other live action Superman flying behind him. And that's just really cool. I like that. That's a good drawing right there. So we had some good art right there. But yeah. And then of course we had this cool image right here from Zach. Zach posted this on Vero. Happy Superman Day. Showing that image right there. That's really cool. I would love that on a t-shirt or a poster. Definitely would like that. And then of course Debbie also on Instagram. She posted, you will give the people of Earth an ideal to strive towards. They will race behind you, blah, blah, blah. You know, basically the same thing that Zach posted on Twitter, and then posting, of course, Cavill right there. So they're showing off their Superman Day. And like I said, there's not just one iteration of Superman. There are numerous iterations of Superman. And again, even with all the noise, especially in my mentions, because, of course, there's always going to be noise in my mentions. But what's great is just the fact that, you know, I saw mainly positivity today. I saw a lot of positivity when it came to Superman and people celebrating Superman and celebrating all iterations of Superman. DC Films had a cool little montage of all the Supermen. A lot of people are posting things of all the Supermen. You know, you just got to love that. And that's the fun of it. That's the fun of it, okay? The whole discourse thing, yeah. It's a weird thing because why even on a day that should be positive, especially leading into Easter, Good Friday for religious people out there, why even do that? Why even do that? But at the same time, you know, I get it. People are very passionate. Some people are passionate and some people are just obsessive. That's for damn sure. There's a line that gets crossed. And then of course this image was posted by Jimmy Gunn's talking about the chemistry between Brosnahan and Corn Sweat. I think this is when they were finally going to have that shot of them flying above and kissing. Probably, I don't know if it's not for the first time, but it's going to be one of those moments where I think Jimmy Gunn said it brought him to tears. Jimmy Gunn looks kind of angry right here. He does. It's so funny because he's like right in the. It's a good shot, by the way, but he looks like almost angry. Like, you guys aren't doing it. You guys aren't doing what I want you to do. It was kind of interesting, but I think at the same time, he's just really focused on how we're going to achieve this shot that's going to make me cry. I don't know. And then, of course, he's wearing that little tiny cape, you know, because obviously the CGI, it's going to be CGI porn that's going to be added right there. So, but pretty cool. And yeah, so many things. So cheers to all that. Cheers to Superman and everything. Love me some Superman. I actually went to that comic book shop today, guys. I finally went to that comic book shop that I've been talking about. Yeah, you're probably right, Gilmore. Yeah, because we all know that, apparently according to Corn Sweat and Jimmy Gunn's, that Corn Sweat actually asks a lot of questions. So maybe he was like doing that and Jimmy Gunn's was like, Come on, I've already answered this numerous times. What are you doing to me, Dave? What are you doing to me? But yeah, I went to the comic book shop and they were playing the Fleischer cartoons in the comic book shop that I went to today. I walked away empty-handed, sadly, because I went in there wanting to get All-Star Superman and they didn't have All-Star Superman. Yeah, I could have got the variant cover that shows Corn Sweat Superman, in the Action Comics thing, and they had the Action Comics cover as well. But I didn't want that. I was looking for All-Star Superman Volume 1. They didn't have it. So I walked away empty-handed. Yeah, I felt a little disappointed. I was like, maybe I can get something else. But I was like, nah, I'm looking for All-Star Superman Volume 1. They didn't have it, sadly. So walked away empty-handed. But at least I went there to check out the place. Seems like a cool place. I dug it. So I did go to the comic book shop. Yeah, they just didn't really have much when it came to Superman Day. It was just basically the variant covers. But they said older things of Superman had a discount. But like I said, I was looking for that. I was looking for that. So yeah, they had Volume 2, but I was like, maybe I'll just wait to Volume. Yeah. And he said that, oh yeah, you should be having that some other time soon. Something, I don't know. So we'll see what happens. I'll get it eventually because I'd like to support local comic book shops. I don't want to just order it online. I actually like to support. So I do plan on maybe they'll have it because they're going to probably need to have it because it's in demand right now for sure. So, all right. I'm sending out invites and seeing, okay, should be good. Anyways, all right. My store had them all. See? I know, man. See, that's the thing. Dell, good to see you too, my friend. I know, I was like looking and I see like, oh, cool, they have it. And then I'm like, it's Volume 2. And maybe I should have just gotten it. I should have probably gotten it. Because eventually I'm going to get it. So why didn't I get it? I realized that when I walked away and then I got in my car, I was like, I probably should have gotten it. I'm like, duh. It's all right. I'm sure it'll still be there. They'll have more copies. But I was like, yeah, I probably should have still gotten Volume 2. It was there. Just go back and see and try to get Volume 1. I'm like, damn it. Yeah. So I had a little bit of a brain fart when it came to that. I thought, you know why? Because, okay, so here's another thing. Guys. Because I went on an adventure today after work. I got off work early because I worked, luckily I worked extra hours during the week. So I was able to get off early today, which is great. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go to that comic book shop and then I'm going to try to go find a place to get a haircut. Obviously I live in a new spot and my hair is getting pretty long. It's getting pretty long. So it's time to get a haircut. I go, okay, so when I'm walking up to the comic book shop and it's on this main street in this, in the next town over, and it's, it's an older town, obviously. There's a barber shop right next to it. And as I'm walking, I'm like, oh, cool. There's like a barber shop right here. And there's like one guy working and it seems like a nice place and he's working on somebody. I'm like, all right, well, hopefully after I get done at the comic book shop, I'll just maybe it'll be done. There's nobody waiting. I can just hop in, get a haircut, and be done with it. So when I walk out of the comic book shop, I see the barber shop and nobody in there. And I'm like, cool. Go to open the door. It's locked. It's freaking locked. So what the hell? I'm like, the freaking thing is locked. So I went, well, shit. So I get in my car and I go search to try to find a place. I find this other place. Cash only, didn't have any cash on me. I went, you got to be kidding me. So then I go, all right, I know there's a Great Clips, which is like a franchise, haircut place. Great Clips. I walk in there, I'm going, okay, it's Friday, it's 2:00, 2:15, maybe it won't be that bad. I asked how long the wait is, an hour. Fuck that. So then I go to this other spot, which is close to my house, barbershop place. And I'm going, all right, this is going to be the winner right here. They're open. They should be good. It's Friday. It's 2:30. Let's do this. Go grab the handle. Freaking locked. What the hell, man? The universe didn't want me to have a haircut. So I gave up. So I went on an adventure to get All-Star Superman, to get a haircut. Ended up with neither. Oh, I tell you. Jeez. Crazy. But that was my day. That was my freaking day. Like I said, it was only an hour, though. And it's always nice to get out of the house, right? Other than that, my day was good. It was a good day. It was fun with all the Superman stuff. And then, of course, having fun with people on Twitter. You know how it is. Anyways, all right. Let's go ahead and get it on. Let's get some people in here. And everything. What's going on, Austin?
What's up, man? How you doing? I'm actually here at the beginning this time.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you're the late one. You were here first.
I'm here. Yeah, no, I got to sleep today. Had the day off, so
nice. I like
catch up on that. But yeah, man, good to hear you're doing well and all that. Sorry about your misadventures today.
I know, right? It was just one of those things where I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to the comic book shop. I'm getting off early, and I'm like, I'm gonna find a place to get a haircut. Because I'm one of those that goes to Supercuts. That's where I used to always go. Yeah, and they have this thing, like back where I used to live. I mean, obviously at all Supercuts, they have a thing where you could just pay for basically 4 or 5.
Right, it's like a subscription thing. Yeah. And
it's at a discounted rate, so you're not paying as much. Of course, you're paying all together, so it's like, it's a chunk, but at the same time, if you add it up, if you were to pay individually, you're saving like 20 something bucks or 30 bucks, whatever it is, you're getting a discount.
Right.
There's no Supercuts around here. Where
in
these 2 towns, no Supercuts. So I'm going, shit, I got to find like a different spot. So that's where I went on the adventure to try to, and it just was like 2 of them closed, 1 of them cash only. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And I just gave up.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so many options now, like here and stuff. I think it's funny. Like they've got the ones now where that will give you a beer or a glass of whiskey.
I've heard of those. And they're just bad. I wish I could find those.
Right? Yeah. It's just, like have a good combo with your barber and a shot of whiskey. It's a nice.
Yeah. Here's a shot. That'd be fun. That would definitely be fun. What's going on, Mr. Vodka? What's happening?
Hello, gentlemen. Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Same thing. Had today off, but really wasn't a day off since I spent about 2.5 hours in the yard mowing, yard work and everything. But after that, got to see Sinners. So a balance.
There we go.
Nice.
There we go. Did you see Sinners, by the way, Austin?
I'm going this weekend for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of wondering,
and I'm really upset too because I had multiple offers to go and see it early for those test screening things because they did like 3 or 4 of them here in Vegas since last year, and I never went. And now I feel like I should have.
We were still seeing it, so.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely gonna see it and stuff. I just didn't expect it to. I guess hear it be so good, and stuff. And so that's why I was like, all right. I got to go check this out.
Yeah, no, you got to, definitely check it out. And I mean, I know we got William that's also going to be joining right now. He saw it tonight as well.
Dude, what? You should have just came to Vegas. I could have hooked you up.
Yeah. Let me just drive 4.5
hours.
You can take the stream with him. Jump in the car, make it a live drive.
Yeah, a couple $100 in gas and stuff. You know,
you don't leave the comic book store empty-handed. I heard that, and I almost choked on the water.
I know. I asked the guy. I was like, "You have All-Star Superman Volume 1?" And he goes, "No, we just got Volume 2. I think we might be getting more Volume 1." I'm like, nah.
You could have walked out. You could have walked out with the crypto cover of the Superman.
Oh, look at that! They got the crypto cover.
Yeah, the summer special. You empty-handed? What's the?
I know. I walked out empty-handed. I felt so bad because I just was like, I know. I should have just got the variant covers or something. Just. There, I was looking. They even had like this. They had a Multiverse Lobo McFarlane that I thought about grabbing. I was like, maybe I should have gotten that. It was kind of cool. He was all gray. I don't know if you've seen that.
Did you see the Supergirl cover they did for for the Superman the summer special?
No, I didn't see that.
That one was nice.
Oh, he's got to pull that one up. And as that's happening, Phil, what's happening, good sir?
What's going on, gentlemen? How's it going?
Hello, sir.
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, I've got Man of Steel on this screen right here.
You can see that. I can see good old Russell Crowe right there.
Yep. I left work early today because I finished all my shit I needed to do for the week, so that was nice.
Yeah,
my
same
show
here,
at
dude.
about 4 o'clock, and
right on that. Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah. I don't have a physical copy of All-Star Superman, but I've read the story before.
Yeah.
I do.
So that's
my favorite Grant Morrison story.
Hold that up again. Hold that up again. Yeah. So that's it right there. That's cool.
And then there's the Lobo one. They did the same one for Lobo. Lobo's on the cover of that one.
Oh wow!
You know, also, hey, I would like to point out for everyone that's not generated by AI. That Lobo, that's actually
yeah, seriously, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for real.
God, that I know that whole thing. I mean, it was so funny. That's the thing. When that fake came out, I mean, immediately I went, "That can't be real." And then I was like, "Is that real?"
He's shooting days before, so how?
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, it was just, but I could get, but I know that we were getting, set video and photos from, somebody who just like got a drone apparently and just was flying over. But then I just went, why would he be riding a motorcycle like that? And it's like, I mean, I'm kind of curious of what do they call his bike? They call it because it's like, he rides in space with it, but what do they call that bike? Yeah, they call it specifically something. I forgot.
In the meantime.
Yeah. But of course it's like one of those, it's like literally like, it's one of those where the handlebars are up here. It's got the long, front tire, whatchamacallit. So, and when I looked at that, I was like, yeah, space. It's like a space hog.
Is it space hog? Wow, that was just a random guess I made. I would. Is
that what it's called?
Space hog or not? That's funny.
That's all I've always referred to it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I know. But at first, but then I started asking, like, I was DMing. I was like, do you know if this is real? I knew the Robert Downey Jr. one was bullshit.
Totally.
That was so bad.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was him at first. I'm like, what is that supposed to be? Oh, I was like, oh, okay, that's supposed to be him as Dr. Doom. That's no. I mean, the suit doesn't look that bad, but everything else. I mean, the hair, the beard. I'm like, no. They ain't doing anything like that. And I don't know if they're not gonna have the arc reactor in his chest for Doom. That'd be a little too on the nose, I think.
They could do that because that's the way they describe when you do Marvel Multiverse. Certain things are going to happen no matter what. There are certain things that are going to happen. That's the way. I'm not. That's just the way they've written it. So that could very well be the arc light on his chest.
There was a book where Iron Man and Doom traded bodies.
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah,
there
I
was,
remember hearing about
but
that. Yeah.
their suits remained largely the same.
Okay.
But I don't know, honestly, what they're going to do with Doom. Especially after that Fantastic Four trailer, that was very.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that too. Yeah.
Very inspiring. But as far as that Doom leak picture goes, the minute I saw it, I was like, "Yeah, that's bullshit."
Yeah,
a friend of mine was like, "Oh, is this real?" And I was like, "No."
Yeah. Huh? And you don't, and I want to point out, Phil, you don't need a scooper to tell you that.
No, I don't. I've seen, I've had people send me stuff about Jeff Snyder being butthurt about not being able to see Sinners early.
Oh, I love that.
I laugh.
I laughed at that too.
That's wild.
Good.
Yeah, I talked about that on Wednesday because there was a clip going around where he was talking about how Sinners got mixed reviews with test screenings and that Warner Brothers is worried about it and stuff like that. And then it's just kind of funny because, just the way that it's getting glowing reviews. I mean, I'm not saying that maybe it could have gotten mixed reviews in the screen, but at the same time.
Now I really wish I would have seen it before.
Yeah.
When you say test screenings, do you mean an advanced screening or a test screening? Because
I don't know.
No, they had it. I was invited to at least two.
Okay, because I know that we didn't get any advanced screenings here this week. But
I was invited to a test screening in November of last year here in Vegas.
Results don't mean shit to me because they're taken out of context. They're not there for that. They're there it's a developmental process. So when people tell me stuff about test screening, I automatically tune them out. It's like that loud that Charlie Brown teacher sound, because that's not what that's for. You know what I mean? Now an advanced screening, that's different because that's the movie. But test screenings are, I don't know. I don't think they're for the audience's consumption in that matter. But people get all wound up about them. So.
But yeah, it was funny.
At least neither you nor Austin lied about going to a test screening. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. No, it's fine. But then I remember seeing the tweet. I saw the tweet that he said he didn't get invited to his
in advance.
And then I went like, hey, maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a reason why you didn't get that. Maybe they're not liking. Studios are kind of going like, hey, we don't like it when people like start giving away secrets and then shitting on things that we're doing.
Well, like you said, he's just a note. Like that video made the rounds this week. I saw it on Twitter where he's on Campy or whatever, or whoever he goes. Not Campy.
It's Roca.
Roca. And he's going. They're talking sinners, and he just goes, I'm hearing it up. And then 90. What is it like? The closest movie to 100%.
It's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah,
I wanted more of it. That's the thing. Is the only fault I have with that movie is they opened up so many boxes that I really wanted to go into all of them. That villain, I want more. I want more of that villain because there was so much to that villain. They only touched
Jack O'Connell. Yeah, okay, so let's do some Sinners talk. I know not everybody's seen it, and we won't talk spoilers. Phil, did you see it? You didn't see it, right?
I see it next. I'm doing a fucking marathon next week, so I have Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith on Saturday, and then Friday, either later on that Saturday or maybe even Sunday. It's probably going to be a double bill of The Accountant and Sinners.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be busy next weekend.
Now we won't talk any spoilers, but I mean, you guys have heard what you're saying right there, William, is like, I mean, that's what I really appreciated about that movie is that there's so much development of the characters and development of that time period. And then there's questions that you're left with. And I mean, that villain and how all that starts, how all the vampire stuff starts, there's a lot of like going, wait, how did that all, there's questions when it comes to that. And not to mention, again, when it comes to music, there's jazz, there's blues. It's a focal point of the music, but there's also folk music from the Whiteys.
The guy was Irish, so he was doing an Irish march.
Yes, the Irish march. Dude.
There's one scene in there that I really can't say because it will spoil in regards to music. But I thought that was kind of cool because it was consistent to what they were saying, and the music that how it played a part in the whole movie. He kind of visualized it. I like I said, the violence was great, but it was placed. It moved. It starts out kind of slow, but once it picks up, it starts out slow for a reason because you got to get to know each of these people. And the setting, being black, that setting kind of pissed me off. It's 1933, so it's not like it's yesterday, but wow, I wanted some of those people to die immediately. Like, immediately. There was one guy in particular, I'm like, you need to die. I hope you're not a guest appearance. I need to see you die. There's a couple people in there. And the setting, obviously, it's Mississippi. It's Delta, Mississippi in 1933, which is like, sundown territory where the Klan, if you were riding around in black, they came after you. So, he illustrated that, to the point where it was kind of uncomfortable. But it was, like I said, the way it turned out, I was satisfied.
Oh yeah.
Without spoiling it. But yeah, it was, I think this is his second best movie after Black Panther.
Well, okay.
I think that, because Wakanda Forever was not a bad movie, but it was poor decision making that really made the movie nearly unwatchable for me. Yeah. I don't go to the movies for a funeral. And that's what he gave me with Wakanda Forever. So that's what hurt that movie. But this is his, to me, and Black Panther is an epic, but this to me is right there as far as like, I sat there and there's a post-credit scene. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Very good one.
I totally didn't even know.
There were people leaving. I was telling people, hey, sit down.
I didn't know there was a post-credit scene. I had no idea. I was like, God damn.
I didn't even bother looking. Like sometimes I'll go to like as the credits start to roll. I didn't even think because I don't expect that from Coogler outside of Marvel. So when it happened, I'm glad how he did the credits at that point. I was just liking the music, so I was going to stick around anyways. So it just worked.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't leave till the lights come on. But yeah, and the way the movie, the third act is really, you can't really take a minute off from this movie because everything means something else to the movie all the way through to the end. And that last scene I thought was really cool. Michael B. Jordan is
powerhouse.
I'm not going to say this. This might be my favorite Michael B. Jordan film.
I think this is one of his best performances.
Yeah, he's not been in a movie that I don't like. To be honest with you, I can't think of a movie that I've seen with him I don't like.
I can agree with that.
This was my favorite one.
Well, Fantastic Four, Fan Four Stick.
You know what?
He wasn't the problem with that movie.
Making it a Fantastic Four movie was the problem with that movie, not him. But yeah, there was he's playing two different characters, two different twin brothers, and they're different. They're different. They approach things differently. The premise I thought was cool. The World War I veterans and you know, and where they were coming from, and where the whole South thing was good. The sound score was good. The music was not overwhelming, but it was, like I said, there really wasn't a weak part of the movie other than the fact that you got to know some characters, and then it's like, okay, the movie's over. It's like it's like I said, there's one that villain needed to be. I could have dealt with another 20-something odd minutes going to him when he starts doing his, I won't say it, but he starts doing certain things. And you're like, okay, this guy is much deeper than what you're seeing in this movie.
Yeah, he's not just like some villain of like, hey, I'm just gonna freaking bite everybody and spread this whole thing. There was like something behind, and that's a Jack O'Connell.
The reason was great.
Jack O'Connell.
Yeah. Jack O'Connell, which
I also love the idea of that. Like one of the big, I want to see it too. Is I know you mentioned earlier, Haley Steinfeld is great and stuff, but her return to the kind of like Western. She started with True Grit. That was her very first.
Never heard her cuss this much.
Yeah. Oh, dude. The first things out of her mouth are filthy.
Oh,
yeah.
Just to let you know.
Oh, God. Yeah,
I'm sure RJ enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's graphic. I mean, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, the conversations there is like, oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah. This is Bumblebee Girl?
Oh, hello.
This is the Bumblebee Girl, he said.
She was, I mean, like the minute you see her, and all throughout, she's like kind of sleazy, but kind of cool.
She's
very believable as a character.
So I know I haven't seen it. Oh, go, Chris.
I was saying she is not a damsel in distress by any stretch of the imagination.
No, the trailer kind of gives that away.
Well, I'm not even talking about that part. I'm just talking about like the character before what you're mentioning in the trailer.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like I said, when she said that first line to him, but you so and so and didn't have a problem, I'm like, whoa. They went to G rating.
Ooh, yeah. I'm like, oh,
the general admission rating went away as soon as you see her.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed it. I could see more of this. I like everybody said, oh, we don't need a sequel. I want a sequel. I don't need a sequel of this, but I want more of this world he introduced.
There could be a spinoff.
Yeah.
There could be a spinoff. They very much, there could be more to this world that they could definitely.
That's what I was going to ask. Is like, do you guys think that this could turn into kind of its own original IP type thing?
Once you watch the movie, you will understand. Like, okay, not necessarily a sequel, but there can be an expansion of the world for sure.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I feel like that's something that Abdi and DeLuca probably banked on when they brought him on when they
for sure
okayed this. You'd have to imagine. So, like,
he gave him the rights in 25 years. He gets the rights back to this.
Yeah,
in 25 years, which is they looked at that and but hey, they were supposed to be fired, weren't they? Never mind.
They're evil people. What are we talking about? Hey, we got somebody else joining right now. Oh,
hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, looking guy out there.
Not the oldest one on the screen. I love it when he comes along.
Wow.
Hey, Ben, can you blow him up real quick?
Can you what?
Can you blow Ben up real quick?
Yeah, blow him up.
Yeah, Ben,
like,
give him a quick.
Like,
hey,
there we go.
Hey, listen, you hear me, Ben? You hear me?
Yeah, I can
Fuck
hear
you
you.
for looking that good. All right, fuck you for looking that good and being older than me. I understand black don't crack, but you're not even bending, and it's pissing me off.
Yeah.
That Latino skin, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm mixed, so.
You've got that mix, you know. Sometimes a mix can be pretty good. I mean, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I
even
guess so.
with
Yeah,
my nana, like even like to the days where she passed away, you
Yeah.
would have not have guessed she was 92. I
Right.
mean, Jesus Christ,
long
that
life.
woman. I never like my nana like the whole time that I knew her till she passed away. I'm like, she just looked exactly the same. I'm like, she just never aged. And she, I remember like 2 years ago on her birthday. I mean, we were still dancing. We were still doing, you know, everything on her birthday when she turned 90. She was just up and dancing with everybody. And it was just like crazy. That woman was just, yeah, full of life. But thanks for joining, Ben. You saw Sinners also, right?
Yes, I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
I we're not talking spoilers, right?
No, we're not going to do spoilers because Phil and Austin haven't seen it.
Yeah,
so,
I love that movie. I love Ryan Coogler. All the little elements of folklore that he used in his film are just perfectly placed, and he created I think probably his best work since Fruitvale Station. Because I don't think I wouldn't put those Wakanda Forever was shitty. I agree with William. No, I agree 100%. Black Panther was probably one of the best comic book movies ever made, but I don't think it's his best work. I think Fruitvale Station is still his best work. I feel the passion and the hunger in that film, and I think this is just him arriving as a director, as a storyteller. So I thought this was.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, and that's what was cool about it. It's like I didn't realize. Oh, like, oh yeah, this was his first original movie because Fruitvale Station, of course, is based on a true story.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So and then of course he goes into Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, and so yeah, it's just and then of course the Creed movies. So it's all IP.
Yeah.
And he did a great job with all of that, of course. Like not like I said, Wakanda Forever, like what William said, it just came out at a bad time and some bad decisions were made, not by him.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's like, it just that's probably his weakest movie, I would say, because specifically it was a shitty, I mean, the MCU has been on that down, and then of course with the whole, with Chadwick passing away,
that Chadwick thing, I think really that was.
When you decided to not recast, I thought that hurt the movie. And here's the thing: every decision that a director or producer makes should be an advancement of the story. And I thought that if you didn't want to do the movie, then don't do it or take more time off. But not recasting him, I thought hurt the movie because everything in that movie was there to rise to the level of T'Challa, and it couldn't. Even Namor, when Namor rose to the point where he was of his importance in the movie, he needed someone else there, and she wasn't it. And everything in that movie, I mean, Angela Bassett was great; she got robbed, but everything else in that movie, it was missing. There was a hole in that movie, and when I'm watching it, the sense of dread, I'm like, I came here to be entertained, and I'm literally, I almost wanted to get up and walk out. Not because it was low quality that I was seeing, but it was like, dude, I felt like I was awake, and it was like that's not what I go.
It was a joyless movie, yeah.
Well, and I think too, like a big thing was like you said, if you see the first Black Panther movie, they're setting her up to eventually be it. It was just that rush of like, that didn't feel that was supposed to happen until like third, fourth,
and even that part of a movie. I wouldn't see her getting a whole movie. I would see her getting part of a movie. But I always ask the question of this: whatever you were going to do the day before Chadwick Boseman passed away, that's what you need to do. Now you change your time, obviously, let people mourn. But here's the thing: listen, even this includes myself. When I go, this world is going to keep spinning. People I know that I work with have passed away either tragically by old age or by disease, and we eventually go back to work because Chadwick Boseman, it wasn't about Chadwick Boseman, it was about the Black Panther. Everybody in that movie is there, either from the catering all the way up to the star, to the director, everything is there for the story. And once you start putting things ahead of your story, then you get Wakanda Forever. And there was no reason for that. I mean, you had some of the greatest talent in the world making a follow-up movie to one of the best comic book movies ever made.
Yeah, and then just the fact, I mean, I get like, they want to respect him, and he was a great soul. He was a great person. He was hiding the illness, and it sucks. And he was very talented individual. But at the same time, his brother even said, "Oh no, Chadwick would have totally said recast."
Yeah.
I mean,
brother and his wife.
It was an emotional decision by everybody.
Yeah, but I think Marvel Studios and everybody were just like, "Oh, we can't do that." It's like, nah. I mean, there's still a way to honor him, even if you have somebody else that is playing the character.
In loving memory of Chadwick Boseman at the beginning of the movie and at the end of the movie.
Show like a montage behind.
Hey, Black Folks, we don't have how many we have. How many headlining superhero movies, modern superhero movies, do we have?
Captain America.
We got 2. And one of them's a stand-in for another Captain. Okay.
Yeah,
so
for another Captain. Yeah.
2. So I don't even need to say a count on 5 fingers. We got 2. You don't take anyone away. Damn.
Yeah.
And he did all that work to bring that character to prominence. I remember when we did our test screenings here for Black Panther when it comes out. Your demographics break up the usual ones. You'll have your 13%. We're 13% of the population, and that's generally how it works out when you do a test screening of any type of superhero. When we did the test screening for Black Panther, it was almost half of people of color, and they were dressed up. We had they were into it, and you could feel the pride in that. And that's the kind of work that he wanted to have carried on. I think it's kind of like you're killing him twice, because not only did you lose him, but the work stopped. What he did stop, where he carried the character stopped, and I thought that was a big mistake. And I understand the emotion behind it, but at the same time, it's a business, and like I said, you got coworkers that pass away. I got owners of companies that have passed away, and somebody picks up and somebody clocks in the next day. It might sound cold, but it is the way.
No, I know it's not. You're not kind of cold. I mean, he had his movie. He got introduced in Civil War, which he stole the screen when he was on the screen. Infinity War. He also, he had kind of like a scene stealer a little bit, when he showed up at the end there, and he had some moments too. So it's like, he had a lot of moments in there. I'm thinking of
Endgame when he comes through.
When he walked in, that was like a crowd cheering moment, even though Anthony Mackie he started
on your left. I thought that was cool.
It was cool, but it was just really cool when the portal opened up, and then
and you see all those Kandans there and all their technology.
That was cool. Yeah. Oh, looks like we lost Ben. But Chris, I did want to get your full review on Sinners.
Yeah, I think we're gonna there will be a day, and within the next, I'm just gonna shoot it out there, 5 to 10 years, that Ryan Coogler is gonna win an Oscar.
Yes.
It's just a question of when at this point. Him doing a horror movie, like, I'm not saying I would have, it's not necessarily something I would say of all like genres Ryan Coogler's do. Oh yeah, he could totally do horror. But him spending 2/3 of a movie, we said it earlier, character development. Like, horror movies aren't necessarily known for their character development, like in the sense of story at that point. Not many of them are. And we always joke around in the sense of, do I really care if these characters die? Like, he spent time not just with our main cast, but supporting cast that, hey, I cared about either one way or another, whether they lived or died in this whole thing. I mean, I almost would have loved to meet someone who never saw one trailer for this, and then the reveal about the vampire aspect of it, just to see exactly their reaction. I mean, again, you watch this movie, you don't know it's a vampire movie until we get introduced to our main vampire.
Yeah, that's why I gave it the comparison to like From Dusk Till Dawn, because you watch that movie. I mean, Tarantino specifically wrote that to be, when you see Clooney and Tarantino, the two brothers in that that convenience store. And then they're on the road, and then they end up, basically taking hostage of Harvey Keitel and his family. You wouldn't even think this was a vampire movie either. And there's a lot of development of story until they end up at this crazy bar, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, there's a bunch of vampires here. And that's what I was even telling my dad. I was like, because I think he's seen From Dusk Till Dawn, but he couldn't remember. And I was like, that's what was really cool. And I'm like I just would not be surprised if Coogler had some inspiration from that. And that's why I love From Dusk Till Dawn so much, not just because Selma Hayek, but
who still looks like that today.
Yeah,
I know.
I know, right?
That whole scene with the snake.
all natural, all natural.
She is a vampire in real life.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, that's what's cool about, and that's what Tarantino wrote and Robert Rodriguez executed. But you got Coogler here just taking it up a notch because this is now, we're going to take it back to the 30s. We're going to take it back to a
witchcraft element.
Well,
the witchcraft element. There's a witchcraft element too, which is really cool.
Because you don't even know. Like I said, there are other things that these things could be as they're trying to figure it out, and the way they figure it out, they figure out. Yeah. This might be, and I was thinking about this because I watch a lot of vampire movies. Some of them are really crappy, and some of them are really good. I'm gonna have to think about it in a couple of days. This might be one of my favorite vampire movies because way they introduced and the history they gave the vampire element to it was, other than 30 Days of Night, where they give a little bit of history, but there's no romance, there's nothing, there's just people just getting the shit ripped out of them.
Well, the things that he was saying, what's the name of the main vampire? Because I think
that was not his name.
But because he was saying
O'Connell's character,
he was saying a couple of things that made me feel that it was not about the vampire. That there was a message on the
Remick.
Yeah,
that's what his name is.
So everything that he delivered, it was with an intent to tell something to the audience, and that's what I gathered. I was like, I was watching that. I was never thinking, oh, this is a great vampire movie. It was something more. Like there is some layers to it that need to be peeled back, because it's just stuff that he says, stuff that the Lindo said, stuff that what's her name?
Stanfield.
A couple of things she said. I was like, oh, this is not just about a vampire thing. I think there's more to
the freedom. It's all about freedom in a dark, twisted way.
Especially as they're calling out, like Remick's calling out everything in the sense of, you think they're going to let you have this?
Exactly. I already knew they were coming. Yeah. I mean, without.
Well, yeah, that was the person at the beginning of the movie that I really needed to see go away.
Yeah.
But when he comes up to him, because obviously it's segregated South.
Yes.
And here's this vampire, and he's talking to them about, I can hear heaven on earth, and he's literally making an argument for vampires, which is fucking awesome. I don't see that. He's making a legitimate offer for vampirism, because the black community and what you're going through in 1933 Black America was like, you've already been left for dead. He actually says that in the trailer. You've been left for dead.
Well,
and then he starts making his case, and it was like, you know what?
Even the use of music and the theme throughout what music is to the community and the history behind it and what it has been used for good, or as they hint towards in the sense of like evil spirits at that point. And it is very prevalent throughout, just, me being a white person, not necessarily, but a student of history, how important it is, music from the beginnings to now, of being thought of as especially that sequence in the barn. That was just wild. But like you said, William, earlier, it works. It works for what they were trying to weave.
That was really. Listen. There's so many things he did in this movie, so many risks that if they went wrong would have fucked this movie up.
Yeah.
But they all worked.
Including
that one scene where I'm like, "Are you serious?" But then I'm like, "Oh, of course," because of how they explained it. Of course.
And the way, talking about that, to piggyback off that, there is a section, which I'm not going to go in detail, but Delroy Lindo is giving a story.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, and then you hear the sound design in the background playing. It's like, oh my God, this is so fucking.
It's so good. And then, like, the music too is like, it's again, it's not just one genre of music. And I love the fact that there's different genres of music. And then even like when it comes to the score, I mean, there's times where I'm just hearing just electric guitar, just like riffs, and I'm going, Jesus Christ, this
power chords. They had power chords.
Yeah, there was power chords. So I was like going, and then there's actual score, and I'm like, I think what's his name who won the Academy Award?
Oh, he works with Nolan a lot. What's his name? Did he do the
I think he helped with this, or
Oppenheimer.
he was.
He won.
The
Academy
Oppenheimer
Award
guy,
for
right?
Oppenheimer. Yes.
Yeah.
Ludwig Göransson.
Yeah. He was the guy who was leading the. Yeah, and there's just such a good blend. I mean, the soundtrack. I'm fucking gonna pick this thing up for Jesus Christ.
Yep.
It's like one of the. I mean, if this doesn't get nominated for at least that, it should get nominated for maybe, cinematography. Again, there was a lot of like tracking shots.
Oh yeah.
Did you see who he thanked at the end of it? He thanked Nolan.
Oh, of course.
Nolan he's done a lot of talking with him about camera work and things like that. So I mean,
these were the second camera, the second time that the cameras that were used for Oppenheimer. This is the second film. Yeah,
and so he, especially in these interviews, he's talking a lot of, where's Steven when you need him? The amount of camera talk he's done through some of these interviews. I mean.
I know
that IMAX explanation video that he did. I absolutely love where he just breaks down the this is 35, this is 60, this is
aspect ratios.
You can hear the passion. You can hear the passion in the man, and that's why I'm like, okay, especially after seeing this and seeing that video and just hearing him in interviews, I'm going, okay. Now, Ryan Coogler, you're at the top of my list of when I see your name attached to something, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I was already excited before because you were already building it up, but now after watching what he could do with something original that he came up with, that he added, again, fresh blood, pardon the pun, to the fucking vampire genre. And when I was reminded that, oh yeah, his next project he's going to be, rebooting X-Files. I'm like,
that's great.
Fine. I mean, I love the X-Files, and you are now becoming one of my favorites.
The hardest project he has. If there's anything that he may stumble with, it's going to be that, simply because
it might be.
What X-Files is, it depends on what he's going to do. Because even X-Files themselves tripped over their own dicks when it came to how they wrapped up the last 5 years of that series. The first 4 years of X-Files are some of the best TV you'll ever see. The last 4 to 5 episodes, it was like, man, it was really bad, because once the dog catches the car, it's time to switch out the dog, and they didn't do that in the right way with X-Files. So, and also X-Files was a product of its time. I don't know if any other time and place other than the mid '90s if X-Files would have been successful. Fox tried to cancel. Fox did everything they could during those first 2 seasons to try to cancel X-Files, and it didn't work. And then ultimately it ends up being following up Simpsons on Sunday night. So
I remember David Duchovny said he didn't think it was going to last. He was like, "Oh yeah, there's no way this thing's going to last."
Deep Throat saved it, and that's going to get clipped. I don't. The episode, the Erlenmeyer Flash and Deep Throat, those episodes when they started to feature the Cancer Man, and it started to become pop culture. Yeah. And this was before everybody had the internet like that, and that's what caught on. And then the letter writing campaigns, because when you wanted to save a show in 1993, 1994, you couldn't email nobody, you couldn't tag anybody. You had to literally call up the place, or you had to send. And that's what they did, because Fox wanted to cancel everything science fiction that they could. They didn't care. As long as they had NASCAR and sports and football, they didn't care. So they were going to cut it, but then it got ratings, and it was on a Friday night. So I don't know if you can It's like certain things have an era that is as much a part of what it was as anything. So it's going to be interesting to see, because, like I said, he hasn't failed me yet. But man, that's the toughest one.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Yeah, X-Files was an interesting, because once David Duchovny actually left, I remember when the season, where Robert Patrick came in, and then of course Gillian Anderson was going to leave, and then they brought in Annabeth Gish, and then they
brought in Mimi Rogers too, and that was
they were trying to do something where they were like, hey, let's slowly replace, and then it's like, no, this is not working. And then of course finally Duchovny came back to wrap up the initial thing, and then of course when they did the revival, it was like, okay, this is cool. But yeah,
it's not 1993 no more.
Yeah, it didn't feel the same. And then some of the things that when everybody was going, well, where are we going to get answers with it? Okay, so that was that. Okay, it just, I don't know. It didn't.
Well, we got all the answers. That's the thing that killed the show for me, is we got the answers to the aliens. He got the answers, so they needed to go off into the sunset, give me 2 other people, and they need to be going after other things like serial killers and other things. The Alien book was written and done, and they kept it going for 5 years. And I'm like, wow, you guys canceled Firefly after 2 minutes? and you kept X-Files, a show that you originally did everything you could to cancel, on for 5 years longer than it should have been. So that's ironic how that works out. But yeah, X-Files is a 4-season show. Once you see the red and the black, that episode, turn it off.
Yeah, I mean,
Turn it off.
the thing about X-Files, what was good about it is like they had their initial story, but it was very much an anthology type of show, because then you'd have these, you could have these cases where they're just going to these random things that have nothing to do with the overall story. But then, of course, when they jump back to the whole aliens and government cover-up stuff like that, that's where it was like, oh, now we're back to this. But what was also interesting was when they have some random story where Scully goes on vacation and we get a fucking episode written by Stephen King, and there's a possessed doll that she comes across, and it ends up being like a really freaky, weird episode, and it's a great episode, but it had nothing to do with the initial story. They just had
Fluke, man. There's a lot. The best episodes of X-Files that you'll ever see. If you have never watched X-Files and you are always wondering about what the show is, what everybody's ever talking about, Season 4, episodes 17 and 18, Tempest, Fugit, and Max. Those are the two best X-Files episodes that were ever done.
Which one was that about?
That was when Max, the weirdo alien abductee guy, he's on the plane trying to get that alien piece back to Mulder.
That's right. Yes.
And the plane gets taken down, and it's a 2-part episode. You do not need to know anything about X-Files to pick up on that show. If you watch those 2 episodes, you can go anywhere you want in the series. Don't go past season 4, but you can go back to seasons 1, 2, and 3. But Tempest, Fugit, and Max are the 2 best episodes of X-Files, and they made it so that anybody could come in and watch those 2 episodes and completely understand why he does what he does, why the importance of the people around him. When people die, they're not just numbers. They're when the Cancer Man was killing people and making them disappear, they weren't just statistics. So watch those 2 episodes, and those are the 2 best episodes of X-Files.
Yeah, word. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hey, we got Paul joining right now. What's going
on,
guys?
Paul? Well, I've been better. I'm getting my house ready for the market, and for some reason, there was poison oak oil in some of my clothes that I was moving, so I now have it on my neck and on my arm. It's a good time, yeah.
Oh my God! Wow. Well, happy Friday to you too.
yeah, it was great. No,
not a good Friday. It sounds.
Yeah,
no. It's I've had worse Fridays, but yeah, no, I've been in better spirits. No, I'm doing okay though. I saw Sinners and it was terrific. Ooh. And I'm with William. I don't know how Coogler is going to approach X-Files. I never really followed the show too much. I know a little bit about it, obviously, because pop culture osmosis. But I think that'd be interesting for him to take on. But Sinners has been probably one of the best movies I've seen this year so far, for sure. And I definitely felt influence on this from John Carpenter, but I'm also a huge fan of Robert Rodriguez, and a buddy of mine and I him talk about often. But this is I looked into it later with IMDb trivia, and I guess Coogler said his 2 biggest influences on this movie were From Dusk Till Dawn, obviously, but then another one which I always consider to be extremely underrated because it's clearly influenced by John Carpenter, but The Faculty.
Oh, The Faculty. Okay. I was thinking like you were going to go vampires with James Woods. I was like,
no, vampires is awesome though.
It's not a bad. It actually is it's a good vampire movie. I will say, if you haven't watched it, James Woods vampires, it's actually not bad. Not bad. Anyways, yeah.
I think I could be mistaken, but I also think the actor who plays Terry Silva in Karate Kid is also like
he's the main villain.
He's the main vampire.
Yeah. But The Faculty was always one of my favorite Robert Rodriguez movies, and it's not talked about always enough, but it's definitely like his homage to John Carpenter, like clearly influenced from like The Thing and stuff like that. And I think if you guys don't know, Rodriguez himself was influenced to become a filmmaker because he saw Escape from New York when he was like a little kid in theaters, and that like made him want to be a filmmaker and stuff. So it's really just weird. It's like John Carpenter to Rodriguez to now Ryan Coogler. It's just like one giant trajectory, and all very talented guys, all doing like very different things, but clearly like influenced by one another and stuff. But this was just really a terrific movie. A lot of allegory, obviously, which I love when it's used correctly and done with its own flair and its own style and everything. But yeah, it's got a great cast. It's a terrific environment. There's I don't think there was a moment in the movie that I was like bored the entire way or anything like that. Like it's very well paced. One scene kind of goes into the next. It's I mean, everyone's been praising it through the roof, so there's really not much else to really say other than
it's hard. Like, what else can you add to it? Because everybody's just going, "Hey, now."
I will say, I mean, nowadays it's not as much of a huge feat because of how technology is. But obviously Michael B. Jordan is just one actor, but him playing Smoke and Stack is done. Yeah, it's done very, very well in how it's filmed, to the point where I forget sometimes that it's not like just one actor playing two different parts, basically.
My dad was confused. He was like, "Wait, that's the same guy?" Well, yeah, that is. He was confused. He was like, at first, he was like, we show he's like, he leaned over. He's all, so Michael B. Jordan is just, and it was like, it's both guys. Oh, okay. I was like, God damn it. Yeah. He totally was like, because it's so seamless. It's crazy how it is.
You don't even think about it, but like I think even the first shot of them, or shot of him playing the brothers, is literally they're in the same shot and they're passing off like a joint
cigarette
to one another. Cigarette while they're waiting. It's
I mean, like the camera moves, they interact, they touch each other. Everything is just because before you could spot it pretty easily because sometimes the lighting can look a little off. There's just something that might just be just a little bit off. I mean, but it's so funny because you can go back to, Batman, Back to the Future Part 2. Right. You could go back to those days where Robert Zemeckis really was starting to, I mean, they had the split screen stuff before with like The Parent Trap and other movies where you just you just couldn't cross the line. But Robert Zemeckis, he like really amped it up, because if you go back and watch Back to the Future 2, you could see it's actually pretty cool. I actually recommend anybody to just do that and just pay attention to the scenes where the two Martys, or Marty and Marty Jr., interact with each other, or old Doc and young Doc would have that one scene. There's always something that divides it. They were very crafty on how they pulled off, handing things to each other or grabbing the hat off the head. You could see a little bit of things. You could see the seams for sure, but it was back in 86, 87. I mean, it was pretty good. And then I think it got amped up pretty well when it came to a movie that a lot of people has not seen and should, is Multiplicity with fucking
that is so good.
I love that movie so much. That's like one of my favorite Michael Keaton movies. And if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor. Yes.
A good guy.
And that really upped it too. And this is Harold Ramis that directed that as well. And it's such a great movie because then you have 4 Michael Keatons in one shot, and there's tons of interacting. It's so freaking good. But it just kept getting better and better and better to now where it's just like, my dad he kept on making comments. He just goes, "How are they doing that?" He's like, "But I can't even." It's like, he was so impressed by that. Like, it was funny. And then of course after, when we're eating dinner, he's like, I was like, "How are they even doing that? Like, it just doesn't even make sense." I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's flawless now. Like, the camera can move, the camera can go in and out of focus, and it's like it's like." Yeah, it's great. I actually kind of want to see like how they I know they, there's a lot of like, they could put a face on another actor, and I'm sure, the stand-in for Michael B. Jordan is probably, a stand-in he uses all the time, probably has the same build, same height, same everything, where it makes it a lot easier. And of course they could put the dots on his face and they just kind of do the face swap thing or whatever the heck in certain things. But I mean, it's gotten so much better. I mean, I remember when that Will Smith movie came out a few years ago. When they made that
movie.
Yeah. What was that called?
Gemini Man.
Yeah. But it was cool, but I think what you could see the seams in that a little bit because they were making them look younger. Right. So it wasn't terrible. I didn't think it was that. I actually didn't think that movie was all that bad. It just didn't really make but anyways. Yeah, someone said it's Social Network when it came to.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's true. The
Hammer.
Winklevoss brother.
Yeah. So I mean, that was also. I mean, and that was something.
That one I didn't know they weren't twins.
Because nobody knew who Armie Hammer was.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
Or a cannibal, who'd tell?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That's
God.
good.
Semantics.
Nobody knew about his kinks quite yet.
No, but I like
one way to call it.
Yeah.
I liked also the simple things that they do with the twin aspects is like, Smoke and Stack, Smoke wears blue, Stack wears red.
And he's also
Little things,
smoking a lot too. Yeah.
but you can indicate because Stack has the gold teeth, and I think I'm not. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's indicated too that his dad knocked out his teeth when he was probably a kid
that's
or
why he
something,
killed
and
his dad.
Yeah, that's why he killed him.
We gave him
So
shit
they
away.
established that. And that's what's cool too, because I mean they look alike, but then there's like the differences, and even Michael B. Jordan plays them differently because Stack is more of like he's more of a hey, I'm just kind of like whatever, go with the flow, and Smoke is more of the serious type. That's why he's always smoking. You always see him, he's smoking and he's looking around, and he's always he's the more serious one, which I thought was cool.
Yeah. Well, Stack seems to be the one too that like always is edging towards danger almost all the time. He's probably mouthing off more to his dad, and that's why he got hit probably when he was younger. He's clearly always the one getting in fights. Even their in terms of like the allegory and being in the South, even their relationships are more like Smoke is going for his wife who's traditionally
No spoilers, no spoilers.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to get too much into it, but but the other thing is like Stack's relationship is much more controversial and much more all that kind of stuff. So it's like it's this whole different dynamic and everything. But no, what I like though is that they're very Michael does such a good job. You can start to tell after a while like which one is which just by their body language and their personas and stuff like that too, which is really, really cool. I'm trying to think. A lot of people are also making jokes because we're all talking comic books and stuff. But I guess the actor Delroy Lindo, who's
Delroy Lindo,
he is the old man drunk. I guess I think I don't know this for sure. You guys would know better than I would. I think he was supposed to play a version of Whistler in the MCU Blade movie, and then that didn't end up happening and stuff. So
he kind of equated it to as a Marcus Garvey type of character, which is interesting.
Okay, well, either way, the fact that like there's this running joke now that like Coogler is just like, all right, I'm going to bring him over here and do my own vampire movie, like all this type of stuff, But yeah, like this goes to show too. Like I'm so glad that this is like R-rated. It's very, very adult. But it's really funny too because there's been so many different articles and reviews, and I just saw a video about Spike Lee praising the hell out of the movie and stuff. And it's a movie that made him so happy. He like got up and did like a little dance during the interview because he was just like. But he was saying this thing, and the interviewers were agreeing. It's not just a horror movie. It's not just this one silent genre. It's got a lot of different things going on. They also compared it to the same feeling they had when they were watching like Get Out. Like Get Out is a horror movie, but there's many other things going on in that film. It's not just one particular thing.
There's more layers to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I like that. I like the fact that like, there's so much more to take away from it. There's so much more that leaves you thinking about it even after the movie is over and done. And yeah, and I guess too, I want to give shout out. I don't know the name of the actor off the top of my head, but the guy, the actor that plays the kid guitarist. I guess this is his first movie and stuff, and he does.
Oh, yeah, you'll see him a lot.
Yeah,
very talented.
He was the heart of the movie. I never heard of him before.
Yeah.
But he was from the beginning to end because it starts with him and then ends with him. Without giving anything away.
Don't give anything away. But it's
even if you've seen the first 5 minutes of the movie, you can kind of guess that it's going to come back to this or whatever the case is. But like,
that's where the sinner comes from because of the relationship.
I also wanted to preface one more thing too, or two things that I noticed. this was said, if you guys haven't mentioned this, the looks of the vampires, which I thought was very well done and very creepy and very scary, because up close it's even creepy, but like it's more from when they're at a distance, and then it's that eye glow and everything. I was just like, that's so well done, and I'm like, I wonder what got him, what compelled him to do that. And then I'd heard of this, I'd heard this reference, but I looked into it, and apparently he got the idea from watching Puss in Boots: The Last Witch.
I saw that too.
Yeah. Yeah. So I love it. You can take inspiration from. I mean, I've heard that movie is actually very good by itself, but taking inspiration from that, I think, is really, really cool. What was the other thing? It wasn't Puss in Boots. I can't remember now. Hold on. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I've lost it.
Maybe
It's
it'll
gone.
come back, but
you'll get to it.
But I like that Ryan, can take inspiration from pretty much anywhere, and like do that, type. It's this. I love the fact that we can, get something like Nosferatu from the year before, very, very gothic, traditional Victorian horror movie. The old school vampire kind of film. In modern day, and then we also get this, because it's just like it's. But again, going back to that old school
but it's
vampire,
a different experience. I thought about that too, but I was thinking, wait, no, this is from our perspective. This is the Black experience. This is how they would handle or encounter this situation, especially in that and during that era. So that's the way I look.
You know what?
at it.
I'm curious to, and I'm sure it'll happen one of these days. I'm curious to hear Quentin Tarantino's review of this movie. I have a feeling he's going to have a glowing review of this. I mean, just going back to From Dusk Till Dawn, obviously he wrote that movie and was a co-star in that movie. And, he approached the genre and gave some flavor to it. That's why From Dusk Till Dawn. And it's so funny because From Dusk Till Dawn, it's an iconic vampire movie. It's one of my favorite vampire movies. And it actually spawned, B-roll, sequels and a series on Sci-Fi Channel or something, which is funny. But that first, I mean, they weren't all great. I mean, I watched them and I'm like, okay, they made
Grindhouse horror.
It's whatever. Kind of reminded me of how Tremors was, because Tremors, the first one's so great, iconic. It's like the simple horror movie, and then they spawn sequels that they try to do something, and it's like whatever. But I'm just kind of curious. I'm wondering. You better believe that Tarantino has seen the movie, and now we just got to get him in an interview. Somebody's got to ask him, and then we got to hear what he thinks. Because I just think this is like Tarantino was probably like snapping his fingers during some of those things. I could just, oh my god, it's great. It's
he's no Alan Moore. He will praise this movie.
Yeah,
dude.
You could totally tell this this is right up Tarantino's alley. So,
I remember the thing that I was going to say.
You got it.
No. So this is a Warner Brothers movie and stuff, which I think is actually a good sign for this, because right away, and I don't know if any of you guys have read the comic, but there's the look of the vampires, especially. But when it's shown at the very early and it's shown towards the end of the movie, but after a while, especially the main vampire starts to grow essentially claw-like fingers. I don't know if it's particularly from just this comic or just they were just using a certain look, but it instantly reminded me of the American Vampire series by Scott Snyder and Raphael Albuquerque, who draws a lot of the book and everything. And I was like, man, if we can just get an American Vampire, like HBO Max TV series or something like that, which I think Scott would be on board for, like in this style, like we'd be off to the races. And speaking of sequels, I think Spike Lee, that interview that I saw, mentioned that I'll give props to Warner Brothers as much as I hate them. Like they actually like the fact that Ryan got this to be done in IMAX, got this to have different.
Bring that up again. Sorry, Chris. Bring that up again. Yeah. So
so good. Yeah, exactly. The same thing with those claws. The same like on that cover there. It's like very, very similar. And but Coogler, I don't know. I don't know how he pulled it off, like other than just the fact that he's, his work represents itself. But he was able to get Warner Brothers to do this on film. He was able to get 70mm projections in some places, in some theaters. I recommend seeing an IMAX, by the way, which I did see at the Jordan's IMAX in Reading, Mass, and the aspect ratio does change, and it's terrific. But it brings your focus like directly in from like a giant, huge like landscape photo IMAX, like where like the little car is going down through like the cotton fields and stuff, to then like panned in when they're back to like Club Juke and all this other stuff. But Ryan, on top of that, owns the rights to this movie. Like, this
25
is
years
his
from now.
IP.
No, 25
Yeah, I know,
years
right?
from now.
Yeah, so he's going to, if he wants to, he can come back at any point and come back to this universe and do another story
I
set
think he
in the
will.
Sinners universe. I hope he does. I mean, I want to see him do other
There's-
things. I want to see X-Files and see how that comes out. But
Yeah.
like, yeah,
That's a big thing
I mean,
right there, because
yeah, you
only
set a foundation.
Only Quentin Tarantino has the rights to his movies. And for them to, well, there was a bidding war for the script from many studios, and Warner Brothers was the one that won the bidding, and
They
in
needed
that bidding, they included to give him the rights 25 years after the movie's release.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's good. And like I said, I mean, what we were talking about, at the towards the beginning, is like the fact that he set a lot of things up where, there's a linear story here, sure, but at the same time, there's plenty to work with, like not maybe a direct sequel, but there's plenty to work with when it comes to expansion of the world that he basically set out right here. So we'll see. But let's talk about, before we start diving into Superman Day, we did have a Fantastic Four trailer. So kind of wanted to get everybody's opinion on that, and how we're feeling about now that, obviously we got the teaser before, and we got a little, hey, this is the tone, this is somewhat of the tone and everything, but this time we get some action, we get a lot of visual things, we finally get some stretchy action from Reed Richards, we get some clobbering time, we get a lot of things, we get some Silver Surfer. To me, I had to point out, I pointed out on Twitter, I was like, Silver Surfer needs a couple more renders, maybe a little more polishing, because I thought, I don't care. I know there's the whole thing, they gender swapped. I'm like, well, technically not, because there is a female Silver Surfer in the books that they're kind of referencing. But I just thought, the look, I don't know. Like when
I loved it.
Okay,
but coming up out of the fire, that one scene when
that was a cool shot.
Yeah.
That was cool when she's like riding like the way like she surfs in. I was like, cool. But it's just like when she's initially like talking, I was like, man, there needs to be a little bit more, I think. I don't know.
Have you read Earth X? Have you picked up Earth X?
No.
That's the way she's supposed to look.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish I had my copy here. I'm going to cover it tomorrow on our show. That's the way she's supposed to look. That's exactly that pitch of her silver. That's the way she looks at Silver Surfer. And so when I saw it on screen, I'm like, if you get come as close as you can and still tell your story. That's how I always feel. They've come a lot closer with this than I thought they were going to. I love the trailer. And when I get online to watch the trailer, I got the CGI professors and I kind of muted all that out. And I'm like, I just really, I really, like the way they made her look. Now, people were comparing it to the one from the Rise of the Silver Surfer, but there's a couple of different factors there.
Like
it's not the same Silver Surfer. B, that Silver Surfer is almost entirely in daytime. That chase with Johnny Storm was really cool. I did like that part of the movie.
Yeah,
the Smoke Galactus was lame, but everything about this trailer. This is the second trailer, by the way, because that first one was a full trailer. Everything about this trailer, I was already sold. It's my most anticipated movie of the year, but there was nothing in that trailer that dissuaded me. I mean, Galactus' giant feet running through. You actually get to see Galactus when Reed is doing the stretchy thing. If you look in that corner, that's Galactus knocking over that building. The whole 60s retro feel to it that before they, when they first announced the movie, I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I didn't know if I would like that. I love it. I really love this trailer. The only thing that was better this week for me was the Thunderbolts trailer. And I got to that late, but this I can't wait till July 27th.
What's
so funny?
No.
Did I do a 40-inch flip or something? And what's
no. Go on.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at the comments that we just shared. Yeah, the Alex Ross cover there. Yeah, from Earth X. That's really cool. I think Alex's Instagram also shared that like pretty much like right after the trailer dropped.
You like just 2 seconds after it was out, he had it there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So
But maybe it's just because the light. I know a lot of people were comparing it and everything, and some people are even comparing it to the T1000 from the Judgment Day, and I'm like, all right, that's okay, that's a little too far.
Yeah,
it's not. She's not liquid metal. I mean, she's just, it's not like that. I mean, I guess I don't know. It was some people were going way too far. I just felt like, maybe it just needs a couple more renderings. And, it very well could be that too. I don't know. And then of course I made the joke that, because everybody was doing the whole we like the saying out there that Zack Snyder's the blueprint when they show the thing pulling the ship, which of course people were acknowledging when you see Superman pulling the ship. And then I was like, okay, I see that. But then I was like, oh yeah, but then you have Reed, like debris falling and he's leaping on top of that. So then I was like, oh, Muschietta's the fucking blueprint. Obviously a joke to the Flash. And it's so funny because there's some people that took that fucking seriously. I'm like, come on. It's a joke. Come on. There are people that hate the Flash so much. And I'm going, relax, guys. Let's have some fun. You guys take this shit way too seriously. What are we doing? It's comic books.
There's also a clip or something in that trailer. I think Reed is saying something about I've been doing this, and they heard it out in space or whatever the case is, and that's kind of also some people made the reference to that. That's kind of like what happened with
how's
Dark
found?
Yeah,
how's that found? Cable?
I don't know. Just the idea of like he's coming and stuff like this big thing. Also a Kirby creation as well from space. Darkseid, Galactus, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean,
well, I'll even put out the theory that the way he says it, in the sense of it's not just here in the call, it's like he's stretched space and time. I'm putting out the theory that this isn't their Galactus. This is another Galactus from another area.
I think it's Franklin Richards.
Or it could be an alternative Franklin Richards in the back.
Well, I'm trying to think here because remind me from the Hickman run. Franklin Richards becomes so powerful that Galactus becomes his herald at one point.
Yeah,
correct?
the Celestials gang up on Galactus. Galactus knocks off one of them, and then they gang up on him, and they kill him. And Franklin Richards shows up, and it's hilarious. They start, their thought bubbles are like Omega level threat, and they're terrified of him. And he resurrects Galactus and makes him his herald, and then wipes out the rest of them. He's that powerful.
And in Earth X,
I think there's a paradox
happening. Galactus in Earth X.
Yes, he's Galactus in Earth X. That's why I think that's that story. I think something is going to happen where they cause between Doom, and I think Doom is in this movie. I'll bet anything you want that he's in this movie. He causes the collapse. He causes the collapse of this universe, and they have to flee this universe.
Yeah.
So I think I think between Doom and him,
not going to survive.
Because they come to the 616. They're not right now where they are. It's not.
They're in an alternate 1960 whatever.
You can already see the fact that it's like there's even a shot where where somebody in the public goes, are we going to be okay? And it looks like Reed Richards is like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. If Reed is saying that, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
And then when you see him doing the calculations on that big long, chalkboard, which we saw before, we see more of it again. It's like he is busting his ass to try to figure out how to save the world. And he goes, I think he just realizes, no, we're fucked. We're going to try all we can, but we're fucked.
I forgot about that. I wanted to take that whole math sequence they can throw into ChatGPT and ask if it made any sense.
No, probably not.
just for shits and giggles.
Oh, jeez.
I think the universe collapsing and Galactus are two different threats, by the way. I think the universe collapsing was its own story, and Galactus coming in is another part of the story. I don't think they are one and the same, from what I could tell. So there's something happening with the universe that is collapsing on its own, even without Galactus. But I think something happens with Galactus, the cosmic egg type of thing, to where he becomes part of the complete collapse of not just that universe, but other ones. And that's where they'll probably, then we got Loki sitting on his throne holding all the realities. So That's my theory, but like I said, they're using Earth X and the coming of Galactus. That seems to be their two backbones of the story. So looks
How
great.
do you feel about it, Phil? You've been too quiet.
Well, I didn't really get a chance to chime in because I haven't seen Sinners, but I don't really. I'm still kind of stuck on something from Wakanda Forever, but that's a different conversation. As far as Fantastic Four First Steps goes, this is probably my most anticipated comic book film of the year. I have waited for years for Marvel Studios to get the rights to Fantastic Four back, and I've always wondered how they would be integrated in the MCU. And I find irony in the fact that the first time we see them in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they aren't even in the prime timeline. I think that's actually pretty interesting. Stu Storm being pregnant, I am banking donuts to dollars that it is Franklin. I mean, it could be a curveball. They could make it Valeria first.
No problem.
Doubt it though, because if you're going to do Valeria, you are then obligated to have Doom be there to name her. So I think the kid is Franklin, and I think that there is some substance there of Franklin possibly being Galactus. I think it looks great. I think the trailer really rocks socks. I think Max Shatman understood the assignment and he executed it with extra credit. I really like the Silver Surfer. I'm totally here for all of it. I think she looks fantastic. I think Julia Gardner's going to knock it out of the park with that. I also really like that there is a moment in the trailer where you see Johnny chase after the Silver Surfer and he gets knocked off and falls back into Earth. I'm like, oh, okay, in a roundabout way, we're seeing something that happened before, but in a parallel sense. And I like that the universe, at least cinematically speaking, we have the Fantastic Four and things happen concurrently, parallel in separate universes. I think that's a really nice callback to that movie. And I'm very curious to see what Galactus looks like. I really like the way they showed off Reed's stretching capabilities. I really did like Ben pulling the ship of people. Honestly, I just really like that, they're in a world and they're being presented as heroes. They don't have
Especially the Thing.
Yeah, especially because a big thing about Ben Grimm was like he's always kind of looked at himself as kind of a monster,
wearing the trench coat and the hat, but he's like literally just out and about, and you see him lift up the car, and they're like, "Where do you want me to put it?"
And he these kids look at him, and of all the merchandise in the trailer, both trailers, a lot of it is rooted around the Thing. Yeah. It's all Ben Grimm, and I really love that. I also really love Ebon Moss-Backrack. I think he's gonna just fucking crush it as Ben Grimm. I think I can't wait to hear him say it's clobbering time. I feel like
first Jewish Ben Grimm.
Yep, exactly.
Actual Jewish one.
Perfect casting all across the board. And Johnny Storm, man, oh man, the way he ribs Reed when they tell them like, oh, we're pregnant, and Johnny's like, oh, Sue, you're gonna be like the best mom in the world. You're going to be great too, Reed. Just kidding. You're way out of your depth. Like that was just so fucking perfect. I just love the chemistry between the four of them. And I honestly think that was clearly something that lacked with the 2015 movie. I think the first two movies, the cast had decent chemistry, but this time really feels like they got it right. And I think Kevin Feige has looked at all past Fantastic Four iterations and is like they went wrong there, they went wrong there, they went wrong there, and kind of molded an idea of what he wants the Fantastic Four to possibly be. And I think Matt Shakman probably came on board and was like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, we can't do what has been done before in a certain respect, but we want to accomplish something that actually feels authentic to who these characters are at their core. And I'm with William. There's no fucking way Dr. Doom is not in this movie. Matt Shakman can say like, yeah, we're not doing the origin. Doom's not the villain. Like, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's not an outright confirmation of whether or not he's in the movie. No, I don't care what anyone says. Like, Dr. Doom is in that fucking movie. You don't bring out Robert Downey Jr. announced as Doom the same day you bring out the Fantastic Four cast in Hall H and not put him in that fucking movie. Dr. Doom is 100% in Fantastic Four. Whether or not he has a part to play in the demise of that universe, jury's out on that. I don't know for sure, but I'm excited. Like I said, this is my hands down most anticipated comic book film of the year. I can't wait to see Fantastic Four.
In like with the conversation that we're having, and then the fact that in what you said, Phil, is like Kevin Feige. I think once he got the rights, it was like, okay, we can't fuck this up. We can't fuck this one up. I mean, obviously, there's been some, it's been a little treacherous when it comes to the MCU. But
that first one was great. That first movie, it's cheesy.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, it
knows what
works.
it is.
No,
Yeah.
it totally does. For
It's good.
2005, of course.
Yeah, I love that movie.
And I even Rise of the Silver Surfer has its moments too. But no, like when it comes to this right here, I mean, finally when you're finally going to have the first family, and you're finally going to be able to do this, it's like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Feige really focused on, and that's why when he brought in what's his name, Shackman,
Matt
right?
Shackman.
Matt Shackman.
He directed all of WandaVision. And
That's
Shackman
right.
wrote
That's right.
that.
I think you know. He probably landed on the right guy. He probably had many conversations, how are we going to approach this? How are we going to, and I think having them start off in that vintage, in that nostalgic kind of, this retro 1960s and then of course we're going to obviously eventually bring them into the 616, sure. But at the same time, I think it was like a smart approach because it looks great. I mean, I think the world looks great. Everything looks great about it when it comes to cinematography wise and the way the world looks. And like you said, they're already established heroes. We're going to, of course,
the Westview Easter egg.
Yes, that's in the Times Square or whatever the fuck. You see Westview, like something. Yeah, somebody spotted that. I saw that on Twitter. So a little throwback to WandaVision, which is pretty cool. Which, yeah, you got to put those little Easter eggs in there. I love that. But yeah. What was I going to say? I forgot. No, I'm just, but then I also love the fact that, I mean, we are in an era where, people are always, obviously the costumes are always a big thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like these costumes. I think they work with the world. Some people are like, what the, they shouldn't have, they should be this kind of, and I'm like, costumes
Funny.
work.
A guy I work with was like, this almost looks too future retro, and I was just like, no, that's the point. It's supposed to be.
That's the way it should look, right?
Right. I was like, no, that's the point of the movie. Like they are in a retro futuristic alternate universe, and he goes, I don't know, and I was like, okay, whatever. You're like 20 years older than me, no big deal.
It's a movie that's taking advantage of the fact that it's in a separate universe. They're allowed to be more. I think it's at benefit. I think
Fantastic Car and Herbie forgot.
Yeah,
I know, right?
But Shackman isn't bound to like connect it to really anything else just yet. He's kind of allowed to really just make a Fantastic Four movie from the ground up. I wouldn't even be shocked if this is a universe too where Reed's inventions have actually helped humanity, kind of in the way that like Dr. Manhattan, science, made the alternate 1985.
The Entertainment Weekly spread they do kind of mention that Reed's inventions help humanity, and Sue is a humanitarian who's the head of the Future Foundation.
Yeah, that sounds about right, and that's cool. And I like that they're incorporating, like, clearly it's hugely 60s influence, but it's incorporating so many other different things that Fantastic Four has influenced in Marvel from all over, time and space. Basically, you have Earth X, you have the Hickman stuff, you have the 60s, and I think I think this allows them to really just be free and do what they want. I do have one question. I think I probably mentioned it before when we talked about the first teaser. I just want to gain the room. I personally, like, if you had told me before the trailer, I would have been kind of more hesitant, but I think it works for this iteration. Do you guys wish that I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but Evan, or the guy who plays the Thing, if he had done more of a heavier like Brooklyn accent for the Thing, or do you think it's normal that he's just kind of doing more of like a normal voice, or did you want him to sound more like a, well, how like we imagine the Thing sounds in our head when we read the comic book panel? I guess.
I think it's a little too early to even make that guess, because I kind of just go back to that moment in the first teaser where he's talking to Herbie. Yeah. And he says, okay, and you hear the rocks clap together, right? And like, you get that wind there, but I feel like, yeah, to your point, like some of the shots in the trailer, he does kind of have like a bit of a more regular, normal accent, not a Brooklyn accent per se, but I would also say that since this is an alternate universe, maybe it's not quite there, maybe it's just not present, but I don't know, like that's the thing. No pun intended. There is one point where in the early footage that William and I saw in Hall H, where it was the test footage that they used, and Reed tells the camera crew, like, yeah, this is best pilot we have. And Ben says something to the effect of like, yeah, best looking. And it came out there. And I feel like it's going to be present. I just think that if
we haven't heard enough to
we haven't heard
make that
enough.
assessment.
Yeah, there's
That's
that too.
ultimately it.
Yeah, I'm still iffy about the voice, but
Yeah, I do like the dynamic though, and it's present in both trailers of the dynamic of the Thing, which is very comic book accurate. You have the new trailer where he's clearly a celebrity. The kids have the masks and stuff, and they're cheering him on as he lifts up a car. Like that's right out of the books and stuff. But simultaneously, you also have that shot of him in the trench coat and the hat, looking at an old broadcast of himself, and then the reflection in the TV, as he's just taking it all in, being, the Thing and everything. And I was like, that's good. Like it feels so much like a character-based movie, which we really haven't had like done well in Marvel in a while, because they've been more focused on the world building and branching stuff out, and not enough on character.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with Phil. I really am anticipating this. Like not just Marvel's sake, but just in comic book movies in general. This just feels like something I would have really wanted to watch when I was younger, but like in a good way. Like it's a wholesome. Ironically, it's kind of what Warner Brothers wants me to feel about Superman, but I'm feeling it with Fantastic Four. If that makes any sense. Like that's more or less where I'm kind of coming from. But and it looks really good too. Like on top of that, like it's just a very well like the effects and the lighting and everything else. It looks like a movie, which is just makes me feel, because they could have very easily made it look like a cheesy 1960s something, but it comes across more retro and fun. It's just I don't know. There's really no
and it doesn't rely on any lore other than the actual comic book itself.
Right.
I don't have to have any nostalgia to really connect with this. I've never seen what they're about to do from what they're about to do. I've never seen them do something like this before. They've taken risk, just from what I can see, that they generally haven't taken in the last 3 to 5 years. And plus, we get our A-listers back, because that's where I think Marvel struggles, is when it's the C-listers. I don't think there's comic book fatigue. I just think most people just don't care about things that aren't A-list when it comes to MCU, because of the way they've conditioned their customer to jump at the sight of the big hitters, and then kind of like sit back at the sight of the mid-listers. So
yeah, we've gone back and forth with this for a while.
So Giacchino. Real quick, Giacchino actually he did the same thing he did with Spider-Man that he did with Fantastic Four in the score. He does incorporate some of the old animated series score into this score too.
Oh,
you
nice.
You can hear it a little bit in the trailer.
That's really cool. I like that.
It's very
cool
brief.
when they do that.
There. I love it. I love that Giacchino goes out of his way to do that shit. It's super fucking cool.
Yeah, he's definitely a fan too himself. Like his Werewolf by Night was really, really good, and I think now he's doing something in the comics as well, which I think is awesome.
He's doing a Werewolf by Night comic, if I'm not mistaken.
Sweet. Yeah, that's just awesome and stuff. Yeah. I was gonna say to William's point, I wanted Phil to finish his thought and stuff too. I was just saying, we go back and forth on this all the time on here on the stream and everything, but I do think that, and again, I say it liking the franchise, but I do think that, like, because Guardians of the Galaxy was such a big success, I do think that they automatically thought, we're Marvel, we have the brand, we can do these C and D list characters and reinvent them and stuff, and people will show up. And it's like, it's not always the case. You kind of have to there is the A and the B and the C list, and you kind of have to, maybe do something a little bit different. But
the Infinity Saga, if you take the Infinity Saga out of that equation, those C-listers don't work. So all that happened within the context of the Infinity Saga.
Right.
So if you came to Kevin Feige and say, hey, I got a talking raccoon and a talking tree, and let's do it as our first movie, you're going to have some problems. But it's because it happened within the context of the Infinity. After the Infinity War and the saga was over, if it wasn't A-list, the Marvel customer just doesn't seem to care as much as they do.
Yeah. Their thought process, though, too, I think, obviously things have, since changed, but Kang is a cool villain, but, the same way that, not everybody knew who Thanos was. Literally, I remember when Avengers 1 happened, and people didn't know who that purple guy was.
People pretended like they did.
Yeah,
weird. Do these people actually know who that is?
Yeah, in their minds.
Yeah, but see, they knew who everyone else was in that movie, though. That's the thing.
Right. But in their minds, they might have even thought, well, they didn't know who Thanos was, and Kang is kind of the same thing, and we can build up Kang. And if Jonathan Majors had been been a little bit different. You know, maybe they. I mean, again, I still like his performances in those movies. My only critique is, you know, maybe the stuff that they did with Kang and you know, utilizing him in an Ant-Man movie. But again, it's that thing
That
of,
was-
you know,
That was a
Yeah.
mistake.
That was a
Yeah.
mistake.
But
If they'd have brought him in with
but-
FF, if they would have brought
Okay.
Kang in at if that was the main villain, or if he'd have been an Avengers villain or a FF villain, I think the King situation would have turned out, you know, a lot better, because once again, it didn't matter that it was Thanos that they brought in. No one
Oh,
knew
man.
what he was. It was the fact that I knew by that point. It was 2012. They had this was 4 years into it. They had the momentum. You were going to take whatever they were going to give you, and it was him, and it ended up being one of the coolest things when he turns his face, and it's revealed that it's him. But had they had done that in a B-list movie, if you bring Thanos into a B-list movie, I think he shares the same fate as Kang. It's the infrastructure of the movies that
If it would have been the villain of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, it would have had that same impact that he did.
Now he does show up in Guardians 1, but he'd already been established in Avengers.
Yeah,
so by
but that was
point,
just an end credit.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
you know, like thinking about the multiverse saga, I really like, even just thinking about it now and how they just kind of like threw out Kang in an Ant-Man 3 movie. It's like they could have done an Avengers Secret Invasion movie, and then maybe as a post-credit sting had one of the Skrulls be disguised or be revealed to be a Kang variant, and then that's how you get your fucking Council of Kangs. But you know, I don't write for Marvel Studios or anything like that. But
No, I think I personally believe that they like Paul Rudd and they like the Ant-Man franchise, and you know, it's Ant-Man. There's not many. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys probably know a little better, but like Ant-Man doesn't really have a huge rogue gallery, so they were just like, how can we?
I mean, you have the Wasp, and then you have the what
Yellow
was
Jacket.
Yellow
Even
then,
like Yellow Jacket was initially an alter ego for Hank Pym in the comics.
But I really liked that first Ant-Man movie. The second one, I don't even really remember. I remember he was like skateboarding with on top of like a truck.
the main difference with those movies, I mean, again, I don't particularly care for the Ant-Man franchise. I like the power set. I like when he's in like Avengers movies and stuff, whether it be, you know, Michael Douglas or Paul Rudd or whatever, and Wasp as well extends. But the difference with those movies is that the first one had the benefit of having Edgar Wright at one point involved, and they used a lot of his ideas and stuff. And then 2 was pretty much just, I think, Peyton Reed, him just kind of doing his, it's just, it was
that's the thing, like
kind of forgettable, and
very forgettable.
That
I don't
first
even remember.
movie.
I forgot it. It was just that movie.
I don't even know what the hell the plot was in that one.
The only-
I know Walton Goggins.
only
Walton
reason-
Goggins was in that, and they wasted Walton Goggins. That's all I remember.
The only reason that movie is even important is it explains why Scott is in the microverse.
Yes,
and
The
you know,
only reason why you need to know about that movie is because he got put into the microverse, and then all of a sudden, what's her name?
Hank, Janet, and Hope all get wiped. Yes. Yeah. I
Only
think
reason why you got to watch that movie.
it's funny because like Ant-Man, like you watch that movie and you're watching it and you're like, okay, yeah, it's clearly, this movie is clearly written by fucking Edgar Wright with a couple things added here and there. Like the whole Sam Wilson Falcon thing is totally not up Edgar Wright's alley. That is 100% an addition from someone else who had, Adam McKay and Paul Rudd, I think, did a pass on that script after Edgar Wright walked away. But like you watch that movie and it plays like an Edgar Wright movie. Right. Peyton Reed did a really good job imitating it. And then you get to Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it's just like, what the fuck are we doing here?
This Saturday morning cartoon shit.
Yeah, and then we get to Quantumania, and it's even more heightened. Now, granted, you know, Peyton Reed's fine. He's not, you know, Taika Waititi level awful, but he's just fucking, you know, he's competent. But man, that third movie was just a real big waste of time. Honestly, I think like Thor: Love and Thunder and Quantumania suffer from the same thing, and that's overuse of the volume technology, and it just looks atrocious.
Oh God!
I mean, I'll give that movie, you know, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'll give it some space because you're in the microverse. You're in a literal reason to do an entire, you know, green screen effect, because, you know, I mean, still they could have done more practical sets and things like that, obviously, but I can't deny like when the movie ended and I enjoyed myself for what I had, again, because say what you want about Majors, but him acting as Kang was cool in the movie. It was one of the best things in the
Right.
movie.
He
Granted,
gave a good performance. He did.
right. But I'm leaving the theater, and the the way the movie looked, Modoc and all that, and people making reference to the fact that it looked like Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and I'm like, I can't really argue against that. Like, you're talking about a movie that had Bill Murray, and that was thrown away the same way as Walter Goggins was in the second one. Like, these, I mean, you're talking about movies that cater more towards the comedic, the comedy movies of this genre, and you're throwing away these actors who could literally, be in a movie themselves in this world and probably work, and they just, So I mean, it is what it is. But no, like I said, Fantastic Four is now this prominent thing that we all know. The only difference between in terms of everything else that they've done and this is, yes, clearly this is the A-list stuff, but this movie is not just important for the MCU, it's important for Fantastic Four fans, because I think you guys can agree with me on this. I don't think there's going to be too much of fighting. I know William enjoys the first Fox movie from way back and everything, but I think most fans do agree that, with the exception to maybe some cameos in cartoons, because even the cartoons have been rough, like every adaptation of Fantastic Four outside of the books has kind of suffered to a degree. Like they'll get a lot wrong. The movies aren't, like, they're not what the fans necessarily wanted going in. Though there are good aspects in every little adaptation to a degree. Like I still like the performances by Chris Evans and Michael Chiklis, in those old movies.
They had a good back and forth, yeah.
Right.
I'm surprised Herbie's in this. Herbie's a joke. Herbie's literally a joke because they didn't want us badass kids setting the neighbor kid on fire when we saw the Human Torch. It's the same reason we got Firestar. The same reason.
Now that makes sense. Jeez, I've been wondering why I've been always a fire starter at that point, because I saw Human
and I think you bastard, but then I'm like, I remember 6-year-old me would have sure as fuck done it. I'd have been like, hey, come here. You watch Fantastic Four today? But that's literally why you had Herbie in the cartoon. Why you have Firestar.
2025 is the year of cute little robot cuddly creatures. We got Herbie, we got Crypto, we got Lilo and Stitch. We got that cute little cuddly dinosaur that's going to be in Jurassic World Rebirth. It's the year of that. That's what's happening. You
want a decent Fantastic Four series to watch? Watch Fantastic Four: World's Greatest Heroes from 2006, 2010. It's not bad.
Okay.
Wait. Is that from? No? I was going to say. I know Fantastic Four is in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the cartoon show. Is that
no? This is called World's Greatest Heroes.
World's Greatest Heroes. Okay.
And it actually predates Earth's Mightiest Heroes because it ended in 2010.
That's right. Okay. All right. Well, I will check that out. And
check it out. I think it's all on Disney Plus, or some of it's on Disney Plus. Let me see.
Yeah. Disney Plus is usually pretty good about most things, though they have been doing that practice now too, where they'll just take random stuff off, at random, or they'll just entirely erase a Willow TV show or something like that. But no, the Marvel stuff they've been pretty decent with,
because they know people are like looking for it and everything. So
right. But yeah, so this movie really is going to be one that's, I think, most fans are going to. I mean, if this movie works and it is successful, and I think it is going to be that, this is going to be the first real adaptation that's really truly going to work, and most fans are going to agree. And that's the thing, though, too. I was talking to a friend of mine about this, because I have no doubt in my mind that, everyone in this chat, and anyone, you walk in any comic book store in the U.S., of course, everyone knows who the Fantastic Four is, but outside of comics, I would make arguments about how popular the Fantastic Four really is, in terms of what do modern kids really know about the Fantastic Four, because it's all about the certain shows and certain movies outside of the books that help propel their their fame and their reach and everything. So if this movie succeeds, we will also be getting that generation to see these characters really, in some ways, for the first time, and I want that. I want that for everybody, because they are they are terrific characters. You know,
They know them in the abstract, but they don't have the connection to them. Everybody that I know that comes through here knows who the Fantastic Four are, so they have the recognition. But beyond that, there's no connection to them. There's no like, okay, Iron
There's
Man.
no
even if they
animated
only know them,
shows.
even if they only know Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, that's all it is. They have a more of a connection to them. Fantastic Four and things like that are in the abstract. They know if I picked it up and say who's that, without the title, Fantastic Four, but that's it. That's where it's
they
going.
don't know the characters. They don't know stories. They don't know certain
Yeah.
things. They don't know
Which
the
is-
villains.
which is really wild to think about because we were talking about the Thing earlier, and I only just found out recently, even though it doesn't surprise me in any way, but like before Wolverine came along, like the main seller, like the main tough guy was Ben
Thing
Grimm.
versus Wolverine.
Huh?
Thing versus Wolverine.
I mean, yeah, I think they've done that, but I think everyone prefers Hulk versus Ben Grimm because that's just consistently.
Well, no, in the early '80s, the Thing was a Marvel 2-in-1. The Thing was a very popular character in the '80s as far as moving units goes. He was popular,
he had his own comic series, correct?
Yeah, his own
and then they would go to Marvel. I think it was Marvel. Was it Marvel 2-in-1 or something like that? That he took over for a long stretch, but he was always the most marketable.
Didn't he have a Hanna-Barbera cartoon also?
I think there was one for Fantastic Four, but there might have been one.
No,
which
for the
was just
Thing
him.
alone. If I'm not mistaken, I'm
look
sure.
it up.
It is possible.
Check it out. That's
Thank you for so
interesting.
long.
I remember, yeah, something's kind of ringing a bell with that. But we're bringing in your co-host here, William. Brad is showing up. I know you love talking to him. So.
Speaking of poor decisions, hey, what's up, man?
Wow.
Yeah, I had to come on like babysit this jackass you bring on every other week. So
yeah, I know.
You didn't. I mean, you can.
I'm pretty
the
sure
link isn't working.
Babysitter's the one
StreamYard
who's
is not-
younger.
not a William case.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah,
What
that's
was
definitely a
that?
cartoon.
Brad, good to see you, Brad. How's it going?
Yeah, and sorry about I wasn't able to make it out last week because he sent me a
That's
link.
all
I thought I was going to be able to, but yeah, I just I thought I was going to be able to, but I just had an early morning on Saturday, which is happening a lot more for me these days, and I just had I was shit getting done. So yeah, it didn't gel out, but I got a 3-day weekend I'm going to this time, so much better.
Did you get your nap in? Did you get the nap? That's
Today?
awesome. Did you get your nap in?
Yeah, today I did.
Okay.
I actually just came about half an hour ago from Sinners actually.
Yeah. No, but it's going to the Fantastic Four stuff. I mean, it really is going to be interesting to see the reaction to all that because, like I said, this, we're in 2025 is a year where, we just got. I mean, like I said, Marvel's been doing like a kind of like a rocky little thing. DC is still trying to find its footing. Obviously, a lot riding on Superman, and then of course they're trying to do, since you guys didn't really like that last Jurassic World, well, we're gonna try it again, and it's all just
Didn't that movie make $1 billion?
It did, but
Jurassic World Dominion made $1 billion.
It made $1 billion, but at the same time,
Such a failure.
The thing is, though, is like they don't just look at that; they also look at the response, and a lot of people just went,
That's why they stopped the Transformers movies.
Yeah, because the thing
That's
is,
what I
like,
think's
if you want a
gonna happen.
strong franchise, you want people to like the movie. I mean, look what happened with Spider-Man 3, the original, the first, when it came to Raimi and McGuire. That movie made a ton of money too, but people were like, "What the fuck?" This is, and then they rebooted it. There's also the fan reception as well. Especially when it comes to IPs, the studios will fold. Even if it made a ton of money, the studios will fold. Not all of them, but they will
What's
fold.
funny is like they recently, Universal, I think within the last day or two, they put out like kind of a same deal that Warner Brothers did with Superman today. Universal put out like a behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, they did that yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, yesterday. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
saw it either yesterday or today, and they have the cast and crew talking about how it's harkening back to the original Jurassic Park. Like Gareth Edwards is like,
That's the only thing that's holding me.
It's
is
like
Gareth
a love
Edwards.
letter
Yeah, me
to
too.
Steven, and like David Coep was just talking to Steven Spielberg about making this
Yeah.
movie and was like, what do we want to do with this? And I guess it was either Spielberg or Coep. One of them was just like, yeah, you remember that raft scene from the book? Yeah, we need to put that in this fucking movie.
Yeah.
So
No,
I'm
that-
like,
that is the only thing that is like making me
I'm like 50-50 on
Yeah,
this movie.
because I'm just like,
we talked about it. We
Yeah.
totally talked about it because like everything Scarlett Johansson is saying feels fucking flatter than Brie Larson in her own Captain Marvel movie.
I'm like,
And it's
hey,
just like,
man, that is
you look
hard.
good. You look good.
That's not her fault
You
though.
look
That's not the
good.
fucking fault of the directors. They could
Yeah.
not bring a great performance out of Brie Larson. Brie Larson has given a great performance in plenty of other movies.
She won an Academy Award.
She did. She absolutely won an Academy Award. But seriously, like you have fucking Gareth Edwards here and Scarlett Johansson, like one of the best directors in the modern age and one of the greatest actresses in the modern age, and she's delivering fucking flat lines like that.
Yeah,
like, dude, you couldn't
Yeah.
even resuscitate someone else from a fucking heart attack after that shit.
I know.
This
That's
is
the thing.
not a dinosaur
great.
again. Don't come after me. No.
I
But that's the
always
thing. Yeah. That's the thing that's like the only thing that's holding me is like Gareth Edwards, because everything I'm seeing, I'm kind of going, all right, you know, it's another Jurassic.
You know what?
You know,
To your point, like fan discussion surrounding it, I remember when all the rumored plots were happening for Jurassic 4 when it was called Jurassic 4, and people were like, what, mutant dinosaurs? That sounds fucking stupid. Well, guess what's in this movie? A giant mutant dinosaur.
And meanwhile, in the middle of all this, we got Dr. Grant going over to the Monsterverse with Godzilla and Kong.
Oh yeah!
Don't please, no,
Sam
don't remind me. Fuck.
Sam Neill
damn.
going over there.
Fucking
Hey,
those and I'm glad Alec Wingard isn't making the fucking third movie. I'm glad that's not happening.
hey, I'm not gonna lie. The final act of Godzilla X Kong was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like when you see that shot when they're riding like the fucking, and then the two, that shot where you have
like
like,
300-foot kaiju jumping at each
Yeah.
other in this 10,000-foot cave.
Okay.
yeah, and then the gravity leaves, like, and all of a sudden there's like no gravity and they're fighting. I was like, this is kind of cool. The rest of the movie, yeah, whatever, but this is kind of cool. I just thought it was-
the criticism that people lob at Zack Snyder that he just took like action figures of Batman and Superman, smashed them together. Okay, that's how I feel about Wingard and Godzilla and Kong. That's all he fucking does, dude. It's just not good. Oh man, like because Godzilla 1 from Edwards was fabulous.
Oh,
King of the
so
Monsters,
great.
Mike Daugherty, amazing. Kong Skull Island is arguably like the best movie in the Monsterverse franchise, and then we get to Godzilla versus Kong and Kong New Empire, and I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, why is Godzilla sleeping in the fucking Coliseum?
He's tired. He's had a rough go a bit.
Different
because it looks cool.
different universe, but at least we have Godzilla -1. So
That's
there's
true,
that.
and that's
that
been a
is very
sequel.
true.
Thank fuck.
Yeah.
I know. It's like one of those things. It's like, hey, it was kind of funny because when Godzilla X Kong came out, and it's like you see that shot where him and King Kong are just like running, and everybody's just going, Godzilla's fucking running. Like, what?
My hero.
Yeah. Pretty much. And it's like, that's ridiculous. But then you get something like Godzilla -1, which is back to the basics. And you go, oh, okay, we can have both, guys.
It's filet mignon versus like a Big Mac.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can have the filet mignon over here, but we can also have a, when you're, drunk or high late at night and you're trying to find a steakums in the fridge and you're just like, oh, this is delicious.
Steakums. Now you're taking
Yeah, I'm not going to McDonald's. I'm going to
Steakums,
fucking
yeah.
Jack in the Box because at least they have tacos, and those tacos hit the spot.
Oh,
They're
dude.
fucking tasty.
Oh, dude. You put some ranch and some hot sauce in those tacos. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here in Cape Cod, we don't have a lot of Jack in Boxes. I think you have to drive out of your way to find a fucking Sonic around here too.
What about White Castle? Do you have White Castle?
White Castle is kind of the same deal, basically. Like they're around, but you have to you have to go on a scavenger hunt to find one. But I've also never liked White Castle hamburgers either. So
They're overrated. It's just
Fair
like
enough.
I'm not really a fan. Like I get it, I get why people like it, but I'm like, I had them. I'm like, it's fine. But of course, I had it in Vegas because Vegas had they had one somewhere randomly in a casino, and I was like, we gotta try it. Apparently, it's supposed to be phenomenal. You watch the movie, and we're of course drunk, and then it's like you eat it. It's like, okay, this is cool, but it's like, it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's sliders with onions.
Yeah.
I remember for a while in high school, I used to buy those White Castle boxes full of the frozen burgers for lunch.
Yeah, I actually have some of those too.
I
Yeah,
used to do
They don't
that.
taste the same though.
No, they don't.
No,
They
you
really
microwave
don't.
that? Fuck that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, my dad tried that once, and I was like, "Don't ever get these again, please, for the love of God." I'm like, "If you want them for yourself, that's fine. But don't get them for me." I had to put. I ate a lot of crap from him, but like that was the line, was the White Castle.
That was the line. White Castle
Yeah.
frozen burgers.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Terrible. But, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna real quickly. I was just gonna say, as far as Jurassic World Park, whatever you want to fucking call it at this point, or to
World.
Phil's point, the World, and to Phil's point, the new Godzilla Kong movies. We're at a point with franchises where, I mean, again, it's best of both worlds still. To agree, at least with Godzilla, you have -1. It's all about execution now. I mean, we come from a childhoods, most of us here, from like the 80s and 90s, where you had these directors that would be given B movie plots. Jurassic Park is a B movie plot, but it's made with like A+ execution. Same thing with Indiana Jones. That's a B movie serial, but goddamn, like he did it at least 3 fucking times where
Elevated
he
to A
just-
status.
Yeah, right. And I still like Crystal Skull, but that's me. But anyway,
The first two acts.
No love for Dial of Destiny.
Oh,
we discussed that on the stream. I think I made my
Dial of
points on.
Destiny. I will defend Dial of Destiny.
I will too.
Crystal-
All right, Chris.
There's good
Crystal
moments.
Skull? Anybody?
No, I'm
that's
saying
what we
I
were
like
saying,
Crystal
like,
Skull.
Okay.
I
made
would
a
say
whole-
the first act is good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
made a whole point. I
Shia
made a whole
LaBeouf
point
swinging with
that
the
my
monkeys? Come
defense
on,
of
guys.
Crystal Skull was proven right because of how bad Dial of Destiny was when I saw it. But Chris has allowed his opinion. That's fine. I mean, we're not starting fights here.
No. I respect. Again, I understand the problems. I get it, but there are a number of things in there that really hit home for me about it. So
Okay, yeah, and that's cool. I still liked some of the performance of Harrison Ford in that movie, but back to my point is that the what started off as these B movie ideas, now we're basically in the era to a degree, because you, like I said, you still have examples like Godzilla -1 where you have these directors really taking the material seriously and trying to do as much of an A+ execution as possible. But we're at the time now where it is just actual B movies, but B movies done with like a $200 million+ budget, and the execution is all over the map. Or like, I mean, again, back to the point of like the falling offness a little bit of the Jurassic World franchise. Granted, they're still making billions with each movie to a degree, but like, I've never been into the Jurassic World movies to a degree, but I can understand people liking the first Jurassic World. It's not for me. I think there's so much more they could have done with that movie, but I get why that was a successful or a popular film. And then for me, I think they get steadily worse as it goes along, basically. And I don't know what to expect. It's like you guys were saying, Gareth Edwards is the only real reason I would even be invested to go see that movie in a theater if my friends wanted to drag me along and stuff, because I'm kind of checked out at this point. But I'll check it out for that reason, because I was like, seeing him do a Jurassic Park movie or Jurassic World would be really cool. I'd like to see how
Because
that
if
turns out.
people, I mean, if you watch the first Godzilla movie that he did, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then of course he go all the way back to when he did that movie called Monsters.
Yep.
That movie is also phenomenal. And if you actually do the research on him actually creating the VFX and how cheap that movie was, and just how, I mean, that movie, yeah, it might be slow for people. It definitely will be. It's not exciting, but it's such a well-made movie in about a world that is got monsters in it. And that's why it's like, this guy knows how to build scope. I mean, one of the things that I love about that Godzilla 2014 movie is the fact that the scope of that and the perspective of basically he's shooting it from us. How do you make, how do you create this larger than life, these monsters? Well, show it from the perspective of the humans as much as possible. Don't you have like crazy, just monsters destroying buildings, blah, blah, blah. No, show it from a unique perspective. I mean, he teased Godzilla so much in that movie. It was like Jaws. It was like how the first Jaws,
So you like the 2014 one?
Oh, I totally do. Go ahead, say something. What?
No, it's Cloverfield. It's Cloverfield for me.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I like about it, is the fact that it's not just going, hey, here's this. Like he builds it up, and then, like I said, and then when you get to the final act, when Aaron, what's his name?
Aaron Johnson.
Yeah. When they do the fucking skydiving sequence, that sequence is just fucking so goddamn cool. And it's just so intense with the score and everything, and you're seeing it from his perspective.
And he's like
the
that
whole
far away
time.
from Godzilla when he dives.
Yes. And it's just like, that's what I love about it. And I think that's what Gareth Edwards is good at doing. And I think that's what he's going to add to Jurassic World. That's the only hope I can have. Other than that, what I've seen has not been super impressive, but there's been some cool shots, and I think it'll be a decent movie.
I'll also say with 2014 Godzilla, one of the things that I think is really stood out to me at the time, still was really a great attribute of it. To this day is for me, it's pre-1 is the best atomic breath I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like that build up to the atomic breath in the finale.
When you see his tail light up and it goes,
and it builds and builds and builds and builds,
and then he just like that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I get goosebumps every time that first time happens.
Because you know what's about to happen. Because like once you see that glow, and then
I remember seeing an opening night, and people were going, everybody
here
was
we go.
Whoa. And then when it happened, people cheered, and it was like, yes.
And they kind of brought that over to -1 too, where it's like he charges it up before he just
When I saw that advanced screening, same thing. People were like, oh yeah, because it's a cool little it adds a little bit more groundedness. I guess it's not just him just going bah. It's like you see the charge go up his tail along his back with the spikes and everything. But yeah, that's what gives me hope, at least with that. But I mean, I think after seeing the Fantastic Four trailer, I'm going, okay, it bumped up for me for sure. I'm not saying like it's not my most anticipated. I'm still a Mission Impossible fucking fanatic, so that's still my most anticipated. That's for me. But then of course, Brad, since you came in late, what was your initial thoughts when it came to the Fantastic Four trailer?
Yeah, so we talked about this on our show, where it's like it's interesting to be a Fantastic Four because I'm sort of a little bit closer being the general audience on that, in the sense that I've never been like, a big Fantastic Four guy. It's actually kind of like, Paulie, I think you were kind of like, you were talking about me a little bit there, where you said it's like you're not quite sure like the level of popularity Fantastic Four has outside of comics, in the wider world, because they've never really been my team, really my big characters, DC or Marvel wise. So, every Fantastic Four adaptation I've really kind of gone into, fairly lukewarm. But this has been ramping up in anticipation for me. The marketing, and especially with this new trailer, the whole 60s period setting, and Galactus looks, not even just not a pink cloud anymore, but it's like this is Galactus we've been like waiting for
walking
so long.
around.
Yeah,
walking through the city.
Yeah,
cool.
So that, and this new trailer really bumped it up for me in anticipation. It's like I'm inching up there more and more. It's like I still probably wouldn't put like necessarily my top 10, but I'm getting there with it. It's like I'm feeling this one. It's like this and the whole concept of being in the 60s. I'm feeling like this could really work. This could be, again, as Paul said, I don't think we technically have any good Fantastic Four movies yet. And then, William's definitely a bigger fan of the 2005 Fox one than I am. But yeah, this is, I'm getting more and more hype for it the more I see with it. And the only thing that I was kind of like an odd man out on like the reaction to the trailer. There was a lot of like, I guess divisive is the word I'll use for the reaction to Silver Surfer. I know. I mean, it looked fine to me. So I'm kind of like, bring it on. It's like you'll see the Silver Surfer again.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I mean, like I didn't like. I hate the comparisons when they do like, compared to the Silver Surfer in 20s. I'm like, no, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's not the gender thing. It's just, I don't know. For me, like I thought it was cool her entrance when she just like surfed her way in there. I was like, okay, cool. But then it was just like when she was like, talking, I was like, I don't know, why does that look a little off to me? I don't know. I just felt like it needed it, and it will. I mean, obviously we're still a little ways away from July, so it's still going to get another. They'll probably polish it up a little bit. That's what they do, They'll polish it up.
And the thing about it is too, it's like a lot of like when people talk about CGI, they think is lackluster or bad. It's like a lot of it really is like it's just you freeze frame something at like just the right spot, whether it's in a trailer or in a movie, it's like it can come off as looking awkward, and really like you watch it in context, it really doesn't. And that's kind of what I came away thinking about with the Silver Surfer. It's like you watch it fluidly play in the trailer. It's like it looks fine. If you get that like one freeze frame that's going around where she looks like an Oscar statue that's painted silver, and it's kind of like, okay, maybe that might be a little bit it might be deceiving there, but
fanboys need to stop like taking screenshots in like random awkward moments, because let's face it, that's what happens. It looks weird. And that is partially it too. Sure, it's nothing that was like bothering me, but I don't know why. Like even with the whole scene, I was like kind of going, maybe this needs to have a couple more passes through.
Oh, we talking CGI?
Yeah, we were talking a little bit on our show last night. We were talking about how much William doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh, it's banned on our show. I mean, obviously, it's top tier. That's why it's banned. Listen, I watched Black Panther in that Crayola coordination, and it didn't stop the movie for me, right? I didn't get up and like, I want my money back. Sometimes I'm okay if I can recognize what's being done and I can recognize who and what it is. I'm good. These guys with the microphone or the magnifying glasses up on there, I don't need to do that. That's analyzing the fun out of stuff, and I just don't want to do that no more. So that's where I'm at with that. So we banned it on our show. But I can respect if somebody else wants to do it that way and they have an issue with CGI. It's just I've opted out of the. I can't believe that they did it that way. I'm like, it's a dude stretching. What are you matching it up to? The real dude in your life that stretches like, Mr. Van? So I'm kind of.
I didn't have any problems with the Reed stretching. I was like, fine. I just was like, cool. We finally see him stretching because we didn't see him before, and it made sense because they're probably still working on it. I was like, all right, fine. There's nothing wrong. I didn't think I was like, well, if anybody had a problem with him stretching, I'm like, it's a dude who's stretching. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's literally. Maybe it's because I come from, like I was telling Brad, practical effects. I grew up with John Carpenter using air bladders and stuff and reverse photography to make some cool stuff. So to me, having CGI or anything like what we're having right now, unless it's egregious, I'm not really gonna, I'm not even most of the time I'm not gonna notice about it, and most of the time I'm not gonna care. Like I said, it has to be really bad and really long. And there are certain movies where it wasn't the CGI that ruined the movie. It was the movie that ruined the movie. The movie sucked.
You hear that, Craven? Anyway.
Jesus.
Black Panther is a $1 billion movie that nominated for Best Picture. And like I said, it literally had two meat puppets fighting in the final act. And I was fine with that. Didn't hurt me at all.
But now we can finally like veer into, hey, it's Superman Day on this Good Friday, and man, it's crazy. I mean, Superman Day? I mean, how many years now have we gone?
87.
87 years.
87 years.
Crazy. 87 years of Superman, and it's great. Like I said, when I went to that comic,
doesn't feel like a day over 20.
I know, right? He still looks the same. I know. It's almost like he just, he gets almost younger. No, but it was cool because, like I said, when I went to that comic book shop, they were playing the Fleischer cartoons, and I didn't even realize it until I was just like looking at some books, and then all of a sudden it like started replaying like the intro, and all of a sudden like the little kid in me went, oh, because they do that whole introduction,
Yeah, I saw that a little bit too, yeah.
With the music and everything, and I was like, I was just going, oh man, I was like staring up and going, oh fuck, I haven't seen this in forever. It was great. I love the fact that they were playing the old Fleischer cartoons. So no, that was cool. But obviously, it was a very eventful day when it came to the celebration of it. I mean, the biggest thing, of course, getting the behind-the-scenes featurette of the new Superman movie, which we thought we were going to get something. I mean, yeah, when it came to like an actual trailer, yeah, it seemed like it was going to be out of the cards after Jimmy Gunn's, kind of poo-pooed that a little bit when somebody responding. But then it was like, well, there's going to be something. And then, of course, yeah, why not have a behind-the-scenes featurette? And, to be honest, I mean, I already broke it down at the beginning of the stream. I thought it was a good featurette. It was it was shot well, looked awesome for me, and yeah, so I don't know, let's start with you, Ben. How did you feel? I know you
me? Why me?
Because you broke it down first, and I because I just wanted to, you first.
Okay. I actually, we knew that we were gonna, oh my God, what's going on with me?
Oh,
Words are
drinking
hard.
too much? You
Yeah,
got
I
that-
am. I
What are you-
am. I am.
What are you sipping on, by the way? What are you sipping?
I knew we were Black Label and Club Soda.
There it is. Like it.
So I knew there wasn't going to be a trailer, so I was pleasantly surprised to see behind the scenes. I actually love behind the scenes far more than I love trailers, because it gives you a little bit of an insight on how the director is approaching this film, how the actors are studying the characters and what they plan to deliver. So I even though we only had James Gunn talk about that a little bit, and I think David Carnes went a little bit also. I did appreciate the things that they showed as far as shit. I lost my train of thought. Hold on one second.
All right, I thought you were literally saying that at that point. You appreciated that.
No, I said that one too many times. No, actually, no. Going back to that, yeah, no. I did like that they show stuff that hasn't been shown in the trailers and on any other clips. There is a couple of things that I saw that I started just making assumptions on what it could be, and that I think that's the best part of being or those behind the scenes, because you don't know what the fuck is going on. You see Superman latching on to a spaceship. What the hell is he? Is he outside of space? Is he flying within orbit and grabbing a spaceship? Then you see certain characters and you realize, holy shit, this is a purely fantastical film, which is not in that kind of information is not given to you when you see the trailers. So I like, we got so much more from this behind the scenes than we gotten from the teaser and the 5-minute extended clip that we had last week.
I know. I love it. Like because there are people like, there's too much crypto. There's like no crypto today.
No.
I think they were like trying to like. I mean, obviously, when it came to merchandise, sure, but it was just like, well, obviously, it's a CGI dog, so you can't really have crypto. But it was like, yeah, it was like, hey, now we're just seeing the behind the scenes, so there's going to be no crypto at all.
It'd be hilarious if they interviewed crypto and he was talking. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. But
I do like Homer. Wait a minute, there's a thing as a talking dog. Talk back, Mark.
And it needs to be voiced by Robert Smigel. I'm just saying.
Oh, dude. For me to poop on. Yes, that'd be
send the whole Twitterverse to just lose their minds.
Yeah, they tear up the internet over that one.
Oh, jeez. Austin, what did you think about that featurette?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I didn't really have too many issues with it. I thought it was fine. I'm kind of used to these, like, Gunn usually will release these types of like featurettes and stuff before the movie that go behind the scenes and all that. I mean, again, just a lot of information that we already know and stuff. It was cool to get like a look at like, what possibly maybe the Lex suit and, Metamorpho, those types of things.
That shot of Metamorpho, which is cool.
Yeah, that thing is, that was really, really cool. And I'm very interested in that story. I'm sure that's going to be, I think, the kind of heartbreaking story of the movie. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I definitely, enjoyed it and stuff. But it's still, I'm still waiting for that second trailer to really
drive it home, because
I'm waiting for the first one.
I think we're gonna get a second trailer sometime in May.
Or official trailer.
I would guess
Thunderbolts.
I'm waiting for the first trailer for Superman. I mean, I'm waiting for the premise. This was cool today, but I mean, I knew I wasn't getting a trailer today, but that's what I'm waiting for. That my ears are perk up for a trailer. Things like this are cool. Behind the scenes stuff is cool. But when it, once I get this far into it, I'm ready for a premise to like, okay, is it just basically Lex versus him, or is there an unseen, person there? Is there a different threat? So that's what I'm ready for. This was cool. But it came out in a week, like I said, where I had Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four trailers. So it was like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, I gotta contextualize my mind into looking at this as a behind the scenes look and not, kind of putting it under those standards. But
yeah, but I mean, it was kind of cool that they did, they did something different where it was like, okay, you got trailers from over there. And then that's why I even can respect what Jurassic World did. It was like, well, here's also a behind the scenes featurette. It's nothing different. It's like that. It's something that they do now. I mean, I know, like, goddamn, that Jimmy Guns is always in his fucking behind the scenes stuff. It's almost like he's the director. I know it's weird, but it's crazy. I don't know. Was Gareth Edwards in the featurette of the? Yeah, I think he probably was too. But it's fine. No, I did. It is when you want to do something a little bit different, and as opposed to just showing the trailer. Yeah, I mean. What Ben said and what I like the fact that you're seeing like a little bit of how the sausage is made, and I like the fact that when you see really good behind the scenes featurettes, now studios go, hey, we also have to make this look cinematic. And they do a good job at that. I mean, the first shot we see Corn Sweat from behind. I mean, let's face it. I know the suit is controversial and there's a discourse, but that cape looks and the way that when he's walking and you got the cape right behind him, I don't know, it just looks really cool. The cape has always been my favorite part of the suit.
That's kind of where I am with the suit, where it's like the suit. I'm not the suit, but the cape is really good.
Yeah, the cape horns looking pretty good. Chris, how'd you think about that whole featurette?
I'm with you, like with especially what Ben was saying, that I am the person that gets Criterion collections, all the kind of behind the scenes stuff, commentaries it's my bread and butter, just because I like knowing about the process. I like seeing, like, one would say, well, it ruins the magic. It doesn't ruin the magic for me, because it makes it even more special to see what they're able to do with the information. So, I mean, we haven't seen too much of Lex. This is the most we've seen.
Yeah.
We got a lot more of Lex in this than any of the teasers, the 5-minute spots, anything like that. So it was just, I was wondering what they're going to do, because when he said no trailer, it's like, okay, well, I would like them to put out something just to, more than just celebrating the day and the toys and things like that. I appreciated the toys. I even ordered one of them just at that
toys
point.
Are huge.
I ordered one too many.
Kaiju?
Yeah. No, I pre-ordered the combo pack of Crypto and Superman.
There you go.
I ordered that one.
Yeah.
And
apparently one of them already sold. I think a couple of them sold out too.
Yeah, I think the one I got definitely sold out a number of realtors, at least the pre-orders. But again, they're trying to build the hype. They're trying to make sure people. I mean, it's Superman. There's going to be Lex. It's going to be out there, but it was just cool to see more of this. I'm eating this up. It was a fun little thing to drop at that point. And again, when we're going to get the next trailer, probably sometime next month is my guess.
I think from the perspective of DC Studios and Warner Brothers, and this kind of goes to one of the comments Gunn made about why we didn't get the trailer today. It's like, I think from their perspective, they kind of look at the 5-minute clip as kind of like the de facto second trailer or first trailer, however you want to call it. But that's kind of like,
not a first trailer. He's calling it a
trailer. He calls it a sneak peek.
He calls it a
which is what it is.
I get you, but I think from their perspective, they kind of look at that as like filling that function, which is why this. Okay, we got this out there.
But still really not the same thing.
We're calling it,
I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying from within their perspective, that's probably why I think they decided not to put out a trailer.
No, he even said that when he responded. He's like, "Hey, we just give you like a 5-minute clip. It's going to be a little bit." Right. So, but something like this is like, I mean, there's even new footage we haven't seen too, and again with the slow motion and cool, the good shots, even behind the scenes. It's like, I mean, some people were making posters out of some of this shit online and making cool gifs. Like, oh geez, I mean, some of the shots look better than they did in the fucking trailer. I mean, I mean, it's especially with those, and I think that's what a lot of, especially when it comes to these movies, they're banking on some of that stuff because, some people might not care about a featurette, and I don't care the process, but I think a lot of, us nerds kind of like that whole process and hearing the director say like, the process and like the fact is like, how did we get here? And other people talking about that. And then of course the actors and talking about their processes. And then of course, obviously they do the thing where they talk about, the vision of the director and stuff like that. It's always cool to hear that kind of stuff. And then of course, when you see certain shots and then when you're going to actually see them in the actual film, that's also cool to I always like to see, what's that going to look like on the big screen? What is that, that little spaceship thing or that shot right there in front of all the green screen or the blue screen? What is that going to look like as well when we finally see it? And then it's like, then you do the whole, Leo DiCaprio point. Oh yeah. I remember seeing that. Featurette. So I don't know. I've always been a fan of that. Even if it's like someone's shitty cell phone who's like on set and they capture something. I love it when you see that. I'm like, well, that looks weird. What's that going to look like on the big screen? And then you see it, you go, oh, that was cool. That was really cool. So I like that. But Phil, what did you think about the featurette?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Like I think I'm kind of with Ben in that it gives you an insight into where the filmmaker's coming from, and I think that did a lot more for me than the 5-minute sneak peek did, because that sneak peek.
Yeah, you said it was too campy for you.
Yeah, I mean it's a little campy. It's kind of Adam Westy in a certain respect, I suppose. But this one really it just gives you that behind the scenes glimpse. Was I really keen on Peter Safran fucking talking about, James finally got an in? I don't really care what Peter Safran has to say, but that's just, I thought it was cool. I thought it was nice seeing everyone kind of just like rally together and say, hey, we trust in James Gunn and he's got a vision for this. And this is ultimately what I feel like. If you're a fan of any of this and if you've respected and admired what Zach did, then I feel like at the very least, if you're sensible, you should at the bare minimum give James Gunn a chance to just show what he's doing. He deserves that shot that a lot of fans did not give Zach back in 2013 and 2016. And I just, it really agitates me to see people say that like, this movie's dead on arrival. James Gunn's going to take an L. This movie's going to fucking fail. Like, it's like number one, you don't really know that. That's bullshit. You're spewing out of your ass and acting like it's a fact. And I feel like that's total bullshit. And I look at this film and I'm like, there are some things where I look at it and I'm going, okay, this is a little 78 for my taste. And that's not really in my wheelhouse of what I like and appreciate about Superman. But at the same time, it's like there are inherent core things where that version of Superman embodies it in a certain respect, and I can understand why you want a level of familiarity with it. And I think that where this movie is going to shine in a way that Superman Returns did not is it's taking a lot of a bit of a stylistic choice and a bit of tonal choice that Superman Returns did not take, and I think that's where it will ultimately take its Donner inspiration from. But if you also look at like some of the other stuff that's going on in at least the sneak peek or even the trailer itself, like, we see a Superman that's vulnerable. He's beaten to shit. He's bleeding. Like, do you bleed? Like, come on, like, let's go. Ultimately, like, I thought it was cool. Okay. Like, it was good. I'm really excited to see Metamorpho. Metamorpho is one of my favorite, like, lower tier DC characters. I'm a huge fan of Batman and the Outsiders, and Metamorpho is a huge player in that. And I was not expecting them to go practical with that, but getting that behind the scenes look and seeing Anthony Kerrigan just in that practical suit was all that practical makeup was just a fucking like, yeah, man. Hey, James Gunn doesn't fuck around when it comes to stuff like that. And I can appreciate and respect that. Hawkgirl looks good. I don't really care about Nathan Fillion or Guy Gardner. Like I if he's in it, just watch him. If he's in it, I just hope he's the one who gets his ass kicked the most. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Because I don't fucking care about that character. I don't give a shit about Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner is like one of the worst DC characters ever, and I don't give a fuck.
I think that's probably why James Gunn put him in there.
I think the coolest
to be though.
Everybody's gonna hate him.
Right. Oh yeah,
the guy we're gonna love to hate.
I think the coolest shot for me was like James Gunn sitting in the T-Sphere and like telling like that was cool. I'm like, all right, if there's anything I'm really excited to see, it's Mr. Terrific, his technology, how he plays into it. And I also had a theory because like you get a really good look at Hawkgirl's costume and it says JL, and I think a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Justice League, and I'm like, well, he is a fan of the animated series. I wonder since Max Lord is a part of this and he does bankroll that iteration of Justice League
Justice League International. Yeah.
Oh no, Justice Lords, because Lord Industries. I wonder, if that's a twist that he would implement. It'd be cool. I'm not banking on it, but it's just something I thought about, because again, like if Max Lord is, and I'm presuming he is, because he did talk a little bit about corporate superheroes being a thing in this movie, and Mr. Terrific, Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, they all have those JL logos, and Lord is presumably in this movie. I'm like, yeah, it's a possibility. Getting fucking Old Man Rick Flag Sr. in there, Frank Grillo, that was cool. I mean, I didn't give a shit that his hair was like super silver, but it's like, translating stuff from animation to live action, it's almost
they
never...
couldn't do it too. They said
right.
Yeah, King of Tulsa, he's doing King of Tulsa.
King, so they did. So sadly, they couldn't make his hair shiny.
Yeah,
like they did in Creature Commandos. But yeah, I mean that's just a minor thing. I don't care about that either. But yeah, it's. Yeah, but a lot of things, and people even saying in the chat, was the fact that, I mean, it does seem like James Gunn is using a lot of practicality. They are using a lot of practical things. They could have easily just done a lot of things like, we could just do it in post. VFX, Metamorpho could have been entirely CGI. Yeah, but he was like, but they were like, no, we're gonna actually do the whole thing, and we saw that right there. There's, the robots. They literally have the robots.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that was a surprise.
Wait, the robots? They're real? They actually made those robots? Holy shit!
That was cool.
Yeah, so it was kind of like nice to see that. I mean, the blending of practical and VFX, and VFX is just going to be, it's going to be pretty cool to see. And it's a thing that, like I said, when you're making something like this, that's so, I mean, this is so sci-fi fantasy. This is more sci-fi fantasy than then of course what Zach did. Zach was making it a little bit more grounded, but it's more sci-fi fantasy. So it's like, okay, so having a blend of that is kind of comforting, because yes, it could have just been entirely, just stand in front of a blue or green screen and here's a tennis ball, stare at it. They could have just done that, but no, it's like they're doing a lot of practical things, and I'm like, cool. So I think that's what they kind of wanted to show. I think that's what they were emphasizing. I mean, there's a shot of like Hawkgirl like forcing somebody through a window, and I was like, whoa,
yeah, Simon Stack.
You think that's who it is?
No, that's why everybody's just so in.
Yeah. Some people even said maybe it's Max Lord, but I don't think it would be Max Lord. But who knows? But I thought it was like, show that kind of stuff where it's like, oh yeah, you guys are really doing some, you're trying to be as practical as possible. Obviously, it's impossible to do, so much. But yeah, that's pretty cool. But Paul, what do you think of the featurette?
I can't really add much, honestly. I liked Metamorpho, and I liked the practicality of the robot, and that's it.
Slow down, leave some for the rest.
No, I know. Yeah, well, you guys already had kind of reiterated. I mean, I agree with Phil. Like, I will see this movie. I mean, as you guys have known, or I think I've said multiple times, I have a best friend who's a huge Superman guy, and he's skeptical of the movie at this point. But we're gonna probably see it. I don't know about opening day, because with work schedules and everything, but me and him, our good buddy Bob and his girlfriend Haley are probably gonna go to a regular theater, and pretty nice theater, and then just watch it, and have dinner afterwards and have a discussion about it and stuff, and that'll be that, and then Fantastic Four will happen, and that'll be that. Like we'll just move on to that probably. But I mean, I'm a Phil. I'll give it a shot. I mean, as much as I shit on the movie, I'm gonna. It's Superman. I'm still gonna see it. I'm still gonna check it out. But like, I'm just, it's just. I was saying to Phil, and I feel bad. I feel bad saying, because I'm trying not to be the negative Nancy here, but like, with everything I'm seeing of Fantastic Four, every new clip, every new thing, I'm more and more invested in that movie. And I'm not even a hardcore like Fantastic Four guy. I love them in terms of the Marvel Universe and stuff, but it just feels fresh. It feels new, while still being retro, but not predicating on nostalgia, like William was saying. It's pretty much just, going off of the comics, and you're seeing all this stuff come into fruition and stuff, and and also it's a counterbalance to kind of what the MCU has been kind of getting away with for a bit, and kind of just getting stale with, and now they're doing this this new thing. And Superman kind of has that same advantage where the DCU is just all over the map and everything, and now they're trying to start fresh again. But yeah, I don't know. Every time I see the new footage of the stuff, I just kind of get less and less intrigued. I mean, I give them props for sticking to some Silver Age things, and I think Nicholas Hoult will probably be a good Lex. I think it's a good cast. But yeah, as far as the behind the scenes feature, I was glad to see that Rachel's very happy about the movie, but Metamorpho was the only thing that stuck out to me really, and the robot being practical, because I thought that was all like a guy like in a suit or a dots, and then they made it a robot after, unless there was like the shot where I think it's the first trailer where he's holding the robot because something's happened at the fortress or something, But yeah, that's all that really stuck out to me personally in terms of just like oh, that's new, or that's I didn't know that was practical, like as you guys were saying earlier. But that's really all I have to add as far as that goes. So
yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, the practicality part's going to be interesting, but it is. I was like, I was kind of laughing because it's like the more you see, the less you're intrigued.
Yeah,
but then he named a bunch of things. I'm like, well, that's cool. But I'm like, well, but you're less intrigued.
No, I'm like, oh, that's cool that they did that, but it's like,
okay.
But it's not enough for me to be like, I'm seeing that like immediately. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, whereas like Fantastic Four, it's like now
I keep showing that spiky.
I don't understand why we keep doing this with this whole thing, Fantastic Four and Superman. So like, like I get it that you're interested. I'm not trying to defend Fantastic Four, Superman, or try to convince you to like one over the other. It's just that I've seen that a lot. Whenever people are trying to say, no, I'm not interested in this, but I'm interested in Fantastic Four, and it's fine. But I don't understand why that has to be thrown in every single time. Like, we spent an hour talking about Fantastic Four and the trailer and breaking it down, and not once somebody said, yeah, but I'm interested, even though I'm more interested in seeing Superman. But when it's about Superman, there's always that but, this and this and that.
Okay. So Ben, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I do agree. However, if I weren't comparing it to, say, Fantastic Four, and you guys know where I stand, we've talked about this many times. Ben, you haven't been on here as often, or at least with me on here, but like, if I was talking about that, I'd be talking about the Henry Cavill, Superman, and being like, that's what I respond to. That's what, and and we go on about Snyder quite a bit on this thing. I don't want to try and compare and contrast. It's just I'm saying, oh, this version of Superman isn't really doing it for me personally. That's all. That's it. It's nothing.
No, I get that. And when I say you, I didn't say you personally. I said the royal you, because that's it, it's. I see it constantly, and it's always the same narrative. Yes, I like this Fantastic Four XYZ, but I'm more interested in the Superman. Like, no. What the fuck ask you?
There's three major factors, at least. There's one, that they're coming out within a week of each other. They're both superhero movies. And if we're being honest, like, James Gunn is predicating on older aspects of the character to a degree. I mean, yes, All-Star, but everyone who's read All-Star knows that is a callback to Golden Silver Age Superman. A lot of it is, done in a modern context. And the Fantastic Four is literally a 60s retro future movie. So even that, and again, they're known among the comic book community as wholesome characters. So the comparisons are just going to pop up.
I know. I totally get that. But the thing is that when it's in the other way around, like let's say, it bothers me the other way around too. Whenever a teaser, trailer, or whatever, a piece of content comes out for Superman, here comes some guy saying, well, Fantastic Four is cooked. Like, can we just focus on this thing here, enjoy for what it is, and judge it for what it is, without fucking have to bring this Fantastic Four in, or whenever there's something Fantastic Four related, can we do the same thing without bringing Superman into this conversation. Yeah, I get it that they're close to each other, and probably there's going to be a level of rivalry, if you will.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the right approach. And and when we continue to do that, we're just perpetuating this nonsense that goes on social media when you try to pin one against the other, or try to lift one the thing that you like by sharing on the stuff that you are not interested in. That is just my little gripe that I have with that.
No, and that's fair. I've seen it repeated over and over again. Phil does that all the time on his stuff, talking about, can we just, focus on the actual thing itself? Unfortunately,
Exactly.
it's the internet.
This day and age, we can't.
If you're talking to me personally in terms of as a Superman fan or a fan of DC Comics, this movie for me, I know it's probably coming from a good place, or I know James is probably trying his best to emulate a Superman that he knew as a kid, because that seems to be what the case is and stuff. But it's like, Phil also says the same thing. Like when I watched the 5-minute Fortress sequence that was released, the sneak peek, so to speak,
Right.
it's campy. For me, that's fine. Like it's not anti-Superman. It's not against the character. It's just not something that I gravitate towards necessarily, unless it's like maybe like, I mean, I've told you guys many times, animations gets away with so much more than live action can. So, same with like the execution and stuff. But I don't know. It just it doesn't do it for me. It's weird. And again,
that's fine. I do not have a issue with anybody not wanting or liking or not connecting with the Superman. It's just that comparison, that back and forward. This is this is what I like, but I don't not. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that
it's when you weaponize something against another thing and they happen to be in a shared space, and you do it purely just to like push a narrative. And the funny thing is like I even see I see screenshots of things, dumb shit people say on Twitter on threads because you just can't escape that shit, right? And it's the dumbest shit you see in regards to this stuff. Like people are literally just hoping that Fantastic Four just completely trounces Superman at the box office. And I'm just like, if you were really a fan of comic book films, you'd want them both to succeed. You wouldn't pick one over the other.
Yeah. Like crash and burn people are weird. It's like
tribalism is fucking stupid when it comes to comic book films.
To the point where like diehard Snyder fans are not talking about Sinners at all.
No,
because it's Warner Brothers. It's like, really, guys? Okay, you guys really did lose the fucking messaging of the Snyder Cut movement because we're talking about Ryan Coogler, who is like becoming one of the directing greats, and he just put out an original movie, literally just like, adding new, pardon the pun, new blood into the vampire genre. But you guys are not going to support it because it's Warner Brothers. And it's like, come on, what are we doing here? I mean, we're all about the artist and the filmmaker, and they allowed the artist to make the movie that he wanted to make, but it's because it's Warner Brothers.
Keep in mind that the percentage of those guys, be honest with you, I know that we focus on them because in the space that we are in.
It's small.
It's like the cut up kid in the school, the kid, the short bus kid. He's in the back cutting up, he's farting, he's making all kinds of noise. But there's, depending on where you're at, there's 30 or 40 other kids in that class that aren't doing that. But that guy gets that's the guy you're going to remember the day. Yeah. And be honest with you, I mean, I interact with a lot of people on different levels, and there's the thing about it is it's by design. I'm hearing people talk about both of them, but by design, there's enough commonality in there. But yeah, there are those pockets of people that are doing that. But I just got to remind people the percentage of us when it goes to the general public is like 3 to 4% versus the actual Joe average. So the people that we're talking about are a subset of even that. They're not even. To me, they're not even worth mentioning sometimes because it's an exhausting conversation. Like, it's exhausting to talk about Superman sometimes because if I want to respond to these things, some of the stuff I didn't come to this to fight a war. So it's more like if you want to analyze the fun out of it, it's just why even do it. But that's a percentage of those people I think are really small in my opinion, unless I'm doing the math wrong. Because I hear a lot more people that are like they're at the very least they're interested. Which is after 7 years of brand damage, to be where he's at right now, and as far as the interest goes, is really good, regardless of how I feel about the movie. Because, like I said, there are certain aspects that just, quite frankly, I've outgrown. Some of the things that he's harkened back to, and I am not going to knock him for that. that is his decision. I'm going to respect it. But I've outgrown the whole reverence to the Donner and the Reeves thing. I loved them when I was a kid. I'm a grown-ass man now. I have different demands for my Superman stories. But I'm going to step back because I've always said there's no wrong way to tell the Superman story. He made decisions, and that's cool. But I don't think it's to the point where it's like, you know, I mean, I see people who block each other over this stuff. I'm like, I see people who get, I mean, some of the stuff I see go back and forth on you know, on several, you know, it's personal, and this is not personal. It's a guy in a cape and a dog in a cape. That's what this is, and a dude that's going to stretch.
It becomes personal when you create a relationship and you thought those people were about something. It's like you're riding with somebody. All of a sudden, this person turns out to be not the person that they presented themselves to be.
Yeah, they made it part of their identity.
So it can be personal.
Part of their identity, yes.
Yeah.
So it can be personal. It's not. It's not like you sitting there just like blocking randoms, because I have blocked people, but it's because I had a relationship with you. I thought you were this individual. You presented us this individual, but you are really not that person. So I cannot fuck with you anymore. So
it totally gets to that point where, like, I mean, I've actually unfollowed people that, I mean, I haven't even, like, you know, had conversations for a bit, and then I just see like, oh, wait a minute, I thought it was about this and now you're now acting like how these guys acted, and I'm like, no, that's not what this was all about. This was supposed to be about this, and I was like, I get it, you don't like it, sure, and that's why I always say kudos to the ones that just decided not to talk about it.
Because
they're talking about things that they love. They're not even mentioning. Maybe they'll say something every now and again. It's like, all right, fine,
it's natural,
sure, but at the same time, they're just going, it's not for me. I don't really like what's happening. It's not for me. I'm going to talk about this. And I'm like, cool, good for you. But man, there's some that are just, they lost the messaging of the whole thing so badly, where I'm like, you're nope, I'm done. I'm just gonna unfollow.
With Superman, it's worse than any. Like I was saying last week, but Superman is worse because it's unlike Batman or some of these other characters where it's a frame of mind that's relatable to. Superman is an abstract idea, and people, when it comes to nostalgia, Superman's kryptonite is nostalgia, in my opinion, because when you do nostalgia, it's never the fan. I'm not talking about the writer, but the fan picks what makes them feel good about that moment. And they don't, like I said, with Superman 2, 75% of the movie, he's moping around trying to figure out whether he's in love with Lois, whether he should give up his powers, whether I should beat the hell out of this truck driver, do I need to murder these 3 Kryptonians? And, you know, should I still be Superman? But they only remember, you know, when you do nostalgia, you only remember these certain parts of it, and then you want to funnel that into any other interpretation. And that's the bad thing about it. It's like every one of these versions of Superman has gone through it. Each writer or director has put their Superman through the motions, and James Gunn's not going to be any different. So it's a lot of it is nostalgia is the biggest factor here. But if you drop back on that,
we say nostalgia like it's a bad thing. The last Spider-Man movie was completely nostalgia.
No, nostalgia done right. I always say if it's done right, it's like a time bomb.
Okay,
if you pull the right wire,
now
everybody lives. If you pull the wrong wire, everybody dies.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what's funny is like nostalgia. Yeah, like I said, it's a different stages now because, you know, before, like, you know, 10 years ago, we're like, hey, this is not Dawn or Superman. It's not your dad's Superman.
Yeah.
Let it go. Now we're like 10 years or so later. Now it's like, hey, this is not Snyder Superman. Let it go a little bit.
But the thing is that like both of them are very valid. Snyder Superman is
so it's like, okay, we're trying to find a balance here, but you want like a specific thing. You were saying before, let that thing go. Now you are holding on to a thing from a little bit ago, and that's now nostalgic to you. And it's like, hey, well, it's not going to be that thing. So what the hell? And don't, you know, look down on me for being excited for, hey, let's see what this is going to be about. Because this is going to be something. And sometimes it's like when I seen some of the stuff, I'm like, I kind of going like, okay, so what you're looking down on me because I'm okay with this? Like, because it's not, you know,
they're at war. They're at war.
Fucking grounded Superman. What? Yeah.
They're at war, and when you're not at war with them, like I said, nobody needs to really defend how they be. Like Cavill Superman is not going away, no matter how this Superman is
you'll always
perceived or
have
does.
it.
I'm in Donner's. They're always they're going to be in my heart and mind, and no other version. And if I end up liking this version more than that, that's not going to diminish the other ones I liked. It's not absolute, and that's what I think it gets kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's not an absolute. I mean, but I know, like when it came to Snyder stuff, it's like, I mean, the movement is what really that's what made it special, and I totally get that. But man, I mean, I had a tweet. I mean, I've had a few tweets, but I had one particular where I was like, I didn't even respond to people. I just sat back and went, "Whoa, man! I really hit some nerves."
You did it this time.
I hit some nerves on that one, and I just read some of the stuff, and I was like, "Whoa, buddy." Because it was something to do with artistic integrity, and man, when you start bringing that term. Because I was just like going, I think some people don't know what
they don't know
or even had it. But then I saw the response and then I went, yeah, you definitely did not know what the fuck that term was because the way you're freaking responding, I was like, Jesus Christ. Because I'm just like, hey, just let the artist do his thing. I mean, like, I know you don't like that certain thing, but let him do his thing. And, but at the same time, it's like, you don't have to, I don't know. There's a lot of things, but at the same time, it's like, hey, everybody's going to have their opinion and everybody's going to have their thing. Sure. I totally understand that. Totally get that. And, it's not for you. It's not for you. But, but at the same time, what I keep on asking sometimes, anytime I get the pushback, when I go like, when I get somebody that goes, I can't wait for this thing to flop or crash and burn. I'm like, I just go, okay, what if it doesn't? And I don't get a good response. It's always just, well, it's like, but I just go, hey, but what if it actually doesn't? I had somebody yesterday or today, I think it was, and I was like, okay, so he literally said, I want DC to be successful and overtake Marvel, but this isn't it. And then I just go, okay, but what if it actually is? And then, of course, he couldn't accept that. I'm like, you just don't like James Gunn. Just admit that. I mean, you don't like the guy who is actually doing it. You just claimed you wanted DC to be successful and be the top dog over Marvel. And I asked you, well, what if that actually did happen with this? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what if it does? And you couldn't give me a good response because you were like, fucking James Gunn. And I'm like, you just hate James Gunn. I just let you know that, okay, so you just let me know that you just hate the man who's involved. And that's where I just go, okay, you just have this hatred toward this guy. Right. You don't care about the DC product. You don't care, and it's like, okay, that's all I'm just trying to get out of you. I'm like, all right, because when you're telling me that you want DC to flourish, okay, well, what if this does? And then you can't give me a response to if that does, how would you react? You just hate the man who's making it. I'm like, okay, so there you go. I just exposed exactly why you are like having a bitch fit because you just don't like the guy who's actually doing it. You want
they seem to forget about like, what do you like about the character instead of focusing on like you're literally, I mean, I know we're talking about Superman, a character for about most of his tenure in existence has focused on hope. What is best in society, sees the best in society even in the worst of times. And again, all of us here have versions of the character we have liked, versions of the character we don't like, versions of the character in the midpoint. And that's okay. And it just seems like, again, social media is not the real world. We can all agree on that. But it's circles like this that you have, all of us have been a part of and in different ways that we can come together and, hey, we have disagreements, but in the end, we're celebrating what we like most about the characters. And instead of focusing, oh, I hate James Gunn and things like that, how about just focus on like what you do like and enjoy about it and put that out there instead of just saying, screw James Gunn, screw Zack Snyder. Okay, it's okay if you don't like those portrayals of it. Guess what? That's called fandom. That's okay.
Yeah.
But
and even when I saw people like push back, like because Zach posted on Superman Day, like he posted the Jor-El thing and then showed the first image of Cavill and Superman. When you see people push back against that, like, hey, shut the fuck up. That's his Superman.
Yeah.
he wanted to show his quotes.
Oh,
Okay, he's not going to show David Cornsweet and what the fuck James Gunn's. No, he's going to show what his Superman did. You know, so there's no reason to even like throw hate at that iteration and like, oh, you didn't understand Superman, you didn't do this.
I hate that. I hate when somebody says that. I fucking
Yeah,
hate
you didn't understand Superman. Fuck
It's such
off.
a fucking stupid level of entitlement that people have. It's like they act like they have control and ownership over these characters, and I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you write for DC
But you
Comics?
created.
No. Okay. Shut the fuck up. You have no right to tell someone that they don't understand a fucking
Mm-hmm.
character. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen online. And I get it
Literally,
in my
their whole
comments
job
too.
was
I get it all the time.
do
It's
an interpretation of Superman to the point where they have read a bunch of comics. They've talked to the people who have created those comics. You know, Zach did that. James is doing that. You know, it's like, hey, come on, guys. It's like to just blindly just to say like, oh yeah, this person doesn't understand. I always hate that. And like you said, Phil, when somebody says like a filmmaker doesn't understand, it's like, when you're seeing like the behind the scenes, like even like when I see old behind the scenes featurettes from Man of Steel, and when Zach's talking about it, because when it comes to obviously like when people are griping about James Gunn being too much involved with the behind the scenes stuff, I'm like, geez, there is so much Zack Snyder stuff. You didn't have a problem with that. But it's like, but to me, I love it when the director is constantly talking about, this is what I'm doing and blah blah blah. I love hearing a director talk. So and then I even made a joke because I had somebody who's just losing his mind in my mentions. I'm like, I love it that James Gunn is like pissing off some of these guys, just like I loved it when Zack Snyder was pissing off people back then, and still does it to nowadays. I love it when people just
really funny?
see somebody and they get all fucking pissed off. I'm like, why do you get pissed off? It's just somebody trying to tell a story and they're just doing it in their way. Yeah, you might not like it or something like that, but the fact that you have so much hate. But I love it when like the filmmaker and the storyteller is given his voice and saying like, hey, this is what I'm doing, and they are doing the research. They are going like this and this, and this is how I'm going to interpret this. And I just love that kind of shit. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with everything. I don't even agree with everything that Zach did. As much as I love that version, there's stuff that I might be like, maybe not that, or something. But
like based on that, not that one sentence of like, oh, this director didn't understand this character, and they apply that to Zack and Superman. I'm just like, oh, okay, well then by your logic, Christopher Nolan doesn't understand the character of Dick Grayson and Robin in general.
Exactly.
And yet you're sitting there fucking following his novel.
Right. As much as I love Christopher Nolan, I fucking
hated that thing.
Your whole name, Robin.
Short name, Robin. The fuck out of here, bro.
I go. I'm like.
That's why I hate that.
Don't set William on his Dark Knight Rises rant, man, because he's.
No, I don't. I don't think it's it's not even a rant. I don't think it's a very good movie.
I don't like that movie.
I don't be honest with you. I know
trying to make right. You understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah. It's just not a very good movie. But yeah, when I think it hurts more when a fan tries to tell somebody that they don't know about a certain character because they have a different interpretation. We get it in our little comments. I got people telling me I don't know anything about Superman, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And it's just,
doesn't know about
it just everybody's gonna have their own interpretations of it, and if you don't agree with that one, like I said, it doesn't need to be. It just lower your blood pressure and go somewhere else with it. To be honest with you. Same thing with this movie. If Superman sucks, I don't think it's going to. It might not be to my desires, but guess what? I got lanterns coming.
Well, to kind of tack onto that too, the whole you don't understand the character, or saying that about different filmmakers. The other thing that kind of really annoys me is the whole telling other fans you're not a real fan because of X, Y, or Z factor, and that's really been omnipresent in this whole thing, and like everything. Kind of to your point about the whole artistic integrity side of it, Dave. It's unfortunate kind of flip side of that. I've seen a lot of people make that argument very cynically, where they've very much admonished people about, well, if you're not supporting Zach on Rebel Moon or et cetera, you're constantly hashtag restore the Snyderverse, you're not a real fan. And I've seen a lot of those same people, openly admit I didn't watch Rebel Moon all the way through or not see it as UFC movies. So, are you making that argument because you actually stand behind it, or are you just trying to win Twitter fights? Because I've seen a lot of people who kind of fall into the latter with that.
Right.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, but there is some out there. I mean, I remember. I know there's like, obviously there's the Schumacher cut and the air cut that is like a heavily thing. And I saw a particular, and I'm not going to even like mention who they are, but I mean, they came at me one time that even said I wasn't even a Zack Snyder fan, and it was funny because it was like, what? I mean, the dude's been on the stream, and then I was like, what? You didn't know that? And you said you follow me closely, and you said I'm not as okay. But then this particular Twitter handle is like all of a sudden they're all about the Schumacher cut, and I searched, and I was like, when was the first time you actually talked about the Schumacher cut? Oh, 2 weeks ago. Cool. When Val Kilmer died, that's when he started talking about the Schumacher cut. Okay.
How convenient.
Cool. So that's when he started talking about the Schumacher cut. The first time I talked about the Schumacher cut 3.5 years ago when I found out about this was not even called the Schumacher cut. It was called the Red Book edition. When I came across that, because I love Batman Forever, when I caught wind of a lot of things, I went, oh, I'm going to make a video about this. And I remember making a video about this. It was probably actually 4 years ago, actually.
I think I first remember hearing about it around the time of the first DC Fandom.
Yeah, it was like around that. Yeah. But it was just kind of funny because I've taken some screenshots of like, when it comes to certain like things, and I'm like, God. But that's the thing is like, oh, you guys aren't even authentic because now all of a sudden you're about the Schumacher cut. What, after Val Kilmer like passed away? Like, there's nothing wrong with like, okay, I get it now that he passed away, may he rest in peace. But I did find it a kind of little bit when all of a sudden people are spamming the hashtag. I'm going, you're gonna spam the hashtag because now that he passed away? I'm like, And so I didn't really. I think I posted one thing about release the Schumacher cut because it's like the 30-year anniversary this year, and I was like, okay, I'll do it then. But I was not about the spamming the hashtag because he passed away. I was like, it felt kind of gross to me. I don't know. It felt kind of gross. Like, I appreciate what he did with Batman, specifically as Bruce Wayne. I keep on saying that his Bruce Wayne is like top notch in even Batman Forever. I thought he was like a better Bruce Wayne than most.
Yeah.
To be honest. And but I just didn't want to like. I just felt a little gross to be like, okay, he passed away, so let's spam the hashtag. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about all his roles that he did, not
his
just
career,
and then spam a hashtag. I just didn't like that. But then all of a sudden I'm seeing some of that, and I'm like, you guys didn't care about this until. It's kind of gross, but yeah, hashtags are getting outrageous when it comes.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, like,
yeah.
I started following movie productions more heavily around the time The Dark Knight Rises came out. Yeah, I know. Perfect movie to start fucking following movies for, right? Perfect movie. But for years, I had like a passing knowledge of the fact that like Schumacher had like a cut of the movie that he made and edited, wasn't completed, and they showed it to the studio, and then the studio was like, you need to fucking dial it back. We're stepping into Tim Burton territory here. So I had known that like there was a director's cut of Batman Forever. And, obviously around the time Schumacher passed away, it became more prevalent. I have a copy of the Red Book edition in case anyone, I think I sent it did I send it to you, Paul?
I think you did at one point. Yeah, I haven't had time to sit down and gone through it. Even though I had just recently watched the 35 millimeter print, which was really cool.
Right.
But
you
yeah,
did.
I need to. Yeah.
Very jealous of that because I would love to watch that in 35 millimeter print. But
yeah, it was good stuff.
The Red Book edition is the closest thing to the Schumacher cut because the Epic Film guys actually got a chance to see the Schumacher cut that Kevin Smith had gotten his hands on. And he showed it at the Smodcast Theater in Jersey in I think September of last year or something.
Right.
Yeah,
something around there.
It was something around. Yeah.
When I was listening to him talk, when I was listening to those guys talk about it, like there were certain things that are in the Red Book edition that are in the Schumacher cut, but there's even stuff that's in the Red Book edition that is not in the Schumacher cut. And I don't remember the exact differences, but it is a different movie. Like it is
totally
not completely different movie, but it there are some things in there that kind of tweak Tommy Lee Jones' performance as Two-Face a little bit and make it a little bit more manageable. Jim Carrey is still Jim Carrey in that movie. So, not much changes, but it's enough to make a difference that it is almost
the Bruce
completely
Wayne
different movie.
stuff. Yeah.
It's a lot of psychological stuff with Bruce Wayne. The cut sequence of him facing the bat, that's a deleted scene, but it is in the Red Book edition too. And I fucking hate that was cut from the movie. I actually
that was in the trailer.
Yeah.
That was in the U2 music video.
Yeah.
Where you actually see him in front of the bat, like doing that.
Yeah.
It was in that video because I was obsessed with that song because I was obsessed with the movie when it came out. I looked because I was like, Batman, and I was like, I love that song, and that was in the music video. I think it might have. Well, I don't think it was in the Seal video, but it was definitely in the YouTube video.
The scene, if I remember correctly, because I think I did watch it after I saw the screening that I went to, but I looked at that and I'm like Phil, I wish that had been kept in because it even makes the movie flow a lot better and make more sense because he's haunted by the reflections of Dick Grayson's parents getting murdered and by Two-Face and stuff like that, and obviously he feels responsible for Two-Face a bit, but it makes the scene with Alfred make a lot more sense because he's going into he's getting the repressed memories coming back. You're never really getting why. I mean, as a kid, you kind of just assume because of the stuff with Dick Grayson, but it's much more than that. And Alfred says, "You said I killed them, sir."
Yeah, and then that line right there is so good. I love that.
Right, but it comes full circle, so to speak, because he goes, and you find out that the cave that he fell into when he was a kid hasn't been built up. Like it's a cave. It's the thing that Bruce goes to in the darkness of the cave, and in the comic books and other things where he goes to reassess and become Batman again or to find himself. And he goes to that same place and he finds the book that he fell in the pit with.
Yep.
And he looks up the diary entry and he finds out what he's repressed. And it's his father saying, "Martha and I wanted to stay in tonight, but Bruce wants to go to the movies." So he's blaming himself.
So that's why he said, "I killed him." Yeah,
I killed him. Right.
Yeah, which is emphasized, what Christopher Nolan emphasized too when it came to Batman Begins and stuff like that. Very cool.
Right.
But Austin, Ben, I know you guys you're gonna bounce. Yeah. So
sure. Ben's got to go into the chamber of youth. Like Michael Jackson had.
Sure. All right, Austin, go ahead, promote whatever you got to promote. And
nothing much right now, but I appreciate you having me on and for chilling with you guys. It's always a fun time and stuff. So yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, Austin. Always great having
you.
you.
Later.
And Ben,
Thank you guys.
promote.
See you, Ben.
That's not.
Ben,
I got nothing.
Didn't even promote. He was like, "Bye, guys." Yeah. Well, real anarchy. We know where he's at.
Yeah.
No, but I know it's cool that we got into like a little Batman Forever talk because, like I said, I love that movie. But there was a lot more that Schumacher definitely wanted to put in there, and that's what's cool about that. But at the same time, I mean, that shit was happening back in 1994, 95. That is just like, ugh, it sucks that that's the case. But I just hate, when I see people that were like, all of a sudden, we're not even talking about that. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, now if Warner Brothers is not going to give me other things, now I'm going to like jump on this and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be, because now there's like a whole thing where it's like now they're trying to mesh the Ayer cut and Schumacher cut together. And I was like going, okay, you guys weren't even talking about the Schumacher cut. You didn't care, probably because it was too campy for you or something like that. Because everything has to be like goddamn, like dire, like serious to the bone, even though it's not even like that. It was just
in the mid '90s. Remember, in the mid '90s, there's a reason why they were apprehensive about that because Batman Returns really hurt the franchise.
Oh yeah,
and they didn't want to go in that direction again. So, and be honest with you, the Batman Forever, I don't need another cut of that. I the one I saw in the movie and then 30 years ago is fine. And most of the time, listen, I know we get these conspiracy theories with some of these cuts where there are instances where the producer or the company overreach. Most of the time, the cut that you see is the one that you see. In Ridley Scott, favorite director, most of his director's cuts are a waste of my time.
I would say, except for Kingdom of Heaven and Final Cut on Blade Runner. That's it. Sorry.
No, Final Cut on Blade. Final Cut on Blade Runner. If I'm out of tissue paper and I want to use something hard, That version is not good.
But
that version is not good.
I like Final
International cut. It's all subjective. International
All right.
cut is where they throw in everything that he wanted because he didn't even want the voiceover. That movie
Yeah,
was
he
so
didn't want the
There was
voiceover.
so much stuff that the lad company said no, you have to do this, and most of his cuts are like that. He's a brilliant mind, but there are people above him that look at this thing from 30,000 feet and have to look at the overall project, and that's what most of these directors and most of the times they get it right.
Well, and it's
They get it
interesting.
right.
It's William brings that up because this is actually something we talked about on our show, where because the guy just kind of referenced the whole thing about where if you're not supporting the artist or the storyteller on everything they do, it's like it does that make you a real fan? We've had that kind of debate sort of circulate in the fandom, and so Williams mentioned Ridley Scott being the filmmaker who's really enamored with, and we were kind of a while back. I just read off on Wikipedia his entire filmography, and just read this entry. Williams like, okay, like it, don't like it, don't like it.
Yeah.
So there's this weird kind of dichotomy where it's like William says, like, okay, Ridley Scott's my favorite director, but you would also probably classify him as hit and miss.
Yeah, same thing with J.J. Abrams, and like I said, Thelma and Louise. I would rather dine on raw sewage than ever watch that movie again. It's not my movie, right? But
I've never seen that
when
movie.
it comes
But
to the Zack Snyder stuff, listen, I'm not a big UFC guy. I'm going to give it a shot, but I'm not. If the cape stuff is what brought you to the dance, there's nothing wrong with that being your focus.
I just hate it that that's all that's emphasized. It's like, no, he needs to drop everything. Everybody needs to drop everything and come back and make the movies that I want to make. It's like, no, you can't expect that anymore. I mean, nobody's going to drop everything what they're doing and then like, okay, they're going to come back and do all the stuff. And that's why I've always pushed for, hey, if animation happens or a comic book where we can get the finale of these stories, sure. And I think that's going to eventually happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You have a stronger case for something going on with Absolute DC than you ever had right now with anything Snyder going. And the reason why is because they're, like I always say, there are metrics involved that I can refer to justify the next step, no matter how small or large it is. The only numbers, even if they were able to release them, the only numbers I have about anything Zack Snyder are from 2021 at the very soon. So you can't expect somebody to spend 2025 money, 2026 money based on 2021 numbers. Yeah. You're going to have to you'll probably get an animated or something with Absolute Batman sooner than you would get anything else. That's why when people say, well, don't do the comics, it's motion picture. No, get some math out there that you can bring into the war room with you instead of just, want it. Nobody gives a fuck about that.
But it's interesting you say that because I just had a piece go up on comic book about.
Hey, Dave, don't let him pimp his shit on your show. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Wow, I said that out loud.
No, William's not wrong. I mean, if you make a comic book rooted from either the storyboards that were utilized and then scrapped, or even the stuff that he has hidden away that only him and a few select people know about, then there's more tangibility there, because then if they sell well, DC can present numbers to Warner Brothers Animation, Bobby Pills, DC Studios, whoever, and be like, look, people want to see this in an animated form. Why not adapt it? It makes sense. I mean, they did it with The Dark Knight Returns. They did it with Superman Red Son, even though I fucking hate that story. Like they did it with All-Star Superman way back when. And even then, All-Star Superman has like a lot of creative changes to it. I think there is room. There's ample room to adapt what Zach wanted to do as a graphic novel, and he's even said he would do it as a graphic novel. And of course, there are people who are like live action or bust, and that there are sensible people that I know that have said that, who even fucking make their own comic books, for crying out loud. I'm like, well, you draw Snyder related content, why don't you draw the fucking comic book then, right? But then of course, the majority of other people that I've seen fucking just bitch and moan, or just like, live action or nothing, bring back Gal Gadot, Henry Cavill, and I'm just like,
it's a problem.
I'm just like, why is Henry Cavill going to do this when he's gearing up to do fucking Highlander with Chad Stahelski? Why is Gal Gadot going to come back to Wonder Woman after James Gunn is doing his own thing with Wonder Woman in Paradise Lost, and she's already under fire for so many things?
Yeah,
Snow White notwithstanding, but seriously, and you really think Ben Affleck's going to fucking come back? No,
after the other statements he just made.
No, he's already said many times that he's like, oh,
He's
he's
done.
done. And he didn't, he doesn't want to get in
There's
that
one
fucking
person-
heavy
there's-
costume anymore. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with like they made some great stuff. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You can enjoy it. There's like, over 10 hours of cool shit you could do like when you go watch with the Snyderverse. As much as it seems like it was short lived, there's plenty of hours to watch when it comes to it.
You have 9 hours. There's 9 hours of story.
Well, I mean, if you talk about just the 3 movies, it's about 9.5 hours.
Yep.
But if you add Wonder Woman onto it, you can add
And Aquaman.
Aquaman.
It seems like it's more in the middle, but David's Suicide Squad is definitely Snyderverse.
Yeah, we
but
still got to
again,
get.
David
If we could get the Ayer cut, I would. Schumacher cut is second to Ayer cut. I mean, I do want to see. It'd be cool to see Schumacher cut. I don't know if we're ever going to see it because it just seems like that's just like a nothing burger. Ayer cut could be something because
I followed the Ayer cut movement. There's definitely something there. Like there's legit something there. I mean, Schumacher cut. Look, my thing is this because we talked all about Warner Brothers and stuff. You guys know I'm not the biggest fan of the studio. I judge movies as they come in. I still saw the Dune movies. I still saw Barbie. I obviously saw Sinners and shit. I saw Mickey 17. If it's by a creator that I want to support and I want to see their work, I'll see the work, whether the studio is a piece of shit or not. And I mean, let's be honest, Zaslav isn't making the best decisions, but I'm glad that fucking Coogler, like the fact that no one helped him out with a Warner Brothers production, the fact that he was able to get to shoot on film, to put out his movie the way that he wanted to put it out in certain theaters with like 70 millimeter projection, I think is great. So
and that's what we were fighting for with the Snyder Cut movement.
Right, right.
It wasn't just to get Zach's vision at it. It was to fight for artistic integrity and have the artist do his thing. But yet you won't see some of these diehards not even talk about that fucking movie because it's one
again.
Like,
what movie? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Sinners.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You know what they will talk about is how much of a fucking bust DeLuca and Abdi are, but it's just like, well, they brought Sinners to the forefront.
Right.
So
I know
they ain't going nowhere.
That happened on
they're
there.
not.
Don't
They're
say
not
that
going
too
anywhere.
loud. Don't say that too loud, Phil.
They're not going anywhere.
But as you guys know, I am a Snyder fan, pretty hardcore, but not to the extent that some of the crazies can get to it.
No, you're not like that.
No, but that being said, Warner Brothers is a shitty studio a lot of the time. Me personally, like you were saying, like I think utilize it, release the Ayer cut, release even the Schumacher cut, because you can't tell me, especially with how fans look right now. We were talking about Ridley Scott earlier. They right now are doing a 20th anniversary steelbook edition of the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven, which is a terrific movie.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
All right, William, I think threw up in his mouth. I don't know. But anyway, move on. No, hold on. Let's just move on a second. We'll get back to you, William. So no,
that's why I had to come on. My host is here because in case.
But all I'm saying, from a perspective as a movie guy, utilize and pertain to your audience. If your audience is asking enough, if there's enough of a movement to want something, whether Val Kilmer's passed or not, whatever, like utilize it, do it. I would right now, and I think Dave, you'd be in the same category as me. However you feel about the Schumacher cut or the red or the red edition or whatever, like if they were to put it out and do a good print of it and put it out on Steelbook with like theatrical and the other edition available and like behind the scenes stuff or whatever, I'd buy it tomorrow.
Oh,
like I want that.
I would too.
So I'm just saying, like, utilize the fan base. That's where I'm at, basically.
Yeah.
So go to your like, again, I'm not ostracize everything Warner Brothers. I understand some people's stance on that. It's more just because of their practices, and I get that. Like, but at the same time, I'm pointing at them and being like, do better, Zaslav or whoever, until he decides to depart and the next fucking guy takes over.
Dude, he just got 58 million bonus. Fuck that guy.
God.
Well, I know. He got a bonus this year.
But that bonus could have probably paid for the Ayer cut and the Schumacher.
Like
another thing.
He could have paid for them like 5 times.
Maybe
Yeah.
marketing might be good.
And you know what? You're gonna love this, Dave, because this speaks to how much sometimes I do try to restrain myself on these conversations because I hope I like to think that as somebody who maybe is a little bit of like a gain
Cultist?
some notoriety or a bit of a face in the restore, resolve, finish, whatever you want to call it, camp. But I also try to be kind of middle of the road on all that. I try not to go overboard with it, but when I saw that like story about the bonus that Zaslav got, or was that the salary or the bonus? I think it was the
bonus.
Yes, bonus
on top of millions of dollars that he already made for the year.
What I wanted to do, and I stopped myself from doing this, I wanted to quote tweet that, and I wanted to say it's like, well, I mean, he's in good company with the rest of the studio, where their whole business model has amounted to this over the last 10 years, and I always love this moment in Mrs. Doubtfire. I found this GIF, and this always makes me laugh. And I was going to use the GIF of Robin Williams saying, "Nancy and I are still looking for the other half of my head." It's like but I stopped myself. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be a troll. That's like, I've got thoughts, I've got opinions, but I don't want to come off as being overzealous on things. So
yeah, your bitch ass has $8.11 per share stock, and you got 58 million. Wow, it's good work if you can get it. If you can get that hustle, more power to him.
To be fair, some of that.
If all of us saw tomorrow the stockholders of Warner Brothers stock attacking David Zaslav in the parking lot of Warner Brothers, would any of us really be sympathetic towards him? No, probably not. We'd be like, no, that makes sense. They're trying
he'll
to
hold on to his money even while he's losing consciousness and find a way to get out of it.
If you want a good example of possibly how David Zaslav operates, just possibly, if you want a possible glimpse into how this man may or may not think, Paul and I have week to week been talking about the studio, the Seth Rogen show on Apple Plus. Oh my God, the character Bryan Cranston plays, it is based on everything you've ever read about David Zaslav, the way you've heard him talk in interviews. Watch Bryan Cranston in the studio, and you're like, "Yep, same fucking character."
The thing,
it's the same dude.
I haven't watched the studio yet.
I need to get on that.
Really good, but episode 4 is out of his vlog.
I need to get on it, but at the same time, like, how many times, like, when it comes to Warner Brothers, and I mean, how many times is there supposed to be a savior that's supposed to be, a savior to the Snyderverse or something like that? And Sarnoff at one point didn't
go
happen.
back further. Go back further.
Even Walter Hamada at one point was supposed to be a savior, and then he ended up being one of the worst. And then of course Zaslav at one point. At one point, it was like, oh, he's going to realize Kylar was a little bit more because he helped get the Snyder cut out. I'll give him that.
But he was fighting a civil war.
When it came to DeLuca and Abdi, it was the same thing too. So then when this article came out last week that they were like, oh yeah, we hired James in secret, and they definitely cheesed up Henry Cavill's return. They definitely did. That whole thing was like, because they just did not know what the fuck they were going to do. It's like, where are we going to go with DC? Are we going to continue with this? Are we going to go with something different? They did not know. They made studio exec decisions. And so then when this interview came out, and then I see like a hard turn with some of these hardcore fans, I went, wow. Because if you go to their profile and you go, oh yeah, type in those two names. Oh, they were like going, oh, they're going to be the saviors. They're going to be the saviors. And then all of a sudden now they're evil people. And I'm like, they're not evil people because they helped Zach pull off that full circle event. I'm like, did you guys fucking forget about that? And all the good they've done?
Well, they had to listen to their boss. Huh? They had to listen. That was all Zaslav. If James Gunn says no, if Lynn said any of these guys have a different answer, then they are going forward with that. Once James Gunn, the second time around, said yes, that changed everything. Not them. It had nothing to do with Abdi and DeLuca because they were subordinate to David Zaslav.
Well, not only that, they were interim bosses of DC until he found one to make DC Studios.
Exactly, and they were moving ahead because nobody. Remember, not everybody wanted this job. This went on for a little bit, so they were going forward with the immediate plans. But I hear so much bullshit about, or if Black Adam would have made $1 billion, it was never going to. It was never going to make $1 billion.
People say he would have made 500 million or something.
500 million? No. Okay, I don't know how people's brains are wired. So you think that these execs are sitting around hiding under a table, waiting for the numbers to come in from a Z-list character? I don't care if it's The Rock. It's still a Z-list IP. You're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars of decisions based on a Z-list IP at this point. No, you know what they did?
And they knew.
You know what they did? They looked at, hey, we were so, just like the previous regime, anything that fell off the marble tree, they were going to be like a dog hanging out by the dinner table waiting for you to drop a scrap. That's what they were. Once they had that guy, the proximity to Marvel's executives is what got him that job. And they were not going to just say, it didn't matter how much Black Adam made, because there was no data there that you could go forward and say, okay, we can base an entire whatever on this. His proximity to Kevin Feige is what got him that job.
Oh, totally.
They wanted that guy. And once he said yes, that changed everything.
Yeah, exactly. And then the fact that it's like, okay, so because we were hearing things that, oh yeah, we were hearing things from certain people that were saying like, oh yeah, Dwayne Johnson wants to have, eventually they want to have like a Justice League versus Black Adam and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, like they were like Dwayne Johnson and $7 Productions, from the information that I had, and they were trying to get the DC Studios job, and they thought they might have had some, and then they of course were like, okay, everybody's asking about Superman, so we got to get Henry Cavill on board. And again, I feel sorry for Henry Cavill for being like a pawn on this, but at the same time, he's going to be okay, and he got paid fucking 6 figures for doing 2 cameos. One we did not see, which was for the Flash. We saw the fucking Black Adam one, but they were easy cameos that he made 6 figures. So I'm like, heck, Cavill's okay. Okay. Don't. I mean, people go like, oh, poor Cavill. It's like, yeah, he might have, he got a little bit of embarrassment because they were like, yeah, announce that you're back. Okay, cool.
On DC platforms, on official platforms.
Yeah, that's
one of the other things that drives me crazy.
No, but let me finish here. But I was like, that sucks. But at the same time, he still got paid very, handsomely for just doing quick cameos where he just got into the costume and got in front of the green screen. I don't even think with the Flash he was in the costume. He was just Clark Kent. But so when just like going like, oh my God, they just they brought him back and they did all this, and it was just like, no, there was just a shitty thing that was happening. He was promised a contract and he was like, of course he was going to take it. Then it didn't work out. It's part of the business. Cavill knew. He was like, okay, yeah, that sucks. But at the same time, it's like now he's now a father. He's now got all these other projects. He is fine. So to turn on like these 2 individuals who had a hand in it and it was cheesed up, sure. But to just immediately go like, oh yeah, these people they fucking suck. They're not this, they're not that anymore. It's like, no, they literally, like, the Full Circle event that happened years ago wouldn't have happened. I mean, that's why I went back and brought up when Zach was on here saying that, because it was a cool, literal full circle event. That's why, like, you even hear Steven in that clip say it's kind of like a full circle event. And Zach was like, yeah, because of what Zach felt when it came to Warner Brothers. See, some of the people are still stuck in the past where they think Warner Brothers is still that in 2017, 2016, 2017. It's not the same. It's not the same regime. It's not. Yeah, Zaslav still, he sucks. Sure. Cool. But it's not that same thing anymore where they're in. That's why I keep rooting for them. And that's why I keep going. I want Warner Brothers to get back to where they are. That's why I'm liking the wins that they're getting. Did I enjoy Minecraft? Yeah, I was entertained, but whatever. But I'm glad that it's blowing up the box office. I'm hoping that Sinners, because I really enjoyed that, really blows up the box office. I'm rooting for them, but there are people that just still do not want them to succeed. I'm like, you guys lost the messaging. You lost the messaging of what we actually wanted when it came to this.
They missed the point.
Anyway, go ahead. What you're saying.
And then one of the things at the time was like, well, they even brought Cavill back, and that just proves that the whatever was dead because he didn't move the needle. You had him in witness protection program for 5 years off of the screen. Like I always tell Brad, you had a better shot at finding Hoffa than you did Henry Cavill Superman. So you're going to bring him back last minute and expect people to reach into their wallets. I thought that was silly. But hey, David Zaslav has made, like I said, he tripped over his own nuts, but eventually got the right guy. And the one thing, no matter what this guy ends up doing with his $58 million or whatever he's fleecing and all that, the biggest difference in this situation and the last situation, he appointed a DC Studios head. That is the difference. That is the conversation from the previous regime.
Again, is what we wanted.
Yeah.
We wanted something like this.
To kind of tack onto that too, because it's kind of go back to the article I had to go live that was referencing, which again, part of that was it was sort of born out of the UFC, brawler press release, which the Snyder Cut got actually a fair amount of attention in that press release. I'm sure everybody saw, and I kind of took that and ran with and said, oh, there's actually, this ties into some data we have with it on like the performance it's had. And I think part of it also that sort of lingers with a lot of people, and when I go into this in the piece, I have in others where, you're looking back in the lead up to the release, I don't think there's I'm trying to put this in the most delicate way I can. It's like, I don't think anybody can intellectually argue that the studio was not overtly trying to undercut the movie in the lead up to its release, because you had the cul-de-sac thing, you had the Ann Sarnoff interview, you had this and that. It got the green light, and they were trying to cut its legs out from under it, like right in front of everybody. And that still doesn't sit well with a lot of people, myself included.
Yeah, but those people are not there anymore.
I get that, but I'm just saying, it's like, as like part of the story of how we've got to this point, it's like that's just a factor in all of that I think it's just got to get discussed a lot.
The thing that I think that people are just always just like holding on to is that it was Warner Brothers. I'm like, no, you can't just hold on to anytime you hear that, you just see the logo. You got to think of the people involved. Yeah, that was bullshit.
Yeah.
Trust me, I had conversations with the man himself after that article came out. And it was like when Ann and they were saying it was a cul-de-sac, it was like, what are you fucking doing? You guys are totally cheesing this up. This thing is like pop culture. What are you doing? Why are you gonna just say like, oh, this is it, this is that, this is that? It was like ridiculous.
And it blew up in their face too.
There anymore. Those people aren't there anymore.
It blew up in their face, like, because when you have ignorance like, the likes of Ann Sarnoff and fucking Walter Hamada, and they're trying to one up and basically like, oh well, we're in charge now, we have a plan, and what we're gonna do is gonna be infinitely better than this, and it blows up in their fucking face because the Snyder Cut is a global fucking phenomenon, and they power on through and act like, oh no, what we're gonna do is better. They should have
embraced it and said they should have been like, hey, future stuff, maybe.
I mean, they got handed a second chance on the platter.
The saddest part is like Toby Emmerich at the end ended up getting the last laugh. James Gunn's Superman, but that's a fucking different conversation for a different.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's still.
Yeah. Sorry, but I know, Chris, you got to go. But again, just like last week, because we never get to the Daredevil discussion before you have to leave, I have to get your opinion.
But again, it's good discussion, doesn't it?
It is. It's good discussion. We always but I have to get your. Especially now with the season finale. Yeah. What was your thoughts?
Well, as I sent you the GIF from The Rock, chills. Again, as I've said before here, it was a Frankenstein season. Yeah. The last episode really, it said, I mean, full spoilers.
Yeah, go ahead.
This won.
Yeah.
It was exactly the bad guys won. I love the ending of putting from Kid A, Radiohead on there. It was a perfect song to kind of encapsulate like the city, it is in Fisk's hands. He's won everything. And I love it when, Matt goes in as Daredevil into Josie's bar and he sees exactly quote unquote his army. And I know people were upset. Oh, why did you have Iron Fist? Why didn't you have all them there? But I like how the directors put it in that is not meant to be a hopeful scene for them. That is meant to be like, this is who we've got left. We're going to die trying at this point, but to give any kind of the defenders to show up right then and there, it would give almost too much hope at that moment.
Yeah.
Well, plus it's clutter. Like I go with Brad over this. I don't think you did not need them in this show or in that scene.
No, you didn't. It wasn't. It was.
But you're getting them.
You don't need it.
You're getting them.
No.
Oh yeah.
I listen. Like I said it before. As brilliant as Netflix Daredevil was, please don't make the same mistakes. You have an opportunity to do something a lot better, and cluttering the show with them, I think, watered down certain aspects of the show, and I sure as fuck did not need to see them in that finale, especially when I knew what they were referencing. And if you, like I was telling him, if you read, there's a certain passage in the comics, it's issue 74, 75, 76, where he basically confronts the people as Matt Murdock. He's sitting in the room with them, and he's telling them, I can beat, basically, paraphrasing, I can take on one person at a time. I can take on one thug at a time. Kingpin has an army. You're my army. If you're not behind me, none of this matters. So when he walks into that bar and it's the average person, the bartender, the maid, all the people, that's Hell's Kitchen. That's his army.
And look at the makeup of that bar.
Yeah.
Who is in there? What they look like, who they are, gender, ethnicities,
But let's
all
think
that.
tactically too. If you're going against the Kingpin, wouldn't it be useful to have a guy with unbreakable skin or a?
I didn't need him. I didn't need him the
Oh my God! Enough with the fan fiction bullshit, please. Jesus Christ!
He went 9 episodes without him. Like I said, I was telling him this.
Is the
Listen,
show
as a
called
comic book
Defenders
nerd-
or is the show called Daredevil?
Thank you.
It's called Spider-Man, actually.
Not everything needs to be mixed with everything. Not everything needs to be a team. I don't need Daredevil and
It doesn't
Spider-Man.
need to be crazy. It does. I mean, I get it. I get why people like wanted it, but I also I get why they went with that ending. And I thought, okay, cool. I like
Droga's in the chat saying bring back She-Hulk.
Ain't happening.
No.
We still have part 2, and there's plenty of time for them to do whatever they need to do, especially with the new team doing all of part 2. So
yeah,
that's
I didn't
that's
think
why I
this
look at it.
episode was a good finale. I thought it was a good episode. I didn't think that was where you should have
Good
left
cliffhanger.
off.
That's a great way of putting it.
Yeah,
I kind of walked away from this season just feeling like it was fine. Like it's very uneven in a certain respect, and I wouldn't even call it like the best Disney Plus Marvel show. I feel like that's a little hyperbolic at this point, like because it's not done. Number one, number two, like I can look at WandaVision, Loki, Hawkeye, and just be like, these were much better executed, written, you name it, like in a lot of respects. Yeah, they were very consistent, right? And we know why this wasn't all that consistent because they overhauled some shit midway through, changed up executive producers and showrunners.
Like you said, Frankenstein season.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's not like a total hack job like 2017 Justice League was, but
it
was, it was serviceable. It was very serviceable.
Well, I don't even look at this like season 1. I look at more as more like part 1 with like the way it is. And the fact they're already going into, they're already before it even started airing, they were already going into season 2. So I look at it more as like, you think of it like when you had movies. This trend isn't this prevalent now, but when you had the finale is divided as like a part 1, part 2. That's what this feels like to me in episodic form. This is the Daredevil Born Again part 1, part 2.
Yeah, it makes sense. All
And
right,
I'll say
Chris,
this,
go ahead.
Frank Castle, the fights, it was totally worth it.
That was good.
Totally worth it.
All right, get out of here, Chris.
All right, y'all have a good night. Happy Easter, everyone.
For another
Take
30
care,
minutes,
Chris. Happy Easter.
Good night,
Happy
Chris.
Easter, guys. Bye.
All right, take it easy, Chris. Yeah, had to get him out of here before we kept him here for another fucking hour. I guess we could finally, get away from. I mean, just going back to all the stuff. I mean, again, Superman Day was fun. I mean, it was cool. I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, I appreciate the positivity with everything and everything that came about. It was cool. I mean, I understand some people are just not on board with all this stuff, and it sucks because I wish they could be. Because, when I'm looking at all this stuff, and then obviously there's going to be people that are not going to like be involved, and I get it. All right, fine, but at the same time, I'm like, it was still a fun day. It was still cool seeing some of the merchandise. Like I said, right now I've kind of put a break on buying Funkos and McFarlane's because I just don't know where exactly I put them. But when I saw that, Fortress of Solitude lamp, I was like, that looks cool.
I thought it was one of those popcorn buckets at first, actually.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be like one of like the custom popcorn buckets that are so big now. It's like okay.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Fortress was the next popcorn bucket.
I wouldn't be.
Same.
But by the way, Dave, I guess I meant to mention this earlier. Going to Superman Day, did you see? This was actually on Zach's post with the Man of Steel image. Did you see? It was that Jared. What's that guy's name? Jared.
Purrington.
Yeah. And he quote tweeted that with actually the concept art of Superman in front of the bank vault.
Yeah. I think he's posted that before, but it was pretty. Like what that guy.
He kind of jumped on that too.
Yeah, no, it was cool seeing that. Like I said, that guy has done some great art, and even the animation he's done, which it's like a similar animation to that Predator fucking trailer that came out. It's got a kind of a similar vibe, huh? Yeah, killer. Yeah. So like it's got a similar, like when he showed, especially when everybody was talking about, Zach the Blueprint when it came to the Fantastic Four trailer, when he showed, Superman pulling the and I'm just kind of going like, hey, if they fucking do animation to continue, I want this style of animation. It just looks really
It's very
cool.
Spider-Verse looking at that animatic.
Yeah.
It's very Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's shared a fair amount of like his concept art on things recently.
Oh, totally. He's worked with Zach many times, and I'm just kind of going like, hey.
I didn't realize that until he started sharing all the concept art recently, and then like last month, like, oh, he was part of this. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. It's like, and you know the purists out there, the ones that are saying like live action or nothing. I'm like, I don't get what the hell. I mean, I think it's just a whole other thing. But well, you know, but it's so funny too because you know Netflix. There's like a Netflix image. You know how they post their little marquees and like drive-in marquees that they do. I mean, literally, there was one that said, and I posted it. It said like animation is actually cinema. It's not. I forgot exactly what it said.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the other one. It said like
no, there was one that's
Snyder more than he's ever Snyder before, or whatever that one.
Oh yeah, they've done some Zack Snyder ones, but they did one that said like animation is cinema and it's not just for kids or something like that. And that was always like a thing that I got pushback on from some of the diehards. There, the people that were like live action or nothing. It was like, I don't want cartoons because they're like, oh, you're an adult. Ooh, watch out because animation. But I'm like, literally, the guy you're fighting for loves animation and has an animated series on Netflix that's very adult. And that's where I just go, I don't understand what the hell you guys actually want when you're saying this kind of stuff. But it was just kind of funny because I hate it when people say animation is not, you know, a good medium. It's just like they just look at it as Saturday morning cartoons. And I'm like, no, it is very much a medium that is awesome and amazing. Are you going to say that to Jay Oliva that you guys like so much? No, because you know you wouldn't do that. But you know, but to me you would because I'm. Oh yeah, it said right here, animation is cinema. Animation is not just a genre for kids. That's what it says on there. I'm like, yep, it is not.
The Spider-Verse movies are probably objectively the best Spider-Man films. X-Men '97 is one of is easily probably the best X-Men material that we've gotten in a very long time, other than maybe like Logan. And yeah, I mean, Jay Olivia, Dark Knight Returns adaptation that he did, parts 1 and 2, probably one of the best DC animated films in terms of like adaptation to So I mean,
you watched that a while back.
Yeah. And I met Jay Olivia at New York Comic Con last year when he's promoting his new stuff and everything, and he's a super nice guy, and I wish him all luck with everything he does, man. But
I mean, it's just like when people say like you know, I just always got flack for that because I was pushing for it because I just, you know, I'm one of those people that are like seeing the writing on the wall and going live action for Snyderverse stuff. That's kind of just we're getting a little too far off here, guys. So animation might be the next step, and they just, you know, people can't accept it, and it's like, okay, I don't know. It's just interesting, but then I just love the fact because, you know, we have the hashtag sell Snyderverse to Netflix, and then Netflix posts an image like that where it's like animation is cinema. It's like,
well, it's the whole the comic book side of it too. I mean, there's also, because William was talking about data as being like the kind of like the leverage point you need on anything like this. And I think it was actually here on the Vodka stream, Zach at one point talked about there was like a tie-in story he wanted to do with Jay Oliva. That it was in the Nightmare that involved Joker going to Darkseid's fortress to steal the mother box so they could power the copy.
There was times where Zach didn't want to even mention like what that actually involved. Not even just when he said stuff on here. There was stuff where he was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to say anything because there could be something that."
He did that again in full circle, where it's like, I mean, I don't want to say the whole thing about
Yes.
Robin. Like,
Yep. Even Ben Affleck wouldn't reveal all of the details about his Batman movie. But I think though that harkens back to right before the Snyder Cut really started gaining momentum, and one of the reasons why it did, that people like, I don't know if people have made this parallel before, they probably have, but like if you guys remember, like he was promoting, I forget where it was, but it's the infamous video where he actually started really going at length and talking about Justice League 2 and 3, what he had been greenlit for, and he told about Darkseid coming into the fortress and all these different things. And but again, at that time, he was in the mindset of, well, this is never going to happen, so I may as well say it. And then it propelled. It literally was like the match that lit the fuse that got the Snyder Cut put out. So I think after that moment, I just think he doesn't ever want to put anything out there just in case he then has something to say if something is to happen. Not saying it will, but I can understand his mindset in that degree. Same with Ben.
Go back and watch that, because that's the first Snyder Con he did.
Right.
Anybody was there? Go back and watch that video, because when he says the line about we had to, Flash had to go back to right before Darkseid killed Lois in the Batcave. I mean, the audience gasped. And I wasn't even physically there for it, but I mean, that was like nothing I've ever heard in my life as far as like an audience reaction to something.
Oh yeah, it was. I was there. I was in the audience going.
I was live streaming. I was like feeling like the earth shake from like.
Yeah, no, it was That's the thing. Is like there's a lot of things, and it's like for instance, I remember one time. Especially when Zach brought Jared Leto back to do the nightmare sequence. I remember having a conversation with him, and he told me that, Leto wanted to do way more. And I was like what? He's all, he was diving into
that's cool.
The whole killing of Robin thing. And he's all like, can we do that?
Nice.
He wanted to do that. And then of course Zach was like, he's like, well, no, it was like, no, we're only doing this right now, but maybe something can happen. But I mean, just to the point where even Leto was like, but because Leto is Leto, and he's like, well, I'm hearing about this, and I started looking into it. Can we show something like that? It's like, if something can happen in, animation, comic book. Now, when you have his style of Joker actually showing that, I mean, I think something essentially will happen.
Well, that's where we go back to like the picture he took with James Gunn, where it's like
yes.
they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
So
ironically, your savior that everybody's always looking for is going to end up being James Gunn, and Jim Lee, because I think that's your best shot. I'm being serious. I think your best shot of ever getting any resolution, even if it's just a one shot anything or anything on any format, is going to be after James Gunn gets enough credibility to where he doesn't have to look over his shoulders at executives that are looking for $1 billion movie or whatever. Yeah. Once he gets to the point where he's there for the next 10 years type of situation, I think he'll have a lot more room and a lot more freedom. And things like this can happen, especially when you're talking about, introducing Elseworlds and things like that. It can happen in its own contained story and wrap it up, and it could sell. And Jim Lee needs to be sitting there right next to him, because it really, like I said, I always said, if I had my options sitting in front of me and I get to pick which one I do, live action's not on the table right now. No. I'm not doing animation right now. I'm starting with comics. Yep. And the reason is that gives you the most cost-effective real estate to tell the entire story. Everything you've ever wanted to tell about this reality, from beginning, middle, end, add-ons, things like that, is then it's out there.
And if you do it in like a Elseworldy Black Label type of way, you keep the conversation and momentum going for a long time too.
Yeah, and now let someone else, let the people who want to do the cartoons and the live action, let them invest and take the risk. But you now have math. You now have something walking into the office other than I want it. None of this stuff is going to happen if there's no business path for it to happen. Right. And if you sell 450,000, if you sell half of what Ultimate Batman or Ultimate Batman
That's
sold, Absolute Batman, just a cover alone is sold 400.
Tell me Ultimate Batman, William, please. I'm curious. What is Ultimate Batman?
Absolute
now he's got
Batman.
2 axes.
We're not.
William, I'm really starting to doubt your comic book. I
got a lot going on in my head. But if you take something like this, and this is a variant cover. The A cover is 450,000. So we're not even talking about the 5th and 6th printings, the variants, and everything else. So you do the multiplication, times $4.99, $5.99. Yeah, that's not box office type money. But here's what people don't understand: it's $6-7 million is what you're going to make, right?
Yeah.
I think if you do the math right. It's not that money. It's the units. How many people? 450,000 units. Yeah. Now you start migrating those. Now we're not talking about a cheap comic. We're talking about an action figure. We're talking about something that costs double that price. We're talking about Funko.
And then it could lead into animation.
Exactly. Now you have math on your side instead of, I wanted, you guys made me mad.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing, and then there's just like, I mean, that's why I don't get, and that's what frustrates me. It's like, and I'm kind of wondering too, like, you know, with the picture with Zach and James, I'm like, you can't tell me that there was not conversations about
100%.
like, hey, what were you guys talking about? Like, you know, you can't tell me that James like, hey, what were you actually gonna do with your story and blah blah blah, and James probably shared some of his ideas, and they probably went back and forth of like, hey, you know, when it came to things, and then it's like, you can't tell me that there wasn't like an exchange. And then James probably was like, well, that's kind of cool, you know?
Yeah.
James probably appreciated what Zach was like, oh yeah, this is what we were going to lead into, and this, and this.
Well, it might have even been like in a similar vein to what he said to David Ayer about, it's like, you know, I'm behind you on this, but I need to get some wins on the board myself to actually have any kind of like pull for this.
Yeah.
I don't think
we need we need to make some money for DC Studios before we can actually.
I don't think it's a coincidence that James Gunn is going out of his way to introduce a concept like pocket universes in a Superman movie.
Yeah.
I don't think that's coincidental.
That's the thing, by the way, I keep alluding to on our show, where that Gunn mentioned it at CinemaCon. And I told William about that. I DM'd it when I saw that. It's like, oh, this is interesting. This is kind of like harkens back to a lot of what we've talked to. And it's like we tap danced around it, but it's like, we don't really.
I don't want to like that piece yet.
We don't want to like go deep into it until like we actually see because if it's in the movie, we're going to be talking about come July. But like that, there'll be more meat on the bone with that.
Well, prevailing theory is that the Fortress of Solitude is actually inside a pocket universe. That's why it sprouts out of the ice.
Which I mean, with Kryptonian technology, I could see that being
right. Exactly. Yeah.
And you have the Phantom Zone too. You get
bingo. Yeah.
Will, just to put stuff out there, because for the kids at home that don't understand how comics sell these days, because you're talking 450,000 units for Absolute Batman. What on average does a regular comic book run usually sell? It's what, like 20,000 units if it's lucky, basically.
10,000, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
If that.
Yeah,
and that's
it's hard to track these days because the way the companies split up. When it was all Diamond, it was easy, but now everybody has their own different tracking. The reason why I know these is because Scott Snyder puts them out there, and then he shows you where he gets them from, so I can go and verify. I mean, I would not even close to that. I know it's those numbers are astronomical because even 250,000 is considered something that's making a lot of people money. But for that, and we're only talking about issue 1. We're on issue 7 right now. So I think the average for Absolute Batman has held. And you're getting variant covers too. You're getting like 6 or 7 variant covers. And I know a lot of people who are getting them all. So you're multiplying that. So your units are now, you have consistency in units. So, and whenever somebody comes in here to buy a comic book, we buy them a comic book. It's just like those people I just had now. They bought a Daredevil Funko Pop. After they bought a Daredevil comic. So you're making the associated math, and when you have the associated math, you can make a better case. That's what the problem with anybody who wants anything, whether it be the Schumacher cut, the Ayer cut. No one has a business reason why anybody should take a risk on this. They just have a desire. Desire ain't shit. That's going to get your lights turned off, not on.
And by the way, to kind of add on to that also, and you mentioned this on our show the other night, but like Absolute DC, as far as like everything DC's putting out right now, Absolute DC, that's their biggest seller right now. Is
that's their biggest seller right now, other than Batman Hush 2. Batman Hush 2 flew off the rack for me.
But like Absolute Batman, if I'm not mistaken, is like the best-selling book and has been consistently for like the past 6 months.
Yep.
Yeah. And it should be noted, the biggest surprise,
Marvel and DC.
Yeah, because Ultimate's in Ultimate Spider-Man, which is good. It's good to see new blood and fresh things. But Absolute Wonder Woman is also selling very good numbers as well, correct?
Yeah, and plus what's going on in Wonder Woman proper, not a lot of people are happy about it. So
I've seen that.
I'm keeping Wonder Woman fans, and to me, it's the best written book outside of Absolute Batman. That last issue where she's dealing with Prometheus. And they're going back to the backstory of how she used the blood of a god to get her lassos and everything else. And then she's, explaining to Hate how all this is happening. And that episode was perfect. I need them to keep that artist. But right now, Absolute DC helps everything else. Like it helps Batman sales. It sustains Wonder Woman sales as much as you can. It gets people into the Green Lantern. And if you're placing the merchandise right, I have an Absolute wall, but Absolute Green Lantern sits next to Green Lantern Corps. Absolute Superman sits next to Action Comics and so on. So you're kind of like making it to a point where you have a chance at associating other merchandise if you put it in the right area. So we're not just talking about those units being sold. We're talking about the associated units. If you came in for Absolute Batman and you walk out with an Action Comics or something like that, or the Crypto something like that, then your reason for coming to my store was that, and I got this other thing, and that's how the corporations are going to look at it. And they're also going to look at that when it comes to streaming data, the associated content, and things like that. So you always have to look at not just the unit that's being sold, what kind of revenue did it generate around it. So, and with comic book, it's easy for the corporations to determine real quick. You don't need years of data. Absolute, by the time you're on Absolute Batman number 4, you have a hit. You have a continuous hit. You can now project how much money you're going to make, and you've got predictability. And that's what these guys want. They want predictability. They're not even imaginative sometimes. The corporations want predictability, and Scott Snyder's giving it to DC. So that's the best way. Like I said, if I had my options, live action's not even on the table. Even if they say you could do live action tomorrow, William, no, because all we're getting is a shot of adrenaline. You're getting a shot of adrenaline, and then you're going to have to compromise parts of it, and you're not going to get your whole story. Animation is going to be the same way. It's not even going to be cost effective and worth it for the amount of people who might be able to measurably watch that. But with the papers and staples, that's hard numbers. It's immediate numbers, and it's
that's
projected.
not even including digital sales either.
Exactly. And then the associated stuff. Like first time I get an Absolute Batman pop, you think I'm not going to order a crap load of those? Because those I'll
Have they
sell
even
them all.
made an Absolute Batman pop?
What's that?
I mean,
have they even made an Absolute Batman pop yet?
It's coming.
They're going
it's coming.
to.
The entire line.
All that merchandise
I
is
fucking hope so.
Detachable acts, the whole thing. And then you're talking about something that
Wow.
started with papers and staples that cost you 38 cents to make, now has made you a whole bunch of other money. So if you do the Snyder, if you resolve the Snyder stuff within that context, you put it out there, and now you let the vultures pick it up and go somewhere with it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Feige was like bringing this to Disney and being like, this is why we need the comics division, because this is where we troubleshoot all ideas as well as see what sells with fans, like period.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
You mentioned variants, and it's just like variants, depending on the variant, they can go even higher than $5.99. Say you do a variant of
for sure.
Zack Snyder's Justice League issue 1, 2, 3, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
The next issue of Absolute Batman, there's a variant from Brian Bolland coming that I ordered.
Oh, the Bane one?
No, it's Mr. Freeze.
Oh yeah.
Which one is it?
The cover is
That
Mr.
came out.
Freeze.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. I'm getting
8.
that. I'm getting
no. Number 8. No. I because I looked online because I got issue 7 from a shop about a half hour away from me, but issue 8 is from who I normally order from, and they were out of 8. They were out of the standard cover of 8. So I looked and saw that they had a Brian Bolland variant cover, and I was like, I fucking want that because Brian Bolland's the shit.
Yeah.
Okay, you talking about Absolute Batman number 8?
Yes.
What number are we on now? I thought
We're
we
on
were
7. We're on 7.
7 came out last week.
So their pre-solicitation is sold out, is what you're saying. They're
pre-solicitation
they're not even going to get any
for the standard for the standard
for the A cover.
Yeah, for the A cover for 8 is already sold out.
See what I mean? Okay, now
like everything Absolute has like multiple variants.
Take Absolute Batman and Absolute DC has been a phenomenon. It's been great, right?
It's beautiful.
Zack Snyder's Justice League has been like literally Bigfoot. Literally Bigfoot. When we first got that announcement, it was like we tackled Bigfoot and we tied him up and we got him. It was no longer a myth, right? I think that this phenomenon has ability. If it even approaches that, that's free money, man. Yeah. That's free money. I mean, I think a Zack Snyder's Justice League 12-issue arc with add-ons and stuff like that would sell very well.
Oh, very easily.
It would justify that. So,
and the thing is like you can do, say 4 issues of Justice League 2 or whatever, and then do like a 3-issue miniseries of Batman and him tackling Deathstroke, and that's how Deathstroke comes in the fold later on, or etc. You know what I'm getting at? Like you could fold some of those stories.
Just like they did with Infinite Crisis, where they had the Legion of 3 Worlds. I mean, it just lends itself. And we're talking about comic book characters, so the story lends itself there. And then you put it all out on the table. And when he's done writing that, He gets to put the pen down and sit back, and that's it. He's blown his wad. That's it. Now everybody else can be like, okay, we're going to take certain aspects of this story and we're going to monetize it this way, and we're going to take certain aspects. But now it's other people doing it for you instead of us having to fight this uphill crusade and looking at 4-year-old, 5-year-old numbers that no longer apply in 2025. It's like, great. I'm glad Zack Snyder's Justice League was a hit, but I'm not fighting a 2021 battle. I'm trying to, I'm in a 2025 reality. Let's see what sells now. And those Jim Lee variants that would happen for the ZSJL #1 and the Todd McFarlane variant and in the A covers and the V covers, you're literally selling 4 comics at once every time, depending on how good your frequency is with some of these variants. So
don't be surprised when that Jim Lee cover of Superman Unlimited for the new Superman movie fucking sells well. Don't be surprised.
Yeah, well, everything he's done, his Wonder Woman, I had to get that back in. That was the best-selling Absolute Wonder Woman #1 was his cover. So he still has his job. But just imagine Alex Ross doing a cover.
Oh yeah,
Alex Ross. I mean, Zack Snyder's universe is tailor made for like Alex Ross artwork.
Totally, 100%.
Yeah.
It's money, but that's the kind of conversation you have to have. Not I want it or nothing or this or nothing. Because guess what? When you give somebody the option to give you nothing, guess what you get?
Nothing.
So,
You get nothing. But again, that's where I like very much like Dave. I keep going back to it's like when the picture together that James Gunn shared, and and he subsequently came out and said it's like, oh yeah, we were just hanging out, shooting the shit, and we just thought we'd have some fun and did that picture. And my mind immediately went to then William's not going to probably appreciate this, but it's this one Seinfeld episode where like Elaine is talking to Jerry and she said, so the guy I'm dating said he had to get up early, and what does that mean? And it said, it means he's lying. So, and I know that's kind of controversial around like James Gunn, but it's like when he tells, oh yeah, we just met, he just toured DC Studios, and it's like we didn't. Is it? Yeah, it means he's lying. It's like, and I don't mean that disparaging. It's like, yeah, they 100% talked about like
of course. I'm sure Zach saw a bunch of footage.
I'm sure there was some creative discussion happening on some level, definitely.
But you better believe that. I mean, like James Gunn has had a lot of pressure on Superman, so why would he not want to bring in the guy who handled Superman the last time to be like, hey, what do you think?
Pick your brain about some shit?
Yeah. They have a mutual respect. I know some people, they want to say that they're fighting with each other. No, I'm not saying. I mean, I've always said, I'm like, they're not having. It's not like once a month or every other week that they're getting together with their wives to have dinner somewhere. No, but they have a respect for each other as filmmakers. They've known each other for 25 years, probably long. I don't know. Dawn of the Dead. When they worked together on that, which was in the early 2000s, so 20 years at least. So they have a respect for each other. But anybody who's saying that they're like, big time buddies, no, they're not huge buddies, but they are mutuals. They are friends. They are acquaintances, and they have a mutual respect. So the fact that when he posted that image, and I know that was James Gunn's idea, he was like, you realize what would break the internet right now, right? Because people think like we're, this, that, and this, and James Gunn has even mentioned that. Let's post the picture. I mean, Zach didn't post it because he was like, all right, fine, let's do it. But he didn't post it because he was like, I'm not going to add to it. But James Gunn was like, hey, because James Gunn, that's the way James Gunn is. He's like, hey guys, you want to pit us together? We're good, And Zach didn't want to go back into that pond. He didn't want to jump back into that lake where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to add to it by doing that. No, because Zach has like got so many things that he wants to do right now. The UFC movie, the LAPD movie, and of course the Rebel Moon stuff and Army of the Dead stuff that he wants to continue. He's got so much things that he wants to do. I just don't see, that's why when I push back on these people that want him to jump back into the DC pond, it's like, yeah, I get the want of that, but you have to look at the perspective of the man and what the fuck, the time is just not there anymore. And he wants to do other things, but there's other medium. There's other ways to like show those stories that we want. But yeah, when they're just like they're saying that's live action or nothing, it's like fuck off.
I hope nobody's listening to them either. By the way, just because we hear them doesn't mean that that people who can actually count are actually listening to them, because there are other ways to get information about what will work with fans other than people on the internet. I think for the most part these days, a lot of these online and these campaigns and these hashtags, I think that most of the execs and people who make decisions have pretty much dismissed them as white noise. They're looking at numbers, and they're looking at trying to farm the next IP, the next way they can get it, and whichever one can do it for them is the one that they're going to go after, not a hashtag. They don't give two shits about hashtags. All right. Every time I hear an anniversary of a hashtag movement, I'm like, okay, great.
They're already doing. Yeah, I know, it's so funny. We actually got a new Superman promotional poster. What? On Superman Day? Not bad. We got Superman with his arms folded. Not, not too shabby. There's that right there. So that's actually something. I know. Again, I've always, the belt with the chones are kind of always.
Yeah, I truly hate this costume.
It's really going to be one of the best ones to get over.
I think everything else looks good though, but the chones are always going to be like.
The sky looks great. He
looks great too.
And am not a fan of the diaper trunks.
Yeah,
they're boxers. They're not even, they're boxers. They're like
they just don't look good.
I will say with some of that new behind the scenes, like him standing there, I'm like, okay, it looks good, it's fine, but I always go, but the fucking undies outside.
He even references that too. He's like,
liberating.
I love the fact that he said that, because you could tell that they were joking about the fact of that, and it's cool. But I think everything from the waist up, fine by me. I like the arms crossed. I like David Corenswet as Superman. I think he's going to be a great Superman. But it's just, I don't know. It's so high up though.
As I just say, I'm between.
And that S, by the way, Dave's Trader.
I like the S. What
Dave's
are you talking
Trader.
about? I like
Dave's on the payroll. That's why he's running it.
Yeah, I'm a plant.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil, for upholding the standard.
What are you doing? Talking about the
I know.
shirt?
I do.
He's talking the fact that you actually have it be Kingdom Come Superman, which it should be, as opposed
Listen,
to
it's Superman Day. My whole thing was like celebrate Superman, whatever way you want to celebrate Superman.
I do want to get a Kingdom Come S.
This whole tribalistic my Superman bullshit, just fucking over it, way over it. Like I already dealt with that enough in 2013. Like I was over. People like Mario Robles and a bunch of other idiots telling me, "Oh, you don't understand Superman." Well, you can fuck right off and go watch Christopher Reeve movies on repeat for all I care. So,
hey, they're doing that today.
You're right. Warner Brothers was doing that today on their stream. You're right, absolutely correct. Yeah. And I tuned in for a little bit, and I tuned in at Superman 3 when Christopher Reeve is fighting himself in a junkyard.
Best part of that horrible movie, which by the way,
Lord, that movie.
To correct something William said earlier.
I think I even said this last week. Hot take: there's only one truly good Superman movie with Christopher Reeve in it, and that is Superman the movie.
I don't mind the theatrical of Superman 2. There's parts I love in the Donner cut more, and there's parts in the theatrical I like a little bit more. There could just be like a mishmash, but I still get your point, Phil. To it, I agree.
The whole magic kiss thing, I'm just like,
no, bullshit.
Nope.
Okay, both Superman 1 and 2, they have like their weird little Superman
spinning the earth backwards with the amnesia.
Yeah, the whole the first Superman movie, I love it, but the whole reversing the fucking I hate.
Sure.
Stupid.
That's why
it's really stupid.
Well,
and then of course,
because like he's trying to catch the missiles.
Yeah,
it's like one's right there and right there.
The memory erasing kiss is really stupid too.
It's dumb.
It was really just 70s and 80s. I get it.
But I mean, it's just homaging. It's a Silver Age Superman basically, and the same thing with Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton's Golden Age Batman. Golden Age Batman killed without giving a fuck. So it's like that's really what it is. It's not necessarily.
I get Batman fans in my mentions all the time. Well, you don't understand Batman. Batman doesn't kill. And I'm just like, oh no, that's factually incorrect. And they go, well, it's not factually correct. No, you're wrong. Like Batman has killed canonically through his history, and that is a fact. And if you don't want to acknowledge that fact, that is on you. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Not at all.
If a director flat out comes out and says, I'm honoring this era of Batman or whatever, and then he makes things that are contradictory to that statement in the film, then you got a fucking point.
When Michael Uslan the executive producer who shepherded that movie into existence, outright says, to Paul's point, yes, we looked at Golden Age Batman, we looked at the Dark Detective Batman, we looked at, kind of Frank Miller's Batman. What the fuck happens in Batman 89? Guess what? Fucking guns come out of the Batmobile and he's shooting down Access Chemicals Gate.
He blows up like.
Then he blows it up.
When they drop a little grenade off and there blows up all the
blows
targets.
up like half the henchmen.
He drops a henchman down a fucking bell shaft. Like,
yeah.
hello.
Puts a grenade in one of his pants, and
that was in Batman Returns, but you're not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
still
was-
same general idea.
He killed more.
One of my favorite ones is when he shoots the grappling hook on the Joker's ankle that hooks onto the gargoyle, and that comes off, and it's like
great.
Like, I mean, that's I know some idiots can like try to wiggle out of that. Say, well, he didn't like actually shove him off the roof, so that doesn't count as killing him.
Doesn't matter. He still fucking killed him.
It's so stupid. I get tired of that argument.
Oh, here's a fun one. Is like when people have the gall to like prop up Christopher Nolan as some like holy Batman fucking minister, like those idiots on Batman on film. They prop him up as like the end all be all of fucking Batman directors, and they go, "Oh, his Batman didn't kill him." Just like, oh, really? Then why the fuck did he light a whole temple of people on fire?
Yeah, I know. His Batman definitely killed. His definitely.
For sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. But we'll go ahead and round out this stream with we already talked a little bit with Chris before he left, but the Daredevil finale, how we feeling about it? How we feel about the my thoughts were I already kind of gave my thoughts, but I thought this finale felt the most like the Netflix show than all the rest of this season. It was definitely a Frankenstein season. Pardon the pun, Frank. Just saying, like, it felt more like, okay, when the old crew is there, like Karen shows up, and it's kind of cool too, because it was kind of funny because when she shows up, the way that they shot that and the way the music, it was like, wow, Karen, she literally had an entrance of like, oh, you wouldn't think like somebody like a character like that's not a hero to have like that kind of entrance, but it just shows you the kind of season that we were having with this, where her pulling up after we just saw, Daredevil and Punisher in Matt's apartment just take on a bunch of the dudes, which was a fucking awesome scene. I love that scene. And I love the fact that it's like ding, 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 grenade. And they just both just like dart like and jump off the fucking balcony. Like it was like it was almost like Frank just goes, "You're gonna catch me, right?" He just jumped. And I just love the fact that obviously Matt is just like releases his little gauntlet or his little whatever and grabs him. It's so perfect, but I just love the fact that he's just like, he just hears the fucking grenade. It goes grenade, and they just dart for the fucking the balcony. I loved it. I rewound that whole thing. It was so great. I don't know.
We'll be there at our watch party. Clint, gentleman Clint, who is on a lot of watch parties with us, he said that grenade is probably, based on the destruction it causes to the whole top floor of that building, that's got to be the most powerful hand grenade known to man.
It maybe they threw it against the water heater or something.
Yeah.
Something had to cause.
There are different types of grenades, guys.
There are, but I'm
high-yield
going to assume that maybe there was a little bit of the gas involved in the apartment that also made that whole thing blow up. So we could do that. We could do something like that. But no, I just that whole scene, I rewound it. But then I just love the fact they're just like grenade and they just dart for the fucking balcony, and Daredevil just, I got you, and then they land on the car, and then land on the car because they're just bickering the whole time. I love the entrance when Matt goes back to his apartment, sits on his couch, and the camera slowly pans over, and you see Frank. And he goes, you can't even have enough power to fucking, just to have it like, so I can get a cup of coffee. And they're going back and forth. And then, of course, when shit's going down and Frank is just killing these guys, like he doesn't give a shit. And of course, Matt's like doing, Frank, what do you do? The back, I don't know. I was giddy. I loved that whole dynamic and everything. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, I just love John Berthal's Punisher. He's just so
William, he's the only Punisher.
He
made that very clear.
Dude, I mean, we've had
really cool
four. We've had 4 live action Punishers. Yeah, John Bernthal is the best one for sure. Second one, Dolph Lundgren. I'm just kidding.
For me, it's more Thomas Jane, but it's more of like
Thomas Jane's the second. He's the second.
Yeah, well, I'm a hardcore Garth Ennis Punisher fan, and if you're going for that version of the character, Thomas Jane, like his portrayal of the character, kind of lines up more with that iteration of the character. I like when Frank is kind of just more of a stoic character to a degree, but you can argue though too, Ennis's run pretty much is a reflection of like he's essentially a storm / disaster, and the comic is everyone reacting to the Punisher when he shows up. That's kind of the thing. Like that's what like the gimmick of the comic basically is. But John has a more modern 3-dimensional aspect of the character. He's definitely got a lot of himself in the character too, for sure. Like I saw an early screening, I should mention, of The Accountant 2, because they released it on tax day.
Yeah, you were one of the lucky ones that saw it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, it's solid, but yeah, I can even see a little bit of, John Bernthal obviously in the character of Braxton there, and the same thing with his Punisher. It's a lot of John in there too, to a degree, but I don't mind his portrayal, because as much as I love the Punisher as a character, the Punisher is he's very, very like two-dimensional in a sense of the, he kills, he goes, he does the next mission. I would say even Ray Stevenson kind of got that a lot too, to a degree, in terms of like he's just very stoic. He's just he does the thing and he goes on to the next thing. He's a machine. That's basically how he goes about his life. But obviously John Bernthal, the way he acts, he probably wanted to bring a lot more 3-dimensional aspects to the character, and he wanted to make him more like feel like a more living, breathing human being to a degree, as well as a mass killer of horrible people to a degree. I love all of the aspects with what they did with the Punisher's tattoo, like the tattoo guys and all of the cops, and that whole scene just with him confronting those cops. And even artistically, they were so smart with his emblem of the skull, and then the cops version of the skull is like a sad imitation of even that. And like it's that reflective quality of like, you guys are not him, and like you shouldn't want to be him to begin with, but like you're not him. And it's like and like he's not a fan of you either. And so it's just like that was handled very, very well, and I'm really glad that that's how they were allowed to go with that and to do that. And yeah, and seeing Frank and Daredevil like beat the shit out of those guys in the apartment was top stuff. But can we talk about how awesome the scene is too with Kingpin and the Commissioner? And
dude, when he rips his head, oh my god,
jaw dropping.
Jesus,
no pun intended. Literally, you're all weak, everybody.
There you go. You're all awake, right? Tip your waitress. No, that was when he did that. I was like, I literally went, I like said it out loud. Oh fuck! Like wow! They like this is a Disney Plus show. I mean, it's so funny because anytime they're dropping F-bombs or something graphic happens, I literally just go, man, I'm watching this on Disney Plus. It's so weird, but fucking A, man, that was
magnificent.
I know. I was like, there you go. There's the Kingpin we know. Yeah. There's that Kingpin.
It's again also artistically, it's like it's so great that he always like when he shows up in white entirely. I was like, someone's gonna die. Like someone's just so they can
anytime
have the
he shows
red
up in
on
white, there's gonna be red that's gonna show up on that fucking suit, right? And then, of course, when they're doing the walkthrough and they have all the people in the cages, and then when they have Frank in there,
he's gonna be there like 5 minutes.
Dude, he still looks like a badass. He's just like he's got his his legs up and he's got his hands and he's just like he's beat up and but he still has this like I'm gonna get out of here, right? He just has that aura of him of like. This is not going to hold me down,
and
right?
And then Jackass sticks his hand through the hole there.
Stupid ass guard. It's like the guys who were guarding the mayor in his mansion. They had to come from that same crew.
Fine by me. I love that. I was like, fucking.
I wonder where his special presentation is going to fall continuity wise, because I have a suspiciously sneaking feeling that it's going to be in between season 1 and 2 of Born Again, and it's going to pick up from where that end credits sting.
Yep.
takes
I
off.
agree with that. I totally
that's
agree
gonna
with
be-
that.
I
I
think that's
think
gonna be
I
like
think
a
they're
lead-in.
they're gonna show that right at the beginning and then see what happens right after that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Totally agree with that. No.
Like right after that, he's gonna kill like 5 other guards. Like right after he gets out of the cage.
Oh, I
The
think one of the
opening of that whole thing is just gonna be fucking him, just like a one shot of him just fucking dudes up.
what my favorite thing about the finale episode, kind of in line with Paul, in that like, you know, that scene of him just getting he decides to take it upon himself to go and try and take out this whole army of task force members, and he gets overpowered, and then, you know, he's kind of tied up and he's just looking around and he sees all these fucking idiots in their fucking gear, and it's Powell. Of course it's fucking Powell, who comes up and sits down and like tries to mock him. You know, we look up to you, right, Frank? You're our fucking hero, man. Da, da, da. And it's very evocative of a panel. I don't remember exactly what book it's from, but essentially what happens is like corrupt cops tell Frank, like, yeah, man, we idolize you. You're our hero. And Frank's just like, fuck you. You don't fucking understand me. If you want a fucking hero, go idolize Captain America. And they didn't do that here. The MCU, in true fashion, they did their own thing of it. And I think what they did was arguably a little bit better, given who's embodying the role in John Bernthal. And he basically looks at him and he goes, oh, yeah, you idolize me, huh? You don't fucking know me. You don't know what this fucking symbol means. You don't know my fucking pain. All of you, you're all a bunch of fucking clowns. And I'm just like, Frank, you use my word and I love it. You use my word.
When he said, like, you don't know my pain, I was like, yeah, there it is. That was so good. That was such a good line.
It's so
Such a good line.
I'm not trying to make it applicable or like go too real with it, but the thing is, it's like there's a level of real world symbolism going on there, because there are some fucked up cops in the world, and they do look at the Punisher symbol as like a brand of, oh yeah, if the Punisher can fucking do it, I can fucking do it. And it's like, no, you're abusing power. What he does is he takes people out like you because you're a piece of shit, and you probably maybe deserve a bullet to the head, but I don't know. I digress.
Yeah.
Anyway, like there's some very like real world implications going on with that, and I think honestly there's a lot of real world implications going on with Daredevil Born Again. I may have issues with it on a technical perspective, but I will not deny that there is a lot of real world influence there, and it is abundantly fucking clear if you're paying close enough attention. And I did appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. So I found, I think it was either on Threads, but I think it was originally on Twitter, but I will credit the person, Houston Coley. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And it's at Art Within Pod. They write Daredevil. I've never seen a show so objectively and obviously stitched together with some reshoots, shoelaces, and a dream that still somehow consistently pull it off with flying colors, based solely on the sheer power of the lead performances and decent character writing. And that kind of sums it up.
That really does sum it up right there. That's perfect, because I mean, what really drives that is you know, it's D'Onofrio, it's Cox, and it's Bernthal also. And it's like, I mean, the fact that, you see, I kept on going like, oh man, this show is just like, it seems like it keeps getting better. And then all of a sudden it goes, okay. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here we go again. We're back. We just had a little dip. Dip. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, the last episode, I started going, oh, and then because you really felt, and I even said this, so I was like, I think a lot of people felt, this is where they actually were like, all right, this is like, you know, those other episodes, they were intertwining a lot of things. But this episode, which was the last episode, that was when they were doing the full, like, okay, this is us back. This is when we took that little break and then we revamped and got the new writers and blah, blah, blah. This is now we're starting to get back into gear. And then when it came to the season finale, I was like, oh, okay, you guys are definitely trying to be like, we got to get as close to that Netflix show as possible. And they definitely did. And it was like, geez, to the point where it's like, you're literally, I mean, the Netflix show didn't show Fisk ripping someone's just like jaw right off like that. I mean, we saw the slamming of the door thing, which was really cool. But I mean, just to actually show that, I was like, whoa, shit. I did not expect to see that. And it was like, holy shit.
You know what I want?
I'm sorry, go on.
What I want from season 2, just one thing. I just want one thing. Do you guys remember in the very first season of Daredevil, I believe it's episode 12, Karen guns down Wesley, Kingpin's right-hand man, okay? Well, I don't like Buck. I think Buck is a clown. I don't like Buck. I think Buck is a fucking tool. And I hate Buck so much. And I love that I hate him because that means the character is doing his job. That means the actor is doing his job. All that said, I want Karen to kill Buck in season 2 because I want Kingpin to be like, God damn it, Karen Page killed my next right hand man. Give me that food. I want him to like be fuming at the fact that Karen hasn't killed not one but 2 of his right hands. I need that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, she's yeah, I'm amazed that like, I mean, obviously they want to keep Karen around, obviously, but I'm amazed that more hasn't happened with her. I know that like in season 3, they basically were going to do the, you know, it looked like they were going to do the Guardian Devil, and then that didn't end up happening. But like, you know, teasing it was enough to like get us really, really worried and whatnot. And I guess Kingpin had other things to do and he moved on. But I mean, Wesley is basically the closest thing he's ever had to like a best friend, and you know, other than his wife. So I mean, that's the thing about Kingpin that I find him so fascinating as a character. He's clearly a horrible, ruthless person, but if he really does care and love about you, like it's an interesting relationship to see like how he is as a person. But like, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he tries to go again for Karen or something like that. I really hope. I don't know how they would do it now, but they had some resolution with the Foggy death, obviously, and stuff like that with you know, with Vanessa and stuff like that. But I'm still hoping that Foggy, because part 2 is all the new team. I'm hoping that Foggy does come back just because of that number.
He is. There's no way that he doesn't.
I remember watching. I thought he was going to show up in that evidence locker scene. That's where I thought he was just going to walk through that door in that evidence locker.
I think we're going to see.
It's going to be season 2. It's going to be.
I think we're going to see the how and the why Vanessa found out Foggy was going to get the, you know, the one up on that court case with what the fuck is the character's name that you don't even see who gets to Bug-Eyed Bunny or Benny. I think the character's name is, right. Like I think we're gonna see like the progression of how Vanessa comes to find out that Foggy Nelson is the attorney on that case. I think that's what it's gonna amount to. I think he's actually dead. I unfortunately I'm in the camp now because they may like allude to the fact that he may be alive, and he very well could be. He totally could be, you know, witness protection, all that, like they do in the fucking Secret Life of Foggy Nelson, Secret or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't remember, issue 468 or whatever.
468 Secret Life. But yeah, even in that comic, Matt hears the heartbeat stop.
Yes.
So I mean, so that's very vital. That's very important to take into account. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I definitely think that we're gonna enjoy part 2 a lot more because this, I mean, it is a Stitch Frankenstein monster, but hey, Frankenstein's monster is pretty cool, you know. So I mean, there's that too. So it depends. But
it still was it was still a good entry into the Daredevil, you know, lore live action for sure. But it is going to be interesting to see who shows up in season 2, especially when he says like need an army. I mean, I think we already kind of know that Bullseye is going to be a part of something because let's face it, Bullseye has been not treated correctly, and you know. And but God knows like who, like when it comes to Defenders, and I mean I'm kind of wondering if Elektra is going to end up.
I think you'll see her.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
I think we're probably going to see at the very least Mike Coulter as Luke Cage and Kristen Ritter as Jessica Jones. I think those two are likely candidates to come back, especially if they follow through with who runs against Fisk. And in the book, it's Luke Cage. Luke Cage is the one who usurps Fisk as mayor of New York.
And so seeing as how this run is basically the Soul and the Sadarsky stuff, a lot lot of it, that's definitely in the cards for sure.
I could see that.
They're probably going to show up. I mean, come on. I mean, people are like
do a better job than they did previously, though. That's fine if they show up, but don't. They got it.
I wouldn't mind. I would not mind if Elodie Young came back as Elektra. I liked her as Elektra. She was cool.
Yeah, she was very good. I liked her.
Yeah. Finn Jones. Does Finn Jones come back? Right. That's a question.
That's what everybody's like questioning because that was the one that did not get a well reception.
I keep saying just season 2, guys. Season 2. Just watch season 2.
Season 2 is not great.
That's not a good endorsement of
no.
Hold on.
Street Fighter broke out with number 2. Come on, man.
Season 2 is okay.
Get
Where I defend Finn Jones actually comes from Luke Cage because
Sure.
I can't speak to his fighting, but there is a scene where he checks in on Luke, I think in season 2, and they have a whole like discussion, and that to me was legit. I was like, that is Iron Fist and that is Luke Cage. But yeah, they get him to train a little bit harder, and they get a better choreographer, obviously, than they did for Iron Fist, and I think he'll be in business. But Iron Fist probably won't get another show again. But if they were to, it depends what they want to do with Luke, honestly, because Luke can go in 3 different or even similar directions. You can have him run for mayor. He could hook up with Jessica Jones and have a kid, or he can do Heroes for Hire with Iron Fist. It depends, or you can depending on what you want to do.
I like the whole running for mayor thing. That would be kind of cool to see.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You know,
it'd be great. I know there was a rumor swirling back that they want to maybe use Iron Fist in a Shang-Chi sequel, and I'm like, well, at this point, we're probably not getting a Shang-Chi sequel until after Avengers: Secret Wars.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
We are getting one though. I know that.
Oh.
Yeah,
probably.
He's supposed to be in. Yeah, he's going to be in Doomsday.
I just think that it's not happening until after Avengers: Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Which, if they do it after Avengers: Secret Wars, he better be one of the first ones out the gate. Like if you're going to kick off, the effectively like the mutants or whatever.
Axel brought up a good point in the chat. What about Rosario Dawson's character? Where is she?
Oh, fucking Night Nurse.
Night Nurse and Mahoney, the cop, or the detective,
Where the fuck was he?
Misty Knight.
Yeah,
where the fuck was he?
Where did they go? Did they have a falling out in that 8 years or so between the seasons? I don't know, but
I have no idea, because at the end of Punisher, because that's the last time you see Mahoney, is he's trying to apprehend Frank Castle.
Oh yeah.
So now that Frank Castle's out and about New York again, I would have to imagine that Detective Mahoney would probably be on that case. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Hell's Kitchen and New York have changed in the last 5-6 years, because there is that time jump from where Daredevil season 3 ends and where this begins. There's like a 5 or 6 year time gap. So Mahoney, for all we know, could fucking still be at the precinct. He could be, wherever the fuck. He could have moved out of New York. Who the fuck knows? Maybe there was a scheduling conflict why the original actor couldn't come back. I don't know.
Yeah,
I hope he comes back. I like Mahoney. I think he's a great actor.
I have a feeling if we had just started with the team that took over at the end, I feel Mahoney would have been in the show. I think Mahoney would have been the fill-in for that random cherry guy with the glasses that's like his confidant, that he does is just be like, I don't know, Matt, and then Matt goes, well, I'm going to be Daredevil anyway, and then he runs out a window.
I don't know,
literally
Matt.
The guy's only
Here's
arc.
a drink. Why don't you think about it and then maybe do the thing after you take a drink, Matt? Jesus Christ. Fucking chill.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But we're all looking forward to season 2, which is being filmed right now, and of course we've seen the behind the scenes stuff. If you've been online, and we know what the Daredevil costume is going to look like, and it's going to be interesting to see how they explain that. That's for damn sure. It's like, hey, he finally gets that, huh?
2 words: Shadowland.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. But we all know Phil wants the 90s look with the armor plating and everything, right?
They do that suit. Kevin Feige will have my faith no matter what.
Okay.
I mean, he already kind of does, but that's it.
I think the reconstruction period, I think it's starting to pay off a little bit. Like, I was not big on Cap 4, but Thunderbolts actually has me very intrigued. I've been like, again, every time I see a new thing for that, I get a little bit more.
Like
it looks fun.
Looks like a lot of fun.
The posters have been fucking good. Like, what the hell? Yeah.
So I'm gonna see that opening night, and then same with Fantastic Four. So I can't wait to talk about those. And is there anything else?
Ticket for Thunderbolts.
No,
I already got my ticket for Thunderbolts.
I'm getting.
I'm not shocked.
Thunderbolts too.
Yeah.
Oh, I made plans with a friend I haven't seen since I lost my job in 2021. We haven't seen each other in like 4 years. So she was like, hey, you want to go see Thunderbolts? I was like, yeah, sure. Give me your theater time and I'll fucking buy a ticket for whatever. And then I looked at the seats and there was one open. I was like, all right, cool. So yeah. Great stuff.
Now that's it for the years. Just Cap 4, Thunderbolts, and Fantastic Four. Right?
That's it from movies, because TV shows is Daredevil, Ironheart in June, and then Wonder Man in December, and then there's also the animated Eyes of Wakanda, and I believe Marvel Zombies in October.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I keep forgetting about Wonder Man. That I'm more intrigued by that. Not even just I don't care about Wonder Man at all, but I love that actor, so I want to see like what he's going to bring to that.
Absolutely.
What was? Oh yeah. I don't mind Ironheart as a comic book character, but I keep forgetting that she's in in this universe.
Yeah.
And I like Wakanda Forever, but I keep forgetting that she's around.
I'm of two minds of the subject, because number one, I want the Marvel Cinematic Universe to be like filled out and have a lot of variety, and I think that's what Riri Williams brings to the table.
Right.
Then on the other hand, like the traditionalist in me is like, no, the next Iron Man should clearly be James Rhodes, and I'm just like, fucking Don Cheadle is right there. Like, give the man his fucking flowers already. Like, give him a solo project, for fuck's sake. Like, what are we doing here?
Remind me, is Armor Wars still on the plate,
No,
or is that
apparently it's not.
I think if it happens again, that's probably we're gonna push this to after Secret Wars. That's my guess. I don't think it's done. I think
it was one of those where when they were announcing things like crazy during like pandemic times and all that.
That
stuff.
wasn't even officially announced. That was broken by a trade.
Yeah, but what's funny is like when I saw that, I went, I want to see that.
Yeah,
that was. I actually was like, okay, that.
Yeah.
More than some of these.
We also keep forgetting too, because it was such a bad show, but they fucked up Rhodes a little bit too with Secret Invasion. So it's like, what is his status? Has he missed the last 5-6 years? Was that him in Endgame? Was it not? Was he taken after Endgame? Who knows? Does anyone know? I don't think anyone knows.
They totally cheesed that up so bad when they did that. And
well, the beauty is when Marvel totally fucks up, they usually know how to retcon it in a good enough fashion.
Yeah, hopefully.
So, I mean, i.e., look at the Mandarin in Iron Man 3. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, actually, that was pretty good. That was picking up the fumble pretty well there with what they handled Mandarin from.
Oh man,
yeah. They had that good like All Hail the King short that Drew made afterwards, which I was like, I want payoff for this, and that was like one of the things I loved most about Shang-Chi, other than like the good fight sequences and the fun.
It's just a great movie. On top of that,
it's solid. I think it still suffers a little bit from that Marvel the Marvel formula, like the big thing at the end kind of deal. But I'm just saying, like in general, like it's more of a nitpick than anything else. But I liked the teasing of the daughter taking over the Empire. I liked the everything they did essentially with Mandarin and making him like a legit good villain. I was like, great. Like that's what I fucking wanted from the character. I just wish it had been in an Iron Man movie, but Shang-Chi works too. So yeah.
All right, this is a good spot to end the stream tonight. Great conversations have been had. I mean, happy Superman Day, of course, to everyone. Obviously now, even over here on Pacific time, it's now not Superman Day. It's past midnight, but a great day indeed. However you feel about the new Superman, but there was a lot of Superman talk, a lot of Superman everything, and it's a character that's beloved, so we can leave it on that. And then of course talking about everything else. Sinners, go see it, guys. I mean, I'm telling you, we're everybody who's seen it here are raving about it. Everybody's raving about it. I mean, it's just it's hard to even try to find a bad review when it comes to that movie. This is just a movie that is an original movie, and it breathes new life into the vampire genre. And yeah, go check it out. It's not just like your average vampire movie. Please do. So let's go around the horn and promote whatever you got to promote. First with you, William.
You can find me at the Sci-Fi Center. Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. It takes you right to the landing page. Doing a lot of wrestling this weekend. I'm going to be doing 2 watch parties for both nights of WrestleMania.
Hey, don't hurt yourself by doing that. Wrestling?
Nah. No, I'm not me. I am going to be watching it. I may have the belts, but I don't do the activity. So
yeah, you don't get that crazy.
Then I met Ric Flair today, though. Again, and he signed my belt.
Oh, nice.
Second time to try.
Sweet.
So we got our overnight show tomorrow after all that. So that's what we got going.
Cool. Phil?
As always, my friend, thanks for the invite. If anyone wants to follow me, Vero, Threads, Instagram,
Twitter.
Fucking God. Oh man, I Ugh, you're lucky I like you. YouTube as well. Catch my Batman podcast, The Eternal Night. I've got some stuff working with that. I've got my Friday show, Friday Phil, every Friday, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm also on Council Creators every Wednesday and Party Nation every Tuesday, and of course here every Friday. So
there it is. Thank you, Phil. Brad.
Who cares? Next, Phil.
Oh,
wow. Thank you.
Jeez.
You know, a true story. It's my first time streaming with William was the last couple days I was recovering when I first got COVID. So I don't know if that's like an omen for like him, like comments like that.
Yeah, but listen, he got to toughen up though, man. He gets a little sniffle and hey man, I don't think I'm gonna make it tonight, man. I'm sniffling and I only got an hour nap, man. I got.
You know what you should do next time he does that? Just be like, okay, I'll just call Phil.
Nah, there it is. There it is. I like that.
And as soon as he's typing this stuff, I know he knows what's getting typed back in return. So
yeah, it's a 5-letter word that starts with P, ends with Y, and he always spells it out 1 letter at a time.
Capital letters.
Okay, well, anyway, you can find me on the usual social media. Is going to be on Twitter, Vero, Facebook, Blue Sky. I'm not on Threads yet. I should probably get on there pretty soon. I'm also using my Instagram a lot more. You can find my my written work on such outlets as comicbook.com, Kung Fu Kingdom, and Fortress of Solitude. And of course, you can find me on Sci-Fi Center, where just break down all this good stuff. We have our usual Saturday night show tomorrow night, and other than that, also occasionally you will see me getting my work shared by a certain controversial filmmaker by the name of Zack Snyder, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Covering Earth X tomorrow because apparently we need to. Shit.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
nice.
Silver Surfer, yeah.
Sweet.
Dope shit.
Nice. And then Paul, if you have anything. Of course not.
Well, I want to say thanks for having me on. As always, I always appreciate the good discussion and stuff. I've got a house to promote in terms of that. If you guys want to rent for me in the summer, I'll send a link. Just let me know. Other than that, no, I don't have much else going on. Just trying to get that in order and just working on writing still. That's about it. And trying to find things and artists, and it's a fun journey. But yeah. You guys know where to find me, but I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky, and at Paul Panhook on Vero. So if you guys want to follow or DM me, I'm always around. So yeah,
cool. All right, well, thank you guys, and of course, thank you to Chris, and thank you to who else was on here?
Austin.
There it is.
And Ben
Ben.
and Chris.
Ben, there it is. Yeah. Oh, jeez. They said, yeah. It's this is a 5-hour stream, so I'm like, woo, buddy.
Yep.
Anyways, thank you, William. Thank you, Phil, and of course, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Brad. This has been a great discussion. Happy Superman Day to everybody else out there, and have a good weekend. And we will talk to you guys later.
You guys.